So, what's our next step? Do you think that thing will try to grab me again? Probably not. I'm sure it knows that now I know what I'm looking for, I could find you again much more easily. No, I think it's mostly focused on killing us now, along with whatever other plans it's pursuing. That's why I like you, Al. You're so comforting. The phone rang before Stone could reply. After a single ring, it stopped, as if it had been picked up in the other room. 5 minutes after that, Lopez came down the hall in plaid boxers and undershirt. He looked grim. Bad news, guys. That was Kasner calling. We got more murders. Murders, plural? Stone asked. Yeah, 3. Looks like a whole family this time, and Pete's pretty sure these are related to the others. I don't like it, Stone said, but I think we're going to have to try to get Kasner to cooperate with us. The 3 of them had reconvened at Lopez's kitchen table 20 minutes later after showers and fresh clothes. Fortunately, Jason was close enough in size to Lopez that he could borrow a shirt, though the Budweiser logo looked out of place on him. You thinking of telling him about the magic thing? Lopez asked, surprised. No, but I've already established myself as an expert of the occult. If these murders include the same odd circles that the others have, would we have any chance of convincing him that there might be occult involvement? At least enough to use me as a consultant. It would be easier if I could get access to the scene, especially when it's relatively fresh. Lopez considered. It'll be tough, he said at last. Like I said, Kastner's smart, and he's a good cop, but he's not the kind to believe in ghoulies and ghosties and things that go bump in the night. Remember, Stone pointed out, occult doesn't necessarily mean real magic. The majority of occult-related crimes and people out there have nothing to do with the real thing. Satanists and whatnot, for example. Sure, a few of them can be trouble if they have actual talent and genuinely believe, but 99% of them are just fools in eyeliner. True. Even if the murderers were just cranks pretending to be spooks, I might be able to convince him that you could help. Does he know Jason is back yet? Not yet. Apparently the people in the motel didn't call it in. Nobody did, which is weird considering how loud we were yelling. Probably just thought you were drunk or having an argument or something, Jason said. Even around here, people don't always get involved. He looked at Lopez. You have a lot of cred in the department, Stan. Can you make this Kasner guy believe I didn't kill anybody and that Al could help with things? I think I have to try. It's gonna come out pretty soon that you're back. It has to, since we can't let them keep devoting resources to finding you. I'll give him a call. I sure hope this doesn't blow up in our faces, though. Make this fast, Stan, Peter Kasner said, without looking up from a form he was filling out. I need to get out to the crime scene. This one's going to take hours to process, even with help from Ventura. He tossed his pen down and glanced up. And stared. Stone had to admit a bit of sympathy for the man. He thought he'd be talking to his old friend from another precinct, and instead he got the friend, the crackpot who'd been hauled in twice on suspicion of murder, and... Hey, aren't you the guy who's supposed to be missing? Kastner demanded, starting to rise from his chair. Stan, what the hell? Sit down, Pete, please, Lopez said, making a placating motion. This is Jason Thayer, yeah. Come on, Stan, this is bullshit, Kastner said, his brows furrowing in anger. What the hell's going on? He did sit down, though. It's not bullshit, Lopez said. His tone was even, calm, steady. Just hear us out, okay? Or are you so on top of 7 murders now that you can afford to turn down help? Kastner's gaze darted between the 3 of them. Where'd you find him? He asked, pointing at Jason. You know he's wanted, right? No, that is bullshit, Lopez growled. You know as well as I do that this guy didn't do a damn thing but get smashed off his ass at a party in an unfamiliar area, wander off, and get himself lost. Stone and Jason exchanged glances, but neither contradicted Lopez's words. For 3 days? Kastner demanded. Jason didn't kill anybody, Pete, Lopez said, shaking his head. That's all that matters. You know it, and I know it. Don't waste your time chasing useless leads. You don't have that kind of time or manpower right now. Kastner looked like he was going to protest, then let his breath out and subsided again. Yeah, he said. I know. He both looked and sounded very tired. Right now, I don't give a damn where he was, as long as he turned up safe and I can take him off my to-do list. He glared at Stone, who was leaning against the frame of the open office door. What's he doing here? He wants to help, Pete, Lopez said, and I think you maybe ought to listen to him. Kastner snorted. Come on. Get serious. You just said it. I'm dealing with 7 murders here. And you want me to listen to some nutcase ghostbuster who can't even keep himself off the suspect list? He started to rise again. Thanks for coming by, Stan, but I've got to get out to the crime scene. Stone stepped forward. When he spoke, his soft voice was every bit as chilled and intense as his gaze. Lieutenant, Sergeant Lopez has been kind enough to bring me here, and as he said, it would be best if you listen to what I have to say. You don't have the luxury of disbelief any longer. Whether you believe in genuine occult powers or not is irrelevant. Whoever has committed these murders does believe, and that's what matters. I can help you if you're willing to put aside your literal-minded view of the world for a moment and let me. Kastner stared at him, and Stone could almost see the quick procession of thoughts running through the man's head. Sometimes you didn't need to be a mind reader to be able to follow the obvious. So far, the only sides of him the cop had seen were concerned friend and grief-stricken suspect. Now, though, Stone had deliberately brought to bear a side of his personality that he didn't normally show, augmenting it with the full, potent force of his magic. He'd never actually seen what he looked like when he let loose, but more formidable things than a harried, small-town police lieutenant had backed down when confronted with it. He didn't have time to waste in verbal sparring or posturing right now. Every hour they waited, more people would die. Kastner managed to hold the mage's unblinking gaze for another second or two, then looked back to Lopez again. I got nothing, Stan, he said with an exhausted sigh. I haven't got a fucking clue what's going on here. 7 people dead, no motive, no suspects. He looked back at Stone warily. I guess it couldn't hurt to see what you've got to say. His gaze hardened, but on my terms, got it? I still don't trust you, Stone. I still think you know more about this situation than you're telling. But if Stan vouches for you and you're willing to play it my way, I'll take a chance. For now. Stone inclined his head. Thank you, Lieutenant. What I'd like, if possible, is to see this latest crime scene while it's still fresh. Kastner looked suspicious. Why? Because if there are any impressions to be gathered, it will be easier than if we wait until later. Impressions? You mean like psychic readings or something? Stone made a small shrug. Call it what you'd like. I'd also like to see if this scene includes the same crude circle I believe I mentioned to you before. Kastner rubbed the bridge of his nose. He sighed again, louder this time. Fine. Whatever. If you give me your word you'll follow my orders to the letter, you can come along. I don't want you getting in the way of the crime scene guys or compromising the evidence. Of course, Lieutenant, you have my word. The cop hooked a thumb at Jason. What about him? He's my assistant, Stone said. Don't worry about Jason, Pete, Lopez said. He didn't get his fool-ass expelled from the academy until after the unit on how not to fuck up crime scenes. Jason gave him a sour look, but didn't contradict him. Kastner stood. This is turning into a fucking circus, he said. Call me when the rest of the clowns get here. Come on, let's go. Chapter 27. The house that was the scene of the triple murder looked relentlessly suburban. A rambling, single-story, peach-colored ranch with a shake roof, white shutters, and a large manicured lawn kept proudly green despite the late summer heat. The wooden sign hanging over the closed garage door read, "The Ayalas." It looked like every other suburban ranch-style house in the neighborhood, except for the collection of squad cars, media vans, and other vehicles parked in its driveway and too deep along the curb in front, and the corresponding crowd of people milling around on the sidewalk. Stakes had been driven into the lawn and the flower bed along the front walk, and crime scene tape stretched out between them, cutting the front of the house off from everyone. Behind it, 2 cops stood on the porch, making notes and ignoring everything outside the tape. Kastner pulled his black SUV into a spot a short distance down the street. "Damn vultures," he muttered. "It's getting worse. They're sending them up from LA now." He swung around in his seat to look at Stone and Jason, both sitting in the back. "Okay, I want you two to stay with Lopez. You do what he tells you. Walk where he tells you, and don't walk where he tells you not to. You'll have to put on gloves and booties before you go in, but do not touch anything. You're not staying long. I don't have time to babysit you guys right now. If I see either of you anywhere but stapled to Stan's ass, you're out of there. Got it?" Stone nodded. "Yes." Kastner started to get out, then stopped. "Oh, one more thing. Do not talk to the media. At all. They're going to be barking at us as we go in. Just ignore them. You're a couple of deaf mutes." He glared at Stone. "And for God's sake, don't tell them what you do." When Stone and Jason both nodded, he opened the door and got out, motioning for them and Lopez, who was in the shotgun spot, to do likewise. As soon as they approached the house, they were accosted by a knot of reporters, photographers, and cameramen with large rigs on their shoulders. Stone shoved his hands deep into the pockets of his overcoat, bowed his head, and strode with Jason behind Kastner and Lopez, who parted the sea of media with curt commands and hand gestures. They passed under the crime scene tape and through the front door, which stood slightly ajar. "I hope you guys have strong stomachs," Kastner said, as they all donned plastic gloves and slipped paper booties over their shoes in the tile-floored entry. "I hear this one's even worse than Creek Road." Stone was sure he was right. Even out here, the stench of blood and the fainter tang of the beginning stages of decomposition were thick. He edged his magical senses open, not wanting to get hit with the solid wall of psychic feedback that would accompany such a scene, and followed Kastner and the others into the rest of the house. They passed through a living room that appeared undisturbed, mostly neat but cluttered with the items that made up the daily business of family living. Newspapers, a stack of books on an end table, a boxed board game on a coffee table. A pair of technicians in coveralls were busy examining the scene. Kastner didn't stop, but led them through and down a short hallway. He turned, gave them a stern, "You'd better remember what I said" look, and then stepped inside to make room for them. The hallway opened onto a large family room. On the right side was a breakfast bar with a cutaway leading into a kitchen. A pool table filled the left side, and the far wall was dominated by a large fireplace, its mantel covered with trophies and the photos of various smiling people, and a big screen television set. An overstuffed sofa, strewn with a few stuffed toys, faced the television. Right now, the room resembled some kind of hellish abattoir. Stone stepped just into the room, moved aside so he wasn't blocking the doorway, and stared. The bodies had been taken away by now, but the horrific aftermath of what had occurred was still clearly in evidence. Blood was everywhere, pooling on the floor, splattering the green felt of the pool table, drying on the backs of the chairs. 2 more investigators in coveralls and booties moved carefully around the scene, taking photographs, placing small plastic markers with numbers on them, pausing to make notes. Stone noticed the circle immediately. It was even less obvious this time. There was no dome effect to contain the blood, but it was there nonetheless, in the middle of the floor. He opened more of his magical sense, and the circle lit up with arcane power. He swayed, paling a bit as the psychic energy from so much violent death in such a small place hit him like a wall. This fresh, it told him the story of what had occurred almost as clearly as if he'd watched it himself. "You okay, Al?" Jason murmured. He was looking more than a bit pale himself. "Don't you dare puke on my crime scene, Stone," Kasner snapped. "Go outside if you're going to do that." Stone shook his head. "No," he said. "I'm not ill." Getting a vision? Kasner couldn't keep all the mocking from his tone, but to his credit he tried. "They killed each other," he whispered. All three of the others looked sharply at him. "What?" Lopez demanded. "There were three of them," Stone said, in the same soft tone. He didn't sound like he was answering them, but just speaking to the air in general. "Man, woman, and child. Girl." He glanced over at the mantel, noting that one of the larger photos showed a man, woman, and little girl about 8 years old standing on a beach. All three had dark hair. They stood next to a blonde girl around the same age, who must have been a friend of their daughter's. "The adults were sitting there." He pointed at the sofa, "watching television." "How the—" Kasner began, but Lopez held up a hand to silence him. Stone paused a moment, adjusting his mental barriers to attenuate some of the psychic onslaught while still allowing him to visualize the scene. "The little girl came out of her room. I'm not sure what time, that's not clear. She went to the kitchen and got those knives." He gestured at where 3 large blood-stained knives, including a meat cleaver, were scattered around the room, each with its own numbered tag. "She brought them to her parents." "I'm sorry," Kasner said firmly. "Maybe you believe this stuff, Stan, but this is fucking crazy. I don't have time for this." He started to turn away. "Look at the circle, Lieutenant," Stone said, his voice soft. "There was one at the third murder, too, wasn't there? The woman." Kasner stopped. "So you're telling me that this family killed each other? Just like that. The kid brought them the knives and they just started carving? Do you realize how goddamn insane that sounds?" "I know," Stone said. "I do realize it, but I also realize that a woman stabbing herself with a letter opener looks quite insane as well." He pointed. "Look at the way the bodies fell. Look at the blood. You tell me, Lieutenant. I don't have any experience analyzing this sort of thing. I'm just giving you the impressions I'm getting." Lopez's voice came, even and rational. "He's right, Pete. You know he is. If somebody showed me this scene and didn't tell me anything about it, I'd say they stood in the middle of the room and hacked at each other, crazy as that sounds to anyone with a shred of sanity." "Pretty ferociously, too," Jason added. "Look at the spatter. It's all the way out to the walls in some spots." Kasner took a breath. "Even if that's true," he said, "what am I supposed to do with that information? What am I going to tell people? That a suburban family hacked each other up with knives on a nice weeknight at home? Why would they do that?" He glared at Stone. "Even if you're giving me the what, and I still don't believe you, there's gotta be another explanation. That still doesn't give me the why. Where's the motive? Did they all go batshit at once? Is there something in the AC? Did they all eat a big helping of magic mushrooms for dinner?" He sighed. "I don't know. Maybe you guys should clear out now. I humored you. You had your look, but—" He paused, looking at Stone. "Hey, are you trancing out on me again?" "There's someone else here," Stone said, very quietly. "What?" Kasner frowned. "You mean a ghost or something?" "No." He closed his eyes for a moment, focusing. Somewhere nearby, a tiny flare in the midst of the conflagration of violent astral energy was That way, he said, pointing. In the backyard, I think, or near it. I don't have time for this, Kasner said. Stan, can you take him out and figure out what the hell he's talking about? I need to talk to the CSIs, and don't tromp through the scene. There were no police or investigators in the backyard, which was large and included an above-ground pool, a shed that looked like it had been converted into a playhouse, a picnic table with a big gas barbecue, and a lot of outdoor toys spread across the area. Either they hadn't deemed it interesting, or they hadn't gotten to it yet. Be careful, Lopez said when they arrived. Let's not walk around too much. What are you picking up? Behind him, Stone paused again. The astral interference was somewhat less intense out here, blocked by the house's walls. Over there, he said, nodding toward the playhouse. Lopez put his hand on his gun in the holster, but Stone shook his head. We're not looking for a murderer. Moving carefully, the three of them crossed the backyard until they were standing outside the playhouse. Lopez motioned for them to stay put, and he took a couple of steps forward until he could peer into one of the windows. He stiffened. Tell me it's not another body, Jason begged. Lopez shook his head. He moved over and opened the door of the playhouse. Come out, honey, he said gently. We won't hurt you. Nothing happened. Stone came over next to him and looked inside. After a moment, so did Jason. A small blonde girl, perhaps 8 or 9 years old, huddled in the back of the tiny house's shadowy interior, hidden behind some stacked boxes. Clad in lightweight pajamas with smiley faces on them, she had her knees drawn up under her chin and clutched a threadbare stuffed lion like it was the last anchor holding her to earth. Her eyes, big and scared, looked up at the three men from a tear-streaked face. She didn't speak. That's the girl in the picture on the fireplace, Jason whispered. Stone nodded. He took a step forward and crouched down. Hello, he said, keeping his voice soft. She swallowed. Are you policeman? She asked, in a shaking, barely audible voice. I'm a friend of policemen, he said. He nodded toward Lopez. This nice man here is one of them. What's your name? Olivia, she whispered. That's a very nice name, Stone said. He turned his head and whispered, Someone should go get Kasner. On it, Jason said, hurrying off. To the girl, he said, What are you doing out here, Olivia? She didn't answer. Does your friend live here? She shook her head. No. They hurted each other. Her small, scared voice sounded much younger than her apparent age. Stone wished now that he'd let Lopez handle this. He had no idea how to relate to children, and usually limited his association with them on purpose. However, this one seemed to be responding to him, and he didn't want to jeopardize the fragile connection. He supposed Kasner would have his head for talking to her at all, but he wasn't feeling too charitable toward the lieutenant at the moment. They did? He asked. Your friend and her parents? She shook her head again. They hurted each other. I thought they would hurt me, but they all just looked at me and then kept doing it. Tears sprang to her eyes again. I want my mommy, she sobbed. Where's your mommy, honey? Lopez asked. I'm a policeman, like you said. If you tell me where to find her, we'll make sure you get back home. No, she sobbed even louder. I am home. My mommy and my daddy and my sister, they hurted each other. Chapter 28. Holy shit. This just keeps getting worse, Lopez said. Stone didn't answer. He hadn't had much to say since they left the Ayala residence an hour ago, given a ride back to the station in one of Kasner's men's cruisers. They'd reclaimed Jason's gear and his car from the police and headed back to Lopez's place after deciding there was too much chance somebody might recognize them from the crime scene if they went anywhere public. Currently, they sat in the living room, all looking some degree of shell-shocked. "That poor kid," Jason agreed with a nod. "How the hell didn't they figure out there was another kid in the family and she was missing?" "Give 'em a break, Jace," Lopez said. "The cops around here aren't like the big city guys. Most of them won't see one scene like that in their whole career. They probably took a sweep of the area looking for the murderer, but the space she was hiding in was too small for an adult, so they let it go." "What's gonna happen to her?" he asked. "I'm sure they'll find somebody to look after her until they can find a relative." He sighed. "What I want to know, though, is why she was unharmed. Did you hear what she said? It was chilling. They looked at me and kept on hurting each other. Can you imagine what that must have been like for a kid that age? Hell, for anybody. Kid's gonna be in therapy for years. But why did they kill each other and not her?" Stone glanced up. "I wonder," he murmured. They both turned to him. "What?" Jason asked. "You got an idea?" "I think I might. But I need to know something first. Stan, could you check something for me?" "Maybe," Lopez said, his tone guarded. "Can you find out if Olivia was the Ayala's natural child?" He frowned. "Natural, you mean like born to them?" "Yes." Lopez looked reluctant, but he headed out to the kitchen, and a moment later they heard him muttering into the phone. Jason shot Stone a quizzical look, but he didn't reply. After a moment, Lopez came back in. "They found somebody who knew the family," he said. "You're right. Olivia was adopted. They didn't think they could have any kids, so they adopted her. Then, a year later, they got pregnant with Rose. That's the other girl, the one who—" He let that trail off and looked at Stone. "So, what's that mean?" Stone came up from where he was slouched into one corner of the sofa. "It means," he said, "that I think I might understand the motive now." "You want to share?" Jason asked. The mage addressed Lopez. "Remember what Dr. Garcia said about the tablets? About the curse?" Lopez looked confused for a moment. Then light dawned, and his eyes got wide. "This Faces guy. They wanted him to get revenge on the blood of those who'd wronged them." "The blood," Stone said. He sat very still as the enormity of that sunk in. "He's hunting down the descendants of anyone that these people, whoever they were, thought had harmed them. With them either being their own little group, which is bad enough, or the entire Shumash people." He turned to Lopez again. "Who would the Shumash believed harmed them?" "I don't know. The white man?" Lopez shrugged. "I told you. That was a long time ago, and I didn't really pay that much attention in class." But Jason was shaking his head. "You said that was a long time ago, right? Hundreds of years?" "Almost certainly," Stone confirmed. "Why?" "It'd be more specific than that," he said. "I did pay attention in class. We had to build popsicle stick Indian villages and all that stuff in grade school, and I actually thought it was pretty cool. It wasn't the generic white man who screwed over the Shumash. It was mostly the Spanish with their European diseases. They wiped out a huge percentage of them when they first came here." Stone was nodding. "Yes, it makes sense." "So you're saying it's killing the descendants of the Spanish explorers who came here?" Lopez asked, frowning. "From hundreds of years ago. That could be thousands of people if you count anybody with a connection to any of those bloodlines." He paused. "You asked me before if we could find out if the victims were related in any way. But that's not it, is it? The only thing they have in common is that they were all descended from these Spanish settlers or whatever other group those guys thought messed with them. So if both sides of the Ayala family were, but Olivia wasn't because she was adopted." He let his breath out. "Kastner's not going to like this. And how are we supposed to protect these people if we can't even figure out who they are?
A lot of people don't even know who they're related to going back that far. Do we even need to? If this is a curse, is there a way to, I don't know, break it so it can't affect them anymore? Like destroy that shrine thing?
Stone dropped back into his slouched position. Breaking the curse is what we're trying to do, ultimately, but I wouldn't want to try destroying the shrine until we know more about it. It's too closely tied in with the area. I'm not even sure we could. But even so, destruction without knowledge can be dangerous. Anyway, that's not the only thing we need to figure out, Jason said suddenly. When Stone and Lopez both turned to him, he asked, "Where's this thing been all this time?" "What do you mean?" Stone raised a questioning eyebrow. He shrugged. "If you're right and it's been running around killing these descendants, then how come there's not a huge trail of bodies going all the way back to however many hundreds of years ago it was first summoned?" Stone's gaze locked on him. "That, Jason, is a damned good question."
"Maybe it only appears every so many years," Lopez said. Like that creepy clown thing in that Stephen King book."
Jason shook his head. "Unless it's a pretty long interval, like every 100 years or even longer, somebody'll have noticed. I'd imagine if there was a bunch of people getting sliced up around here regularly, there'd at least be stories about it. That's a big deal. Ojai usually doesn't even have one murder in a year. This place is about as peaceful as it gets. We could check the newspaper archives, but—"
"He's got a point," Lopez said. "So that gets us back to the original question. If they called it up and told it to murder their enemies, and it actually did it, then why didn't it keep doing it? Did it off a bunch of people and sleep for 300 years and now it's woken up again?"
Stone shoved his hair back, his mind running fast as it examined possibilities. Nothing looked likely based on the facts as they knew them, or the speculations they had. "If it got summoned, could it get sent back?" Jason asked.
"If it got sent back, though, wouldn't it be gone?"
Lopez leaned forward.
"I still can't believe I'm sitting here having this conversation."
But Stone sat up again. "Wait a moment," he said. "You might be onto something." He was silent for several seconds. Nobody interrupted him. "This is obviously a reasonably powerful entity. If the magical corruption from the site of its summoning could persist even over this many years, it's not a lightweight. So to banish it would require a lot of power as well." "So?" Jason asked. "So," Stone said, "what if it isn't banished? What if it were given some sort of astral timeout, sent away, or, more likely, somehow had its power diminished? Or it just decided it had fulfilled its obligation and left on its own? Or, just let me ramble here, this is all speculation, someone bribed it to stay away?"
"Spirits can be bribed?" Lopez asked, dubious.
"Sure, if you can find the thing they value. In this case, this one was summoned for vengeance and blood, so—" He shook his head. "I don't know. I think this line of reasoning might be valid, but I need to think about it a bit more."
"It's too bad there aren't any other mages around here," Jason said.
"Could you maybe go talk to this Garcia guy again? Maybe he'll know more about this faces thing." "I doubt it," Stone said. He didn't seem to recognize the name when he read it off the tablets, and as much as he was interested in the history of the Shumash, I'm fairly sure he doesn't believe in the supernatural aspect of it.
"So what do we do then?"
Jason sounded frustrated. "We can't just keep letting people die. It looks like it started killing people in groups now. Why is it escalating?" Stone was thinking again. "Stan, do you know if there were any other unusual murders around the area recently? Before Creek Road, I mean." Lopez thought about it.
"I don't recall any," he said. "That doesn't mean there weren't any, but I'd be surprised. That'd be easy enough to check with another phone call. I wouldn't even have to call Kasner. I could just check with somebody in Ventura. The records for the county are centralized."
He frowned.
"What are you thinking?"
"It just seems odd that these killings started so recently. Unless there are other bodies here that were killed before the man in the barn, then that place is the first of the murders sometime last week."
"Yeah," Lopez said. "It doesn't seem like this thing is trying to hide the bodies very well. And the ME puts Paul Gardo's, that's the guy in the barn, death somewhere around last Monday or Tuesday.
Stone murmured. So, if we assume Gardo was the first, that puts nearly a week between his death and Ashley Reed's. Leaving out Lindsay, I don't think she's part of the pattern here. It's another 2 days before the other woman's body was found. Again, he forced himself to submerge his vision of Lindsay's bloody body. She was every bit as much a victim as the others, even if she wasn't one of the descendants.
Linda Solis,
Lopez said.
They're getting much closer together,
Jason said soberly. Stone nodded. Precisely my point. And then the Ayalas, sometime last night or early this morning. 3 people at once.
I don't see what you're getting at, Lopez said, aside from the fact that the killings are coming faster, which is bad enough.
What does it imply to you that the killings started last week? That this faces thing just showed up on the scene again, Jason said. Exactly, which, if you know about spirits, could mean any one of 3 things. Either it's been dormant and reawakened, it simply decided for whatever reason to start killing again, or it's been resummoned. Stone shoved himself back to a more upright position. There's also another thing to consider. Why did it bother grabbing Jason?
I thought we agreed it wanted my power, Jason said.
Yes, but why? It certainly wouldn't have reasonably expected someone like you to stray so enticingly into its path. Were you simply a target of opportunity? Or did it see some advantage in taking time out from its primary mission to abduct you?
Lopez looked confused. You lost me. What's this power you're talking about?
Long story, Jason told him. Short version, mages like me because I have a power they can use if I let them. Sort of like a battery.
Wait a second, you're snarled up in this whole magic thing too?
Please, Stone cut in. We don't have time for this right now. Stan, if you could make that call and verify that there haven't been any other unusual murders lately, that will help put another piece to our puzzle. Lopez looked like he was going to push it, but then shrugged and headed back out to the kitchen. When he was gone, Jason turned toward Stone. You've got an idea, don't you? Possibly. Something crazy and probably dangerous, right? Almost certainly, yes. You want to let me in on it? Not yet. It's still baking. Let's see what Stan has to say, but I might need your help with it. You know you got it, Jason replied without hesitation. Lopez came back a few minutes later.
Okay, he said. I was right. No unusual murders in the county in the last 6 months. Nothing in Ojai, and even Ventura only had 3. 2 gang drive-bys and 1 domestic violence case.
He sat back down with a weary sigh.
This business is attracting a lot of attention. I mean, 7 murders in a town that barely has 1 a year? Kasner's guys are getting overwhelmed. And from what you say, it's only going to get worse.
Stone nodded, his expression grim, and stood. If you two will excuse me, I need to go think for a bit.
But,
Lopez began. Jason held up a hand.
Let him go, Stan. He does this. Hey, Al, is it safe for us to go out?
Probably. I'd stay together if I were you. Where were you planning to go?
Library. I want to check a couple of things, and if you're going to be off meditating or something, it might be a good time to do it.
Go, he said. Give me an hour or 2. I have some things I need to work through. Alone in Lopez's house after the cop and Jason had departed, Stone lay on his back on his bed and stared up at the ceiling, at last letting his mind have its way with the cacophony of thoughts zooming around his head. He still felt tired, more tired than he'd been since being in the thick of the evil situation the previous year. The cumulative injuries he'd suffered over the past few days, none serious on their own, were more problematic when they all got together and linked arms. He'd tossed back a couple of ibuprofen before lying down. He still wished he could take something more potent, but now more than ever he couldn't afford to dull his mental processes.
He also couldn't afford to think too closely about the murder victims. About Ashley Reed, who'd been a good student and a cheerleader. About Linda Solis, who'd had a husband and children. About the Ayala family, slicing each other to ribbons in front of the television as a small girl looked on in horror. About Lindsay Cole. Thinking about them as people whose only crimes were being connected through ancient history to the enemies of an insane, vengeful group of long-dead Indians, or, in Lindsay's case, being connected to one very much alive, only slightly insane British mage, wouldn't help him track down and deal with the entity that had caused their deaths. He couldn't help them now, no matter how much he wanted to turn back time and stop all of this from happening. Time travel wasn't something anyone had figured out how to do with magic yet, at least as far as Stone knew. So the plan was to prevent any further deaths, including his own, Jason's, and Lopez's, because he had no illusions about the fact that he of many faces had all three of them clearly in its bloodthirsty sights, and that he was right there at the top of its most wanted list. He sat up. None of this was helping. Even if he knew exactly what he needed to do to deal with the problem, once again he would certainly be fighting roadblocks that weren't even related to the situation. Roadblocks like Kastner. Stone had no doubt that Lopez was right. Kastner was a good cop and a good man. He only wanted to do the right thing. But he was also hopelessly mundane. When you combined hopelessly mundane, head of law enforcement for the relevant area, and still half suspects you of murder, it could only make for a significantly more difficult time getting anything accomplished. He thought about Stan Lopez. A few days ago, he'd have thought of him as just as mundane as Kastner. Perhaps he had been. Not for the first time, Stone considered what it might be like to be able to simply reveal what he was to people when he needed their help, or needed them to stay out of his way while he tried to get something done. It had a certain allure, sure, but so far he'd been very lucky. He didn't have any illusions about whether he'd keep up this streak if he got too indiscriminate about who he let in on the secret. The world of magic was definitely on a need-to-know basis, and Stone wasn't convinced yet that Kastner needed to know. As long as Lopez could run the interference, that would have to suffice. The thing was, though, if he was being completely honest with himself, by Kastner's reckoning, Stone himself was every bit as much in the way of the investigation as he found Kastner to be. Putting himself in the lieutenant's place, he wondered what he would think or how he'd react if some out-of-town nutter blew onto the scene and kept turning up at murder sites. That realization didn't make him feel any more charitable toward Kastner and his stubbornness, but it did make him a bit more sympathetic. The man was just doing his job. Unfortunately, however, no matter how hard Kastner worked or how many mundane resources he brought to bear on the problem, he wouldn't be able to solve it. This wasn't the kind of thing you could solve with guns or smart police work. Despite their best efforts, Stone had no doubt that he of many faces would continue his campaign of revenge against his ancient enemies until he either killed them all or the sheer number of murders caught the attention of some other mage who decided it was worth his or her time to come to Ojai and investigate. That probably wouldn't happen until things were well past the point where anything short of a whole team of mages would be able to deal with it. Which meant Stone was going to have to find a way to deal with it soon, whether he liked it or not. He got up and headed for the living room. He only had one idea, and he hadn't been kidding when he'd told Jason it would be dangerous. He hoped Jason and Lopez would come back with some information from the library that would suggest another alternative, but he didn't think they would. Usually, things just didn't work that way. By the time Jason and Lopez got back a little over an hour later, bearing fast food bags and a small stack of papers, Stone was slouched on the sofa watching a news account of the latest murders. He shut off the television as they came in. "Find anything?" Lopez went to the kitchen to get drinks while Jason dropped the bags on the coffee table. "Yeah, I think so anyway." When they were all seated, Jason held up the papers. "We got into the newspaper archives, starting 10 years back and going from there, just looking for anything that looked weird or unusual, especially murders or deaths. I was getting discouraged because we weren't finding anything, but then we got further back and found these." He passed the papers over to Stone. "Check it out and see what you think." Stone glanced over the top sheet. It was a photocopy of a news story dated 27 years ago in late February. "Police have no suspects in murder of local woman," he read. He skimmed the rest of the article. Name was Patricia Perez, age 30. Throat slashed. No prints but hers on the weapon. Police thought it was a vengeful ex-husband but never proved it. He raised an eyebrow. "I suppose it's possible, but keep going," Jason said. Stone slid that one behind the stack and looked at the next one. This one was dated in the same year, a month earlier. It described the attempted murder of a teenage boy in the locker room of the local high school. The coach had come in and caught another boy trying to stab him with a large pocket knife. Police could not find a motive for the attack. The boys barely knew each other, and no one, including the victim, could come up with any reason why the attacker would want to hurt him. More oddly, the attacker claimed not to remember committing the crime and seemed disoriented following the discovery. The names of the victim and the attacker weren't mentioned in the article, since they were both minors. Stone glanced up. "Interesting." "One more," Lopez said, nodding toward the stack. "This one might not be relevant. It was a little different, but we made a copy of it just in case."
The third article, dated 2 weeks after the previous one, described the discovery of a 34-year-old local woman named Edna Soren by a group of hikers in a woody area off Creek Road. She had been severely injured and claimed not to remember what had happened to her. She was taken to a local hospital where at the time the article was written, she was still being treated. "Creek Road again," Stone murmured. He glanced up. "Anything else?" "Nothing after that one," Jason said. "The only other murders after that were all things like domestic violence, drunken brawls, gang stuff, all pretty normal." "And nothing prior to these?" "Not that we could find," Lopez said. "We went back through another 25 years or so to see if we could find a pattern, but there wasn't anything. Of course, we only had time to check the Ojai paper. We might be able to turn up more in the Ventura one, but that would take a whole lot more research." Stone nodded, thinking. "So we've got a murder and either one or two attempted murders that match the pattern of our current ones." Edna Soren didn't die, correct?
"The papers didn't say anything else about her in the next few weeks," Jason said, "so I'm guessing not." "What I want to know, though," Stone said, as if talking to himself, "is if these are connected with the current ones, why so few and so unsuccessful? One would think that if Faces went on another killing spree 27 years ago, he wouldn't have stopped with one victim and two almosts." "Yeah," Jason said. "That's a good point. But even so, especially the one with the kid that doesn't remember, that sounds like our guy, or thing, or whatever. It's like you said happened with the kid who tried to strangle you at Bart's." "But why did it stop?" Lopez asked. "After seeing some of the bodies, I can't figure it just decided, that's enough, I'll stop now." "Good question," Stone said. "It's possible that someone stopped it." "A mage, you mean?"
"Or more than one," Stone said. "It's possible. We don't exactly advertise our activities generally, and if someone did stop it, they probably assumed it wouldn't be back, so there was no need to discuss it further." "So, assuming you're right," Jason said, "the big questions are who stopped it and why is it back now?" "Yes," Stone agreed.
Do you have any idea how to answer those questions? Lopez asked.
What about that plan you had, Al? Jason added. Did you work it out yet?
As well as I can, which isn't that well, I'm afraid.
Stone stood. I need to make a couple of phone calls. May I use your phone, Stan?
Sure, go for it.
Hang on, Jason protested. Don't leave us in suspense. What are you thinking of doing? Trying to talk to it, Stone said, and disappeared into the kitchen. Chapter 29. An hour later, Jason and Lopez were having an unspoken contest to see who looked more uncomfortable, standing amid the doily-strewn tablecloths and gauzy decor of the Third Eye bookstore and Mystic Emporium. As Stone studied the bookshelves, the two of them finally decided to declare the competition a tie. "We'll be outside," Jason said, as he turned sideways to fit past Stone in a narrow aisle. "You, take all the time you need." Stone nodded, flipping through a book. On the other side of the store, the proprietress and her friend, the same woman who'd been here the last time Stone had visited, sipped tea and watched him while trying not to be obvious. After Jason and Lopez left, Stone headed toward them. He didn't miss the looks of apprehension on both their faces. In truth, he didn't want to be here any more than his two companions did. However, he needed some information, and the two phone calls he'd made, to Hubbard at the university and Stefan Kalinsky, his black mage associate, had both gone unanswered. Since time was of the essence, he was forced to resort to Plan B. "Ladies," he murmured with a nod. "Oh, may I help you?" the proprietress asked. Her voice shook a little, and she never took her eyes off him. Stone deliberately turned on the charm, wondering if the power of the cheery grin and the accent would trump what was no doubt a fear that he was going to murder them right there in the shop. "I hope so," he said. "Would you happen to have any reference material on this area's ley lines?" In spite of herself, the proprietress's fearful look was replaced by one of surprise. "I don't get much call for that," she admitted. "It's for a little project I'm working on. I'm down from the Bay Area, and I'm afraid I've left all my reference materials at home. I need to know where the ley lines run so I'll know where to get the best results." "What kind of results?" the woman asked. He reached into the pocket of his overcoat. Both women flinched a little, and pulled out one of his business cards. "Just getting an idea of the sort of mystical energy you have around here," he said. "Remember when I was in before, I was looking for information on local legends? Same project." The woman stared at the card. Her friend looked over her shoulder and did likewise. Then they both looked up at him. "You teach the occult at Stanford?" Stone smiled inwardly. Hook baited, line cast, fish caught. Now all that was left was to reel them in. "I do," he said. "I'm always fascinated to find local shops like yours, and in this case yours was a godsend for my research." He amped up this smile a bit. "Who knows, you might even get a citation in the paper I'm working on." The woman sighed. If Stone had been crueler, it would have been humorous. Her expression looked like she couldn't decide whether to be awestruck or terrified by the thought that he was not only a potential murderer, but a potential murderer who was an expert in her own subject of interest. "I'm sorry, Doctor." She looked at the card again. "Stone, I wish I could help you, but I'm afraid I don't have anything about the local ley lines. I might be able to order something, but—" "Wait," the other woman spoke up. "I might have a map at home. In fact, I know I do. Do you have time? I could run home and get it. It would only take me 15 minutes or so. I don't live far away." Stone noticed that she didn't invite him home with her, The smile and the promise of her name in a real occult paper would only take him so far. "That would be lovely, Mrs. Washburn," she said. "Suzanne Washburn." She rose and grabbed her oversized purse. "You just wait here if you can, and I'll be right back." She waved and hurried out of the shop. The proprietress smiled, still looking a little uncertain. "Suzanne has oodles of that sort of thing. She bought a lot from me, and she haunts Bart's or sometimes even goes into Santa Barbara or L.A. to look for it. Like I said, one of my best customers ever since I opened the shop." She tilted her head, clearly gathering her courage. Finally, she ventured, "I saw you on the news, Dr. Stone." "I'm not surprised." She glanced toward the door, suddenly realizing that she was alone in the shop with a potential murderer who had two large and intimidating-looking friends waiting outside. Swallowing, she said, Is there anything else I can help you with while you wait?" "No, thank you. If I'm making you uncomfortable, I could wait outside." No, she dithered, trailing off. He smiled. "It's no trouble. I'll just wait outside with my friends." He didn't miss the look of relief on her face as he turned to leave. Suzanne Washburn returned as promised in about 15 minutes, clutching a large book and a rolled-up map. She waved triumphantly at Stone, and he followed her back inside. "Here we are," she said, unrolling the map and spreading it across the counter. "Is this what you're looking for, Dr. Stone?" He studied it. The map was quite detailed. It showed the western half of the United States and was crisscrossed with a series of familiar interconnected lines, along with others showing longitude and latitude. After checking to make sure that the ones he knew in the Bay Area were accurate, he focused his attention on the Southern California area. "Yes, this will do nicely," he said. "Tell me, you ladies are obviously knowledgeable about the area's mystical characteristics." "Oh, yes," Susan said proudly, before the shop's proprietress could answer. "This valley has very good energy. It's known for it all over the world." "I'm sure it is," he murmured, still examining the map. "But can you tell me if there are any specific areas that are known for being more mystically or spiritually active than usual?" "There's quite a lot of them," the proprietress said. "Ojai is very spiritual. I think I've actually got a list somewhere, for the tourists." She went off and in a couple of minutes came back with a small pamphlet titled "Your Gateway to Magical Ojai," with a hand-drawn picture of a mountaintop and an oak tree under a large full moon. "This should help you." "Thank you," he said, tucking the pamphlet into his coat. He indicated the map. "Do you happen to have a photocopier? I'll need to spend some time studying this." "Why don't you keep it for now, Dr. Stone?" Suzanne said hastily. "As long as you need it. I use it to do astrological charts, but I have another one. You can just bring it back and leave it with Iris here when you're finished with it." "Thank you both very much. I appreciate your help." Once again, he didn't miss that both of them looked quite relieved to see him depart. "About time," Jason said, as Stone came out of the shop carrying the map and a large purple bag. "Stan and I have been out here discussing what a crazy-ass idea this is that you had. Are you sure you still want to go through with it?" Stone kept going, headed back toward Lopez's truck. "I haven't been able to come up with anything better, have you?" Jason and Lopez fell into step behind him. "We've been trying," Jason said. "We got nothing. But are you even going to be able to do this? What makes you think it'll talk to you, or that you can handle it if it decides it would rather eat your face? Didn't you say it kicked you around like an old football at the barn out on Creek Road?" "Yes, but I didn't have a secret weapon then," Stone said. "And what's that?" "You." They reached the truck and climbed in. Jason stared at the mage, confused. "Me?" "Faces won't expect me to have the kind of power I can toss around when I don't have to worry about what's driving it." I'm hoping that would give it a surprise if it tries anything. You are still willing to help, aren't you? Sure, Jason said, but I'll need an hour or so to study this map and compare it with the literature I've got, he said, as if Jason hadn't spoken.
What are you looking for?
Lopez asked, swinging the truck into a wide U-turn and heading back up Ojai Avenue. Someplace that might not exist. If it doesn't, I'll have to improvise. But if luck smiles on our efforts, there'll be somewhere around this area that combines a place of power, a ley line, or even two of them crossed, which is too much to ask, and a few or no people likely to be nearby after dark.
You realize, Lopez said, that if you pull some kind of flashy stunt and get caught, you'll probably get hauled back into jail again. At some point they're going to charge you with something just so they can sit on you.
Yes, well, that's your contribution to our little party, Stone said. If that should happen, it will be your job to talk our way out of whatever police trouble we find ourselves in. Lopez grimaced.
Lucky me.
Jason waited until they got back to Lopez's house, and the cop was in the kitchen getting drinks before addressing Stone.
So you said you need my battery thing to help you with faces, he said. What about that other magic you were working on? The stuff from Harrison? I just realized you never mention it anymore. Did you give up on trying to learn it?
He said, that sort of thing's not really appropriate in this case. I haven't worked out yet how to do anything but open up the fire hose and let fly, and that can be dangerous if I lose control of it. It wasn't the truth, and he hoped Jason didn't smart the fact that he was lying, or at least not telling the whole story. Apparently Verity had kept her word and never revealed to her brother what had happened the previous summer, when Stone had temporarily burned out his magical abilities while dealing with the evil's ritual at Burning Man. In truth, he'd put Harrison's research on the back burner after that. He didn't like to admit it, but the thought of permanently losing his magical abilities frightened him enough that every time he thought about resuming his experiments, he came up with an excuse for why it would be better to do it later. Later hadn't come since he'd returned from Las Vegas almost a year ago. You're not having second thoughts, are you? He asked, to divert the subject.
Nah, Jason said. I told you I'm in, and I am. I just gotta say, I don't think trying to talk to something that's murdered 7 people so far is gonna work. It doesn't seem like the talking type.
You may be right, Stone said, but I'm fresh out of other options. Chapter 30. Stone took the map, along with his various books and pamphlets, and disappeared into his room. When he came back out an hour or so later carrying the map and a book with a marker sticking out of it, Jason and Lopez were watching another news account of the triple murder on the evening news. Anything new? Stone asked, or are they just repeating themselves for the dozenth time? No suspects, Jason said. They're asking for the public's help if they saw anybody near the house. There's speculation that it might be related to at least a couple of the other murders, and they're telling everybody not to go anywhere alone, especially at night. Oh, and the little girl, Olivia, is in her grandparents' custody. Good, good. He sat on the couch and turned to Lopez. Stan, are you familiar with a place called Matilija Hot Springs? He stumbled over the unfamiliar word.
Sure, Lopez said. It's a few miles outside Ojai, up Highway 33.
He grinned.
And you totally mangled that name, Al. It's Matilaha.
Whatever. Tell me about it.
It's kind of a local hippie hangout. Hot springs, like the name says. There used to be a little resort thing, but it's been closed for the last couple of years. People still sneak up there sometimes to soak and smoke, from what I hear. But they've got no trespassing signs and a razor wire fence around the whole thing to keep them out. I wouldn't be surprised if a few snuck in anyway, but it should be pretty private, especially on a weeknight. Is that where you want to go?
Stone indicated the rolled-up map and opened the book to the place he'd marked. According to this, the Shumash considered it a sacred place of healing. It doesn't have intersecting ley lines, but it does have one running right through the middle of it. And I didn't realize it was closed. That makes it even better. Means we're less likely to encounter anyone, and if we do, you can just show them your badge and ask them to leave. You make it sound so easy, Jason said. Well, either it will work or it won't, Stone said. It's not terribly complicated in theory. Theory isn't what usually tries to kill us. Stone's expression grew serious. I'm not forcing you to do this, either of you. There's a good chance it could be dangerous, especially if something goes wrong. If you want to back out, do it now. Jason and Lopez exchanged glances.
Hell, Lopez said. I didn't need to retire anyway.
And I got nothing better to do, Jason said. Looks like you're stuck with us, Al. When's this going down? As soon as it gets dark. The sooner we do this, the sooner we have a chance of stopping the murders.
What exactly are you going to do? Lopez asked. I'm not following this whole plan. You're going to try to contact this thing and talk to it? And say what? Please, Mr. Ancient Evil Spirit of Vengeance, won't you stop killing people? I know I'm pretty new at this whole supernatural gig, but somehow I don't think asking nicely and offering it a cookie are going to get you very far.
I don't have a cookie, Stone pointed out, so I'll have to make do with my natural charm, I guess. Al, Jason started. Stone shook his head. Don't worry about it. I'm making this up as I go along, to be honest, but like I said before, what other alternative do we have? If you have other ideas, speak up now.
If you get yourself killed, it's not going to do anybody any good, Lopez said.
I'm not planning to get myself or anyone killed. We'll be prepared before we go in, and that includes stronger mental protections and a much more elaborate circle.
Great, except that thing got to you, even through your mental protections, remember? Lopez pointed out. And it almost made me shoot you.
So far, though, he's shown no sign of being able to do that away from his nasty little shrine. As strong as he is, I don't think he's nearly as potent without being near a corrupted ley line, combined with something that could hold its mystic charge over hundreds of years. If he could get to us out here, I think he'd already have done by now. I think he tried when I was getting Jason back, but he couldn't manage it. Lopez got up.
Okay then. Come on, Jason.
Where are we going?
Hardware store, for some supplies. Al here has proven that he's great with the weird shit, but pretty much hopeless with anything practical. So it's up to us to be the practical ones.
Stone glared at them, but once again, he didn't bother contradicting Lopez. They waited until full dark before heading out of town. Stacked neatly in the truck's bed were 3 packs, similar to the ones Lopez had prepared for their hike up to the shrine, along with a couple coils of rope, a first aid kit, a fire extinguisher, Jason's idea after pointing out that Stone's magical adventures often ended in something either catching fire or blowing up, a pack of glow sticks, a heavy blanket, a lantern, extra flashlights and batteries, 2 long-bladed machetes, and a flare gun. There was also a shotgun and a box of ammo in a locked box in the back of the cab, and Jason had convinced Lopez to lend him his spare pistol. Stone had looked over all these preparations with amazement. We're not going to war, he protested. We're just going 5 miles outside town. Has one of these plans ever gone the way you expected, Al? Jason asked, arms crossed. Despite the heat, he was carrying a leather jacket he borrowed from Lopez. The cop had one as well. With that kind of optimism, what can I do but assume everything will be fine? Stone's voice dripped sarcasm as he tossed his black duffel bag, stuffed full of various ritual components, supplemented by his purchases at the Third Eye and a few of his books, into the bed along with the rest of the gear. He had declined Lopez's offer of another leather jacket, preferring his own overcoat. It didn't have any armor, but he didn't think trying to do magic while flapping around in a jacket that fit someone who had 40 pounds on him would be the best idea. They had dinner at an Italian place Lopez suggested, after Stone had quietly turned down the first suggestion of Don Armando's. Still, he barely touched his food, staring moodily into the table's candle as Lopez and Jason dug into their pasta and caught up on old news as if this were just a normal weeknight. If he noticed that their voices were a little unnaturally fast and bright, he didn't say anything. The truth was, he had next to no idea how he was going to pull this off. He didn't even know if he of many faces would bother to answer his call, or what he would do if it did. His hope was that, like many things from the spirit world that like to dress up as other people, it wasn't that powerful physically. That kind of being usually relied on subtlety rather than sheer power. The evil were a good example. Once you got them out of their stolen bodies, even the most powerful of them were vulnerable on this plane. The trick was getting them out and hitting them once you did. Since he was reasonably sure now that faces couldn't possess him or his friends, it would be forced to deal with him in a non-corporeal fashion. And further, if his theory about its minions requiring some connection, such as the energy from a recently killed victim, to be able to affect the material plane without possessing someone, then they, at least, might not be a factor in this. There was also the possibility that Stone had deprived it of what might have been a significant power source when he rescued Jason from his extra-dimensional captivity. He still wasn't sure exactly what Faces had been doing with the power it had been pulling from Jason, but now it didn't have it anymore. That had to make some difference. Hell, if he was being wildly optimistic about things, admittedly not a mental state he often enjoyed, perhaps the energy from Jason was why it had been so active this time, as opposed to 27 years ago when it had barely managed to kill one person and make a go at another, or two, before disappearing again. Maybe it had a limited amount of energy and could only be active for a short time before it was forced to go back home to recharge, and Jason's power had prolonged its shelf life. If that were true, then maybe the Ayalas were its last gasp as it had tried to do as much damage as possible before it had to go home. As usual, it was all speculation, and probably wrong. That was the problem with dealing with the supernatural in real life. Nothing was cut and dried, and almost nothing was simple. The whole thing would have been easier if it were more like the books, where things like vampires and werewolves and ghosts had their own laws and societies and physical rules that they followed. You know, like, I'm facing a vampire, I'd better stock up on wooden stakes, holy water, and garlic bread, or werewolf, silver bullets, and done. Instead, pretty much everything he'd faced so far in his magical career had been different from everything else he'd faced, to the point where it was impossible to be prepared for anything ahead of time. He was almost nostalgic for the evil. At least they made sense once you figured them out. He continued to be lost in his thoughts as they drove out of town, heading north up Highway 33. It was dark now. Few cars passed them going the other way, and no one was behind them. Above, the night was nearly moonless.
"You ever been out here, Jason?"
Lopez asked. He drove just a bit above the speed limit, the truck's smooth, powerful engine rumbling comfortingly.
"No, but some of my friends have. It was one of the good places to party and drink beer back in the day. The cops didn't bother you if you didn't make trouble. Not really my thing."
He leaned forward from his spot in the back seat.
"Hey, Al, you awake?"
Stone nodded, but didn't answer.
"Everything okay?"
Lopez glanced over, then back at the road.
"Fine,"
he said, without moving.
"Let him go, Stan. He's probably doing his magic preparation thing, or else we're boring him, or both."
Jason grinned. Stone still didn't reply. He didn't think there was anything to be gained from letting them in on what he was really doing, carefully watching the oncoming cars and preparing to shield the truck in case Faces or one of its minions decided to possess its driver and send it into an impromptu head-on collision. The turnoff to Matilaha Hot Springs was on their left, and not well marked. Lopez almost missed it before Jason jabbed a finger forward and called, "There it is!" He hit the brakes and veered the truck off the road with only a small squeal of tires and a somewhat larger jostling of his passengers. In front of them, about 50 feet up, two metal posts rose on either side of the road. A chain stretched between them with a sign hanging from its center point, "No trespassing." Lopez pulled the truck up to it and stopped.
"We hike from here?"
"Is it far?"
"Another mile or so up the road."
"Too far, then. Give me a moment." He got out and went over to where the chain was connected to the pole. He stared at it, centering his will on one link. After a moment, it came loose with a small pop. He unhooked it and dropped it, then waved Lopez forward. After the truck rumbled past, he rehooked the chain, but didn't repair the link. If they had to get out of here in a hurry, it would be easier to break through the chain. They continued on. Lopez drove slowly, the headlights' beams bouncing along a narrow road bounded by trees and rocks. Aside from the truck's lights, there were no others along the road, giving their approach a tunnel-like quality. Stone kept a careful watch for any movement, his magical senses active. Aside from the occasional flash of a small animal darting across the road or between the trees, he saw nothing. The road opened into a dirt parking lot. This, too, was chained off with another "No Trespassing" sign, but this time Lopez could pull the truck around it. Beyond the lot, they could see the dark shapes of a few buildings and many trees.
"I think there's a path leading to the springs,"
Lopez said. And to Stone,
"Do you need to go there specifically, or is this close enough?"
"Hold on." Stone got out of the truck and opened up his magical senses fully, taking in the energies of the area. Immediately, a sense of peace and well-being flowed over him. The various small injuries he'd sustained over the past few days didn't fade, but it was as if they no longer mattered. As much as the tainted sight of the grim shrine up above Creek Road had made him feel ill and uneasy, this place seemed to be its opposite. He felt the energies here moving in harmony, aspected toward health and healing instead of corruption and vengeance. Further, the ley line here thrummed with power. Clean, untarnished power this time. It was the difference between a pool of sewage and a clear, fresh pond. "Al?" Stone started, reluctant to pull himself back from the area's pleasant embrace. "What? Oh, yes, this will do fine for what I need." He grabbed his bag from the back of the truck. Jason and Lopez pulled out the lantern and flashlights, and Jason strapped Lopez's spare gun on, and they both grabbed machetes.
"Should I pull the truck around and leave the headlights on?"
Lopez asked. "No," Stone said. "You're fine there. Just bring the lantern and a few of those glow sticks. I don't want to put the circle too close to the truck in case something goes wrong." They got the lantern going, and Stone began setting up. He slipped out of his coat and tossed it into the truck's passenger seat, then walked about 20 feet away. As Lopez and Jason watched, prowling the perimeter with their machetes and flashlights in hand, Stone drew a large circle with blue sand, using a tool that looked ridiculously like what pastry chefs used for making icing curlicues on cupcakes. Then, using a smaller version of the same tool, he painstakingly began drawing smaller structures, both fully insighted and intersecting its edges. He ignored everything but his work, trusting his friends to keep watching for any potential threats. When he finished with the sand, he placed candles and crystals at strategic points, weaving the magic around and through them and the circle with utmost care. He focused on defense, protection, and clarity of mind. He wasn't trying to summon or imprison anything with this circle, but merely to make contact while preventing it from attacking him. He could feel the vast energy of the ley line flowing through him, augmenting his own not inconsiderable powers, making the working both easier and stronger than it would have been in another location. The energy of the earth worked in harmony with his purpose. If he'd been trying to do harm or injury with his circle, he was sure he would have met far more resistance, and the ley line would prove a hindrance rather than a help. When he got down to it, he realized, the people who had summoned He of Many Faces so many years ago had no doubt thought they were doing the right thing. They had seen their people decimated by these intruders' sickness, and had only sought vengeance for the destruction of their way of life. Yes, they were twisted and bloodthirsty by the standards of their peaceful culture, but a small corner of Stone's mind could understand and sympathize with the desperate measures they'd taken. The only problem was, those desperate measures were now causing untold injury to people who had nothing to do with their crusade. Killing the actual people who had brought the disease to their tribe was perhaps understandable, if not entirely moral. But killing their descendants? Innocent men, women, and children who harbored them no ill will? That was different. Stone hoped he'd have a chance of convincing He of Many Faces that it had fulfilled its purpose and could now go home permanently. Sometimes spirits from other dimensions could be reasonable. Not too often, admittedly, but sometimes. It took him nearly an hour to finish the circle, though he didn't realize it until he was done. He stopped in its center, swiping his hair off his forehead, and examined his handiwork. There. Jason and Lopez halted their sentry routes. Done? Jason asked. At Stone's nod, he said, Okay, so what happens now? Now we begin. He carefully stepped out of the circle. This is going to get a bit tricky. I can't protect you unless you're actually inside the circle, but if anything physical should show up, you're going to need to deal with it. How does that work? Lopez asked. Stone pointed. Notice I've left some gaps from the center out to the edge. If you step carefully, you can exit there, even in the middle of the ritual. I've allowed for that in the casting. The only important thing to remember is this. Whatever you do, do not break the circle. Don't touch the sand. If you even smudge it a bit with your foot, all sorts of things I'd rather not think about could happen. Frying my brain with psychic backlash is probably the most pleasant one for you. And if anything is here, the rest won't be fun either. Got it, Jason said. He's not kidding, Stan. I remember one of these before. I tripped and we both almost got eaten by a demon. So take this one seriously. Lopez nodded. Are you expecting anything to show up? I always expect something to show up, Stone said. As far as what, though, I have no idea. Just be ready for anything. Jason snorted. Big help, Al. Lopez frowned. What if other people show up? You know, people this thing's possessed? We can't just shoot 'em or slice 'em up with machetes. That's murder. I know, Stone said. I didn't say this would be easy. Just do whatever you can to subdue them. Do you have your handcuffs? If you do, keep them close. Fortunately, it appears that even when possessed, the victims aren't any harder to deal with physically than a normal person. And I really don't expect to see any other people out here, do you? It seems fairly deserted. I hope you're right. He headed over to the truck and pulled out his handcuffs, along with a small bag which he handed to Jason. Zip ties, just in case. Jason stowed them in his pocket and let out a long sigh. Okay, Al, ready when you are. He shrugged into the leather jacket Lopez had lent him. You do your thing and we'll keep anything from jumping you. No. Stone shook his head. That will have to be Stan's job. I need you to stay inside the circle. If anything goes wrong, I'll need you as a source of additional power. But I can help if... He started to protest. No, Jason. I know you'd rather be tackling the bad guys than playing psychic battery, but I really need you to do this. I'm counting on the extra power to be able to manage this thing on my terms. Yeah, okay, fine, Jason grumbled.
Your show, your rules. Let's do this.
Stone ushered both men inside the circle and indicated where they should stand. This time he created a large center area so they had room to move around. He himself took a position in the middle. With one final glance at Jason and Lopez to make sure they were where they belonged, he took several deep, cleansing breaths, double-checked his mental defenses, and lit each of the candles in turn with quick gestures. Then, closing his eyes, he willed the circle into life, immediately feeling the power of the ley line once again augmenting his efforts. More than ever, he felt like the center point of a conduit, the arcane energy running through his body and around the circle like some kind of mystical electrical circuit. For a moment, he allowed himself to revel in the sensation of holding this much power at his command. It had been a long time since he'd worked in a circle this large. He only let himself do that for a few seconds, though. He knew he didn't have a lot of time to do what he needed to do. Even with the ley line's aid, his body could only handle the strain of channeling this kind of energy for maybe an hour at the maximum, and he didn't know how long it would take to reach He of Many Faces, if he could even reach it at all. "Look sharp," he murmured to Jason and Lopez, and reached out with his mind. "Good evening, Mageling," said a voice in his head, as if it had been there waiting for him all along. Chapter 31. Without opening his eyes, Stone could see it in front of him. Its form was a shifting miasma of vaguely humanoid shape that flared a deep blood red, encased in a darker red sheath that seemed barely capable of containing its various roiling patterns. It resembled a glowing, bloody body bag full of small, angry creatures struggling in vain to escape. "I thought you would find me eventually," it continued. Its voice in Stone's head was smooth and mocking, but its strange cadence and unsettling tones made his mind want to reject it. "It was amusing to watch you struggle, and now you have found me, or rather, I have allowed you to find me. It will do you no good, though. You should have left when I gave you the warning." Stone struggled to keep his mental voice even and calm. If he could keep it talking, perhaps if nothing else he could learn something. A chill ran through his body that had nothing to do with the magical energy coursing through him. "I couldn't go," he said. "I couldn't leave my friend. You will suffer for that. He was mine. He was not yours. He is not of your people. He is not why you were summoned. You wanted him only for the power you could steal from him." The figure seemed to shrug. "It is no matter. I do not need him. He was a tasty trifle at best. You, however, will die for defying me. You and your friends. You will die like all the rest." Stone wasn't going to get into a pissing match with an ancient extra-dimensional spirit of vengeance. He had things he needed to find out. "What are you even doing here?" he asked. "You know my purpose," it said. "I commend you. You are so young and you know so little, yet you found my source. You are the first to do that. It is unfortunate that I must kill you, but your power will feed me well." "Not if I get you first," Stone told it. "You're an anachronism, Many Faces. You're out of your time. You succeeded in the purpose you were summoned for many years ago, did you not? Why are you still here?" "I am always here. I will always be here." "I don't think so," Stone said, shaking his head. "If you were, then why haven't you killed any others over the years? Why now? Why 27 years ago, if you even have the concept of a year wherever you come from?" "I have always been here," it repeated, "watching, waiting.
You think I have but one calling? I have many callings in many places. I am everywhere.
Very impressive, Stone said, letting the sarcasm come through in his mind voice. But do you know what I think? I think you were resummoned. I think someone managed to pull your metaphysical arse back to this plane. And once you got here, you set up shop and rediscovered your purpose in life. Tell me if I'm wrong, if you can. He grabbed hold of some of the energy from the ley line and fashioned it into a sort of mental amplifier. He didn't know if it would work, but it was worth a shot. The thing made a sound that was sort of a derisive snort.
Mageling, you know so little. Even with all your pride and all your power, you are by my reckoning barely less ignorant than the children who blundered into what they did not comprehend.
Children? Stone asked.
She of my master's blood called me, but did not direct me. My connection to your world was weak then, because in their foolishness, she and her companions summoned me imperfectly, foolishly. Since then they have grown in age, if not in wisdom. This time, they had an artifact of power to aid their summoning.
Contempt came through in its tone.
And still they do not know what they have done. Still, she of my master's blood does not direct me, so I am left free to set my own path.
Oh? Stone matched its contempt. So left free to set your own path, you simply continued blindly following your master's orders? You're not very original, are you? Either that or you're lying. Anger flared, pressing against Stone's mental shields.
Have a care, mageling. I can crush you where you stand.
I don't think you can, Stone told it. I think if you could do that, you'd have already done it. I don't think anyone's ever gotten this close to you, have they? It made an unwholesome laugh.
And again, your conceit shows, little one. Always you think you are the only one.
Someone else knows about you, then? That was news, unless it was talking about Jason and Lopez. Stone didn't think it was.
The woman will die as well. She was fortunate to disperse me temporarily. As I said, the prior summoning was incomplete and inexpert. I nearly succeeded in destroying her in my weaker guise, even as she worked her medicine. This time she will not survive, as you will not. Now I am in possession of my full power. There are many to feed my hunger, and the hunger of my children, and none who can stop us.
Go back where you came from, Stone told it, again drawing in power from the ley line. His mental voice was strong and steady, echoing across the astral space where they existed. Go back now. You've had enough vengeance. If you don't go, I'm warning you, I will find a way to send you back. If I can't do it on my own, I'll bring others. I know what you are now, so it's only a matter of time before I work out how to stop you, or one of the others I tell does. Your way is to work in secret, but I'll make sure you'll have no secrets. Even if you kill me, the others will hear, and they'll come. That's not a threat. It's a promise. Take your vile little pets and go while you still can. He of many faces laughed. It, too, echoed through the space, full of scorn and amusement.
Oh, mageling, your voice is as the wolf pup yapping at the bear.
It struck without warning, so fast that Stone didn't have time to react. A solid wall of power slammed into his mental shields, staggering him backward. Only the ley line's additional potency prevented them from being shattered by the attack, but even so, the psychic assault that got through spiked into his head like someone had buried a cleaver in it. He felt his physical body drop to its knees, and faintly, in the distance, he could hear someone calling to him, though he couldn't make out what they were saying. Gritting his teeth, he got back up.
"Jason," he muttered. "Are you there?"
He risked shifting a portion of his attention to the material world.
"Right here, Al," came Jason's voice from behind him. He sounded concerned. "What's happening? Are you—" Many Faces hit Stone with another blast of energy, powerful enough this time to knock him off his feet, somersaulting back out of the circle. He crashed to the ground in time to see Jason and Lopez flying backward as well. The circle flared brilliant blue and, with the source directing its power gone, died, leaving only the lantern Lopez had set up a short distance away and the feeble glows from the light sticks as light sources. Stone struggled back to his feet, fighting feedback from the circle's abrupt failure. It wasn't supposed to be able to do that. He glanced around, seeing Jason also scrambling back up. He looked dazed, but clearly Stone's shield had protected him from the brunt of it as well. There were a few advantages to being mundane, and one of the big ones was that you didn't take as much damage from psychic attacks as mages did. Stone knew he only had one chance to hit the spirit hard, while it wasn't expecting him to be able to retaliate. He could still feel the comforting power of the ley line, though not as intimately as when he'd been plugged into it via the circle. Now, it was a more diffuse, all-over sort of sense that it was there. Staggering over to Jason, he dropped to his knee next to him. "Jason," he rasped, "I need power. Now." He wished he could risk using Harrison's magic, but if he couldn't take this thing down and his power cut out anyway, they'd all be dead. "Do it," Jason growled. Gathering magical energy first from within himself and his focus objects, and then opening himself up to the ley line, he reached his left hand out and clamped it down on Jason's arm. He could see the shifting red form, fainter now since it was mostly in the astral realm. One shot. He was only going to get one shot. Make it good. He drew a centering breath, tightened his grip on Jason's arm, and flung his spell at the form at full strength. He held nothing back, waiting for the torrent of power from Jason's vast reservoir to flow into him. Nothing happened. Chapter 32. That wasn't technically true. The spell still went off, but crashed against He of Many Faces' bubbling, shifting carapace as ineffectually as a wave breaking against the side of a cliff. Stone sank back, panting, his face drawn with the exertion of throwing around that kind of magic without being prepared, and without roughly half the power he'd expected to use. "Jason!" he tried to yell, but it came out as more of a breathy shriek. "What are you doing?" "I don't know." Jason's voice came back, bright with panic. "I tried. I couldn't do it. An invisible missile slammed into him, carrying him halfway across the parking lot and into the side of Lopez's truck. He impacted with a loud thud and lay still. Stone scrambled to his feet, swaying. This was not good. Whatever had happened with Jason, whatever had caused him to not be able to access his friend's power, none of that mattered if Jason was unconscious. "Stan!" "Here," came a voice somewhere to his right. "Al, what? Get to the truck!" He looked around wildly, but didn't see Many Faces' glowing form on the astral or material plane. Where had it gone? Was it playing with them? Did it need to recharge its energy? This was going badly wrong. They needed to get out of here. "Grab Jason and get to the truck. I'll try to hold it off." Focusing his will, he struggled to rebuild his shield. It wasn't as strong as before, even with the ley line still providing part of its power, but he hoped it would prevent Many Faces' next attack from killing him outright. If they could make it to the truck and get away, it might let them go, as it had before. It wasn't much of a hope, but it was all he had right now. This had been an ambush. Many Faces had known all along that he was coming. It had been ready for him. In his peripheral vision, he glimpsed Lopez moving slowly toward the truck where Jason lay. He was limping, favoring his left leg.
He made it about halfway before something picked him up in an invisible whirlwind, flung him several feet into the air, and dashed him back to the ground. He landed hard with an oof, and he too lay unmoving. Stone's gaze darted back and forth between his two downed friends and the shimmering form hovering over Lopez's prone body. If these things were here along with many faces, it could mean that it had killed someone, or more than one someone, recently. More death. Enraged, he drew power and hurled it at the form. No, damn you! He was rewarded with the satisfying sight of the nearly invisible thing lighting up bright red and then flying to pieces. So the little ones didn't have the protection of the big one. That was something. One down. For a moment, Stone could only stand there, panting, bent over with his hands on his knees. His gaze never stopped moving, though. He couldn't afford to get blindsided again. He heaved himself forward toward the truck. Something slammed into him from behind, driving him forward to crash into the ground. He cried out as pain flared all over him, but once again his shield had absorbed most of the impact. Stone rolled and came to his knees, flinging another spell with a roar without bothering to aim. Another shimmering form sizzled and flared bright, then dark. Stone paused a moment to be glad he'd bothered to stage his mystical commando raid on favorable ground. If the ley line hadn't been there, even the small ones would have been too much for him after the psychic hit he'd taken from many faces' frighteningly potent attacks. This thing was well and truly out of his league. He dragged himself up to his feet again and kept pushing toward the truck. Right now, his only chance was to take his friends and get the hell out of here, and then try to recruit more mages to help him deal with the problem. Those, he realized, were two fairly remote possibilities. Many faces had him now. He didn't think it was going to let him get away without a fight. Let it try, then. At least if he could wake up Lopez or Jason, he could get them to leave while he covered their escape. He'd gotten them into this. He owed them getting them out. His legs burned, heavy as lead as he trudged back toward the truck. He had nearly reached it when laughter echoed through the parking lot. Or perhaps it was only through his mind. He was starting to have trouble telling the difference. An invisible wall of force hit him again, shoving him across the lot. He fell over backward and hit the ground, but the shove had not been hard enough to injure him further. Blinking sweat, or was it blood, from his eyes, he got back up again on shaking legs. It's trying to keep me away from the truck. Across the lot, he thought he saw Lopez stir, but it was too dark to tell for sure. The mocking laughter sounded again. Now, cub, see what happens when you push the bear too far. From the trees came an echoing, enraged roar. Stone barely had time to spin to face it before a hulking, shadowy form hurtled out of the forest. Moving at frightening speed, it was on him before he could react, almost before his stunned mind could put the connection together. Oh dear gods, it's possessed a bear. He didn't have time to get a spell off before it leaped at him, forepaws spread wide, jaws gaping open, and slammed him back to the ground. It roared in his face, deafeningly loud, and he could hear the laughter behind the roar. Its hot breath, fetid and sour, washed over him. Its paws raked at his fading shield. His mind spun uselessly. He couldn't think. He had to think. If he didn't do something right now, this creature was going to kill him. Jason! Stan! He tried calling, with a desperate hope that one of them would wake up and shoot it. But there was no answering cry or gunshot. His voice had no strength behind it as the bear's massive weight pressed down on him. The shield held, but it was faltering. He had a few more seconds at most. The bear roared again. It was an inhuman sound. Hell, it was an unbearish sound. There was something wild and primal and chaotic in that howl. And then he noticed its eyes. They glowed with a hellish red-orange light.
It whipped its head back and forth as if fighting some inner compulsion. Stone realized this bear was every bit as much of a victim as he was. It didn't want to attack him. That, right now, didn't matter. He'd worry about the majesty of the local wildlife later. Right now, if he had to kill the bear to save his life, then so be it. The only problem was, he didn't think he could do it. He could hardly get a breath now. The shield was buckling. The bear raised a paw and took a mighty swipe at him. He shrank back, but not soon enough. With a flare of red, the powerful blow breached the shield and his shoulder lit up in agony. He heard his thin t-shirt ripping under the bear's curved claws, and he screamed as they sunk into his shoulder and tore bloody furrows across his skin. In the midst of the white-hot pain, a tiny thought poked some back corner of his brain. Should have taken the leather jacket. It wouldn't have mattered, though. Not for long. The bear roared again, its right paw crushing down on Stone's injured shoulder as its left swiped another claw-studded blow at his chest, opening more furrows. Hot saliva dripped down from cavernous jaws, mixing with the blood that flowed freely from the wounds. Nearly mad with pain and panic, Stone knew it might already be too late to do anything to save himself, even if he managed to drive the bear off. But that laughter, the mocking sound of many faces toying with him. Rage rose to join the pain and the panic. If he was going to die, then damn it, he wasn't going to simply give up and let it happen. Barely able to see through the red haze, he glared into the bear's unnatural glowing eyes and formed a spell. He raised a shaking arm. He only needed a few seconds to pull the energy together. Only a few. The bear's massive paw hit his upraised arm, and he felt something snap. He screamed, the spell's energy dissipating harmlessly, uncast. A gray haze began to form over his thoughts. I'm going to die. This is where it ends. The bear roared, rearing back with both paws raised, its eyes glowing with the mad light, its shaggy dark form towering over Stone as he lay bleeding, desperately fighting to gather enough energy for one last spell. He thought he heard someone yell something, but it had to be his mind playing tricks on him. The voice was female. How could that be? There were no women here, only Jason and Lopez, and they were both unconscious. The bear faltered. It stood there, balanced on its hind legs, and suddenly it seemed confused as to why it was there. It dropped back to all fours with a vast thud, but it did not hit Stone again. In fact, its paws came down on either side of him. The strange light was gone from its eyes. Another sharp call that somehow managed to encapsulate both an order and a gentle command. Stone was too far gone to make out the words, but the intent came through. The bear, confused, backed off. It glanced around for a moment as if to say, "What am I doing here?" and then trundled off at a lope into the forest. The laughter died away. Stone didn't move. He couldn't move, except to writhe feebly. He lay there in the dirt, blood running from his wounds and pooling beneath him. The pain was so intense that he didn't know how he could possibly still be conscious. He clamped his teeth down against a scream and waited for death to come. He wondered if Jason and Lopez would get out safely and how they would explain all this. Footsteps approached, hurrying toward him. A figure dropped down to its knees next to him, and a female voice spoke, harsh and rough with fear. "You idiot! What the hell do you think you're doing?" Chapter 33. With great effort, Stone opened his eyes to see the blurred form of a woman hovering over him. The pain wouldn't let him concentrate enough to get any details, but he could tell she was a lot older than he was, at least 60. She had long, steel-gray hair tied back in a ponytail, a tanned and weathered face, and wore a man's Native American print shirt and jeans. She carried a lantern. Stone tried to say something, but couldn't do it. Instead, he closed his eyes again and focused on not screaming. Despite the heat of the late summer night, he began to shiver uncontrollably. More footsteps. Familiar voices this time. "Oh God, Al!" It was Jason. "Stan, get over here!" Still more footsteps, this time stumping as if their owner was having trouble walking. "Oh man." It was Lopez. "Jason, get the blanket out of the truck, and the first aid kit. We gotta get that bleeding under control and get him to a hospital." He seemed to notice the woman then. "Do you have a phone? We need to get an ambulance up here, pronto." Stone opened his eyes again. They were all huddled over him now, his friends' terrified faces gazing down at him like he was already dead. Was it that bad? He raised his head just a bit to get a look, and immediately wished he hadn't. His t-shirt was shredded, his chest and abdomen slick with blood and slashed with deep, ragged, parallel furrows. They were still bleeding. He let his head fall wearily back to the ground. The woman shook her head. "He won't survive if we wait for an ambulance. Bring him. I can help." Jason glared. "Listen, lady, I don't know who you are, but look at him. He's gonna die if he doesn't get medical help." She glared right back. "No, boy, you listen. Your friend is a fool. He's messing with forces he doesn't understand. He has power, yes, but no wisdom to guide him. He's arrogant. This is the result. I can help him, but only if I do it soon." Stone blinked. He felt his arms and legs growing cold even as sweat dotted his forehead and his chest, mingling with the blood. He knew what shock felt like, and this was it. The woman was right. He was dying. "You," he whispered. "You're a—" His voice trailed off into a racking half-sob, half-cough. Why couldn't he just pass out? Again, she glared. "Of course I am. I don't know who's the bigger idiot, you or your friends. Now tell him to shut up and listen to me if you want a chance to live." He looked at her. He didn't have the strength even to shift to magical sight, but even without it he could sense her power. Wearily he nodded to Jason. "Let her," he whispered. Jason and Lopez exchanged glances. It was clear they knew the mysterious woman was right. Stone wouldn't survive a trip back to Ojai, even if they gathered him up and took him in the truck instead of waiting for the ambulance. They nodded to the woman. "Okay," Lopez said. "Tell us what to do." The woman bent over Stone. "You said you had a blanket. Get it. I need to get this bleeding stabilized before we can move him." To Stone, she said, "Try not to move around. You've lost a lot of blood with that idiotic stunt." Stone's breathing was fast and shallow. His body felt as if it couldn't decide whether to freeze or be on fire. The old woman's voice was harsh and matter-of-fact, but there was an undercurrent in it that was comforting on some primal level, like he could trust her to know what she was doing. Still, his overworked mind kept trying to bring up things he needed to know. "Many faces." "Oh, he's rabbited for now," she said, as if she understood exactly what he meant. Her deft hands tore away the shredded remains of his t-shirt and cast it aside. "He'll be back, but once I get you where we're going, he won't be able to bother us for a while." "How did you—" "Shush," she ordered. "This isn't as easy for me as it used to be. Let me work." She began probing his chest wounds with gentle pressure. He gasped and must have passed out for a short time, because when he awakened, Jason was back. "Okay," the woman was saying. "Get him on the blanket. You two carry him and follow me. It's not far." The next few minutes were agony. Jason and Lopez were as gentle as they could be as they lifted him onto the blanket and picked up the two ends. But as they followed the woman's bobbing lantern up the path out of the parking lot, they couldn't help but jostle him, especially since Lopez's leg was clearly injured, forcing him to limp heavily. Stone kept his eyes closed and tried to will himself to pass out again, but he remained stubbornly conscious of every bump and misstep. After a few minutes, they reached some wooden stairs, illuminated by a line of graceful pole lights. "Where are we?" Jason asked, puffing. "My house. I'm the caretaker up here. Hurry up and get him inside." Stone began to lose the thread of the conversation. He slipped in and out of consciousness as every time the merciful blackness engulfed him, his carriers shifted him and jolted him awake again with waves of searing hot pain. He heard himself moaning, but couldn't stop it. "Not much further." Lopez's voice came filtering through the haze. "Hang on, Al." At last, he felt himself lowered onto something soft, and the world stopped swaying back and forth. The pain didn't lessen, but it became more steady, throbbing at a regular pace instead of striking in short, sudden bursts. He tried to say something to the woman, but he couldn't get it out. "Okay, out," the woman ordered Jason and Lopez. "I need to work, and you two will just be in the way. There's food in the kitchen, and you can fix yourself up with what you find in the bathroom cabinet. Go on." A hand gripped his arm. "We'll be here, Al," Jason said, his voice rough. "You yell if you need us, and hold on, okay?" Stone barely heard him. His body was on fire. He thrashed back and forth, feeling blood starting to trickle from his wounds again. "Easy," the woman said, putting a hand on his uninjured shoulder. As before, her voice was harsh, but soothing. She moved her hand up to swipe sweat-plastered hair off his forehead. "I'll be right back, I promise." He didn't notice if she returned in 5 minutes or 5 hours, but at some point a cold cloth settled on his brow. It felt like a small oasis of bliss in the center of an inferno. He murmured. "All right," she said. "Can you hear me?" "Mm-hmm." "You're going to need to help me, boy. Can you do that?" He looked up into her lined face. Her eyes flickered deep brown in the firelight. "It's been a long time since I've done this. I can't do it without your help. I know you've got the power. Will you help me?" Again he nodded. "I'll do what I can." He wondered if she could even hear him. "Good, you're a fighter. You'll need to be. What do I call you?" "Alistair." Why did she keep talking to him? More to the point, why did she keep wanting him to answer? All he longed to do was drift away in a haze of darkness. If he woke up, great. If not, at least it wouldn't hurt any more. "Alistair, I'm Edna. Good to meet you." He heard the slosh of water in a basin, then felt another cool cloth on his chest and shoulders. Wherever it touched his wounds, the pain flared bright and sharp. Gasping, he tried feebly to roll away. He began to shake again. A firm hand settled on his unwounded shoulder. "Stop," Edna ordered. "Now listen to me. I know you have the talent, and you know what you're doing. You wouldn't have tried that fool stunt if you didn't." It wasn't a question, but he felt he should respond anyway. He nodded weakly. "Good. That means your mind is strong. I hope your body is as strong. It'll have to be to get through this." She snorted. "Getting yourself mauled by a bear. Who's that going to help?" "Not a bear," he whispered. "It damn sure was a bear. I saw it. And I know what was driving it, too. I don't know what the hell ever gave you the idea you could stand up to that thing." He had to gather himself before he could answer, but when he did, there was an edge to his tone. "No one else," he said through his teeth. Yeah, saving the world you are. Damn kids." The water sloshed again in the basin. "So are you going to help me? Show me you're not a complete fool?" He glared. "What do I need to do?" She matched his glare, her eyes fierce. "Fight,"
she ordered. "Don't give in. Don't slip away from me. This is going to hurt like hell. Can you handle it, boy?" "Do it," he whispered. His voice shook, but his eyes blazed. "That's it," she said. Then she closed her eyes and began what sounded like a low, droning chant. Stone couldn't make out the words. He didn't think he could understand them if he could. He closed his own eyes and focused on her voice, letting his mind drift along the strange melody. She went on and on for minutes or hours or perhaps days. At some deep level he could feel the power rising in the chant, strong and protective and comforting. Then he heard the sound of water in the basin again, and something wet and scalding hot washed over his chest as the chant rose in volume once more. He did scream then, and that was all he knew. Chapter 34. She was still there when he awoke, sitting in a chair next to where he lay. "So, you're back," she said, marking her place in the book she was reading and setting it aside. "About time. Thought I was going to lose you there for a bit." He blinked, taking inventory as best he could without moving. He was lying on what felt like a mattress, covered with some sort of heavy blanket. The ceiling was rough-hewn wood, as were the walls. A quick glance to his right showed him a large window with dappled sunlight shining in through a thick curtain of trees. He turned to look at her. He hadn't really seen her before, not very well. She looked tired, her glittering eyes sunk far back in her lined face. Some of her iron-colored hair had escaped from her long ponytail and hovered in wisps at her forehead. She still wore the same man's shirt, its native print now stained with dried blood. My blood. He tried his voice tentatively. "What?" When it came out sounding halfway like himself, he stared at her and continued. "You're a mage." "I'm a healer," she corrected in a sharp tone, "and an old woman." Her eyes narrowed. "I don't wrestle the world into submission like your type does, or tries to anyway. How do you feel?" "Tired." "That's understandable. Your body's done a lot of work over the last few hours. I guess that's one good thing I can say about being that high on yourself. It gives you a good, strong mind. You'd have died without it. You almost died anyway. Newsflash, bear claws aren't too sanitary." He frowned. Clearly this woman, whoever she was, didn't think much of him, or perhaps of mages in general. Yet she had apparently saved his life. Moving carefully, he pushed down the blanket, fearful of what he was going to see. His eyes widened. She had cleaned off the blood, so he got a clear view. Except for a series of faint interconnected scars running across his right shoulder and diagonally from his chest to his abdomen, the horrific, muscle-deep slashes the bear had inflicted on him were gone. He lifted his arm, which he remembered being broken by one of the bear's mighty paw swipes. It, too, was whole and uninjured. He still felt faint, distant echoes of his previous agony, but they were now more like dull aches, no worse than a muscle cramp. "How?" "I told you, I'm a healer. I'm out of practice, but some things you never lose." She gestured, encompassing the area around her. "It helped that you picked this place for your crazy-ass plan. Did you do that for a reason, or was it just dumb luck?" He glared at her, wearily letting his arm drop back to the blanket. "Why do you keep saying that?" "What? That you're a fool? Because you are. But I really do want to know, why did you pick this place? Are there going to be more of you coming?" He shook his head, which was more like rolling it back and forth on the pillow. "No more," he said. "I chose the location because of the ley line, and because it would likely be deserted. I didn't want anyone happening by."
She snorted. It's a damn good thing I did happen by, or all three of you would be dead. Stone stiffened as memories flooded back to him. My friends, they're fine. They're sleeping now. I couldn't get 'em to leave until you were out of danger. I fixed up the older one's leg, but they can deal with the rest of their bumps and bruises. Maybe it'll teach them to think a little harder about what they're doing. He mulled that over for a while. His mind was still moving slower than usual. Who are you? He asked. I remember you told me your name, but... Hold on, she said, rising. I can see I'm not getting away without a long conversation, so let's get you something to eat first. You lost a lot of blood and used a lot of energy. You need to build yourself back up. Stone didn't argue with her. He realized he was ravenous, and his head felt woozy. She was probably right. He lay there, staring out the window and reveling in the relative absence of pain, until she returned a few minutes later with a tray, the sort used for serving breakfast in bed. Sit up a little, she ordered. She had the manner of a good nurse, brisk and efficient, benevolent without a shred of sentimentality. When he complied, she placed the tray across him. On it was a bowl of beef vegetable soup and a tall glass of iced tea. You eat, I'll talk, she said. Not too fast, either. You made enough of a mess bleeding all over everything last night. No need to get sick, too. Once again, he did as ordered. He took an experimental spoonful of the soup, and at that moment it tasted better than the finest meal he'd ever had in his life. Thank you. She nodded, once, in grudging acknowledgement. So, you want to know who I am? My name is Edna Soren. She stopped, because he was staring at her. What? Edna Soren? His gaze locked on her. That's what I said, boy. She sounded irritated. Did that bear cuff your ears, too? He ignored her tone. You're the woman who was found injured 27 years ago, the last time Many Faces was active. She looked surprised. How do you know about that? It attacked you but failed to kill you. Damn right it failed, she growled. Stone stared harder at her. You sent it back, didn't you? Last time. Yes. This time she didn't meet his eyes. That was a long time ago. I thought it might be back again now, but I didn't want to admit it. If you sent it back before, why don't you do it again? Stone had forgotten about his soup. She made a noise that was half sigh, half snort. A lot of reasons. In case you hadn't noticed, boy, I'm an old woman. I haven't practiced my craft, aside from a little here and there to help me do my work, for over 20 years. I don't have anything like the strength I used to. Stone gestured at his chest. I don't know another mage who could have done this in his or her prime, he said softly. He doubted even Lamar, the old homeless man with one of the rarest of the forgotten powers, who had once saved his life after he'd been stabbed, could have dealt with these injuries. Another snort. Maybe so, but that's healing, and that's in a place that's made for healing. The waters here have always been known for their curative powers, and combined with the ley line. She shrugged. And besides that, you did a lot of the work I just directed. If you hadn't been what you are, and we hadn't been where we are, I couldn't have saved you. She paused. Anyway, I didn't exactly send it back. I just sort of gave it a timeout. I ran it off. I hoped it was permanent, that it would find some other place to do its business. But either it found its own way back, or else some idiot summoned it again. Stone started to reply, but stopped when there was a knock on the doorframe. He looked up to see Jason standing there. Sorry to interrupt, Jason said. I just wanted to see how Al was doing. I'm dead, thanks for asking, Stone said. But he managed to smile. Jason nodded gravely. He couldn't pull it off, though. Damn, man, it's good to see you awake. It's good to be awake. Being mostly free of debilitating injuries is quite nice, too. What time is it, by the way? Stone asked. It's about 4, Jason said. You've been out a long time. You might as well come in, he said. Bring Stan, too, if he's awake. I think we all need to talk.
He turned to Edna Soren.
They're involved in this as well, and I think they'll want to hear what you have to say. Edna shrugged, as if to say, whatever. By the time Jason returned with Lopez, each of them dragging another chair into the room, Stone had finished the bowl of soup and was sitting up, propped against his pillows. He still felt tired and sore, but nowhere near as bad as he'd expected to feel after suffering such a grievous injury. He was beginning to believe Edna's claim that this place had actual restorative powers. When the 2 newcomers were seated, Stone indicated Edna. Has our hostess introduced herself to you yet? Lopez shook his head. We didn't really have time for formalities. We were too busy trying to keep you from dying.
This, Stone said, is Edna Soren.
Lopez and Jason exchanged glances. From the paper? Jason asked. Stone wasn't surprised that they both remembered. He supposed that was one of the things policemen were trained to do. He filled them in on the conversation so far, then turned back to Edna. Let me tell you the rest. Perhaps it'll help you understand what we were doing here in the first place and how we managed to blunder into the situation. At her nod, he began to speak. He told her everything, starting with Jason's call and ending with their trip up to the Matilaha hot springs so he could try to communicate with many faces. She listened without comment until the end, then grunted in contempt.
Talk to him. Honestly. And he wonders why I get nettled when he tries to call me a mage.
You aren't a mage? Jason asked, confused.
But, like I told him, I'm a healer. What I do is in harmony with the earth. What he does is impose his own will on the universe. Big difference.
I think perhaps it might be best if we discussed philosophical differences some other time, Stone said gently. For now. He spread his hands. I'm at a loss as to what to do. I don't have any other ideas on how to convince many faces to go back where it came from. He sighed. I might be able to pull off such a banishing if I had a team of mages to help, and time to build a proper circle. But even then I doubt it. He looked at Jason, remembering something. Jason. Jason didn't return his gaze. I don't know, Al. I don't know what happened. That's never happened before.
What are you talking about? Edna demanded.
Jason has an ability that allows him to channel power to mages if he desires it. We've used it before. With Jason's power added to mine, I can cast much more powerful spells with much less effort. But last night, I called for it, but for whatever reason, it didn't work. I was trying, Jason said. He sounded miserable. I don't know why it didn't work. It's never not worked before. Well, Stone said, I don't know either. Possibly it has something to do with your captivity. Perhaps many faces drained enough of your power that it will require time to recharge. I don't know. But it means that for now, any plans we make can't assume its availability.
Edna harumphed. Listen to you, still planning. Still talking about power and tactics. Haven't you figured it out yet, boy? You might be strong, but it doesn't matter. This isn't about strength. No matter how strong you are, it's stronger. It's stronger than all of us.
Then what do you suggest? Stone asked, an edge to his tone. That we give up? Allow this thing to march through and murder everyone it likes?
No, she said, shaking her head. Right now, what I suggest is that we get some rest. I'm wiped out from the workings I did on you, and I can see that even though your pride's making you try to hide it, you still are too. Your body still needs to heal. Rest until tonight, and then we'll talk some more.
So you're going to help us? Lopez asked. "We'll talk tonight," she said again. She turned to him and Jason. "You two, I suggest that you go down and clean up the mess you left in the parking lot. You can bring your truck up here. I'll show you where the road is."
"What about faces?"
Jason asked. She snorted. "No offense, but you two are small potatoes. I don't think it'll waste its time on you. It's your arrogant friend it wants, and in any case you're under my protection here. Don't spend the day out there. But if anybody comes up here, you don't want them to find that circle or the big patch of your friend's blood."
Stone wanted to protest, but he knew she was right. And even if he himself weren't tired from the effort of telling their story, he could see that Edna was badly in need of rest. In spite of her grumpy demeanor, Stone respected her for remaining with him until she was sure he would survive. "Go," he told her. "We can afford a few hours." She nodded, rising with effort from her chair. At that moment, her lean, sinewy body looked every bit its age and more. She waved vaguely in their direction, then trudged out of the room. Jason and Lopez rose, too. "We'll let you rest," Jason said. "She's right. We should clear that stuff out of the parking lot before anybody comes up here and finds it." Stone thought about telling them to hunt for bodies, since, according to his theory, many faces would have to have murdered more people to power his associates. But he didn't. If there were any bodies, they could wait. Despite Edna Soren's assurances, he didn't want his friends wandering around outside her wards any longer than they had to. Right now, he had some thinking to do. Chapter 35. They made an unlikely war council when they reconvened a few hours later in Edna's rustic, comfortable living room. Jason and Lopez, bruised and battered and still wearing the same torn and dusty clothes from the previous night, sat in two of the chairs. Stone, pale and clad only in his blood-stained shredded jeans, since his t-shirt hadn't survived the bear attack, was propped on pillows on the sofa. And Edna, who had changed out of her bloody shirt into a blue denim one decorated with intricate embroidery, was settled in a carved wooden rocker. She had brought them all more soup, bread, and iced tea.
"Sorry it's not fancy. It's usually just me, and I don't keep that much in the house."
And they now all sat facing each other and trying to decide where to begin. Finally, Stone spoke softly. "Tell us about what happened 27 years ago, if you would, Miss Soren." He sounded much better than he had earlier that day. He'd managed to organize his thoughts before dropping off to sleep again, but just barely. When he'd awakened, the last vestiges of the pain were gone, though it appeared that he would carry the faint scars indefinitely.
"You might as well call me Edna. And there isn't that much to tell, really."
"How did you realize what was going on?"
"I sensed it when the killing started. There was an unease in the general aura of the area. I was more active in those days. I've lived in Ojai all my life, and ever since I became aware I had my gifts, I felt they were given to me to protect the town."
"Was there really only one killing?" Lopez asked. "In the newspaper articles we found, it mentioned a woman whose throat was cut, and a high school boy who tried to stab another, but was discovered before he could finish."
"There was another one that didn't make the papers. A transient. They hushed it up because it was extremely violent and extremely strange, and they didn't want to disturb the public. They could get away with that a little more back then."
"Extremely violent and strange?" Jason asked. "How so?"
"The victim disemboweled himself," Edna said, her tone matter-of-fact. "Of course, they didn't know that. How could they? He managed to unzip his gut with a carving knife and rip out half of his innards before he died. People don't do that to themselves."
"Unless they're possessed," Jason said.
He looked a little green. "You got it. And who believes that? Besides me, I mean. That one came after the two boys.
When I heard that story, I suspected something was up. I didn't know what, but I've dealt with possession before. Naturally, they wrote it off as a bad drug trip and swept it under the rug.
So you've no idea who summoned this one? Stone asked.
She shook her head. I didn't even know it had a name until you mentioned many faces. I knew who you were talking about, of course. I read the papers and listen to the news. I recognize the same motivations.
She frowned at Stone, furrowing her wrinkled brow.
You said you found some sort of shrine and a corrupted ley line section. I'd like to see that if you could find it again.
Are you sure? Lopez asked. Al practically couldn't function around it. It seems to have a thing against magic types.
I'm not like him, she said, with some pride.
Stone didn't take offense at that. In fact, he was only half listening. The other half of his mind was going over what many faces had said during their conversation the previous night. I think the same people summoned it both times, he said suddenly, and I'm not sure they had any idea what they were doing. They all stared at him. What? Jason asked. Why do you think that? Speaking slowly, pausing to go over the words to make sure he was getting them right, he told them about many faces' statements, about the foolish children and their inexpert and imperfect summoning, and about how they had grown in age if not in wisdom, and somehow obtained an artifact of power. He shook his head, addressing Edna. He spoke of she of my master's blood. Am I wrong, or does that sound to you like someone who's related to the dissident group who summoned it all those years ago? Edna didn't answer for a long time.
It makes sense, she finally admitted. More sense than anything else I've heard. If there are still descendants of the Spanish in the area, it's possible that the descendants of that group are still here too. Of course, we don't know how many of them there were.
So a woman summoned it? Jason asked. And to Edna, are there any other female magic types around here that you know of? Somebody who would have been here 27 years ago and is still here?
Not that I'm aware of. There are people who claim to be magically talented, like that stupid woman who runs that ridiculous shop downtown. But all they do is put on a good show for the tourists.
Stone was thinking again. It mentioned that whoever the summoner was, and it sounds like there were more than one, they didn't do it on purpose, that they didn't know what they'd done and didn't direct it once it was here. I wonder, is it possible that they didn't know they summoned it? How would that work? Jason asked. How do you summon something and not know it? But Edna was nodding.
It is possible, she said. There are invocations that can summon things from other planes just by reading them aloud.
She fixed her beady gaze on Stone.
You're sure it mentioned she of my master's blood?
Quite sure, yes. She stared into her lap and was silent for a few seconds.
From what you've told me of the shrine and what was written on the rock tablets, blood was integral to this summoning. It sounds like there was a sacrifice to bring it into initial being, so any descendants of the summoners would be connected with it, if even in a small way.
But how would they summon it? Stone asked. Are you saying that they had a formula, or even its true name?
I don't know, she said, a little peevishly. I don't make a habit of summoning spirits of vengeance, but they might not have needed one. If the summoner was a direct descendant of the original summoners, it might have been waiting for someone to call it. We don't know why it went away in the first place. That's got to be lost to history. But if it wasn't banished, but merely waiting for a new master to serve...
Right, Stone said, warming to the idea. And that's how the summoning could have been imperfect. It said its connection to the world was weak. That's consistent with a botched summoning. If the blood descendant called it without a proper invocation, they might have gotten something, but not everything. What about the artifact? Jason asked. What's that supposed to be? Who knows? Perhaps in the meantime she got hold of something that allowed her to do the summoning properly, but she still didn't know she was doing it. That's all well and good, Lopez said, but it still doesn't tell us who it is or how to get rid of this thing. And,
Jason said. It doesn't explain why they'd do it. I mean, okay, maybe you can call up something without knowing you're doing it if you've got the right genetics, but think about it. How many people do you know who just sit around chanting things that even might be calls for ancient vengeance demons? You know, hey, it's Saturday, let's all hold hands and summon Satan, then we'll have pie. I'm not buying it. Stone raised an eyebrow. You've got a point there. If there was more than one person involved, then they had to be doing something that approximated a summoning. Even with the blood connection, there's got to be more to it than looking in a mirror and saying Bloody Mary 3 times. Lopez leaned forward.
Okay, let's look at our evidence, or at least what we're pretty sure of. I can't help with any of this magic stuff, but evidence examination I know.
He pulled out a notebook from his back pocket and began jotting things down as he spoke.
You're saying that whoever summoned this thing did it 27 years ago, didn't know what they did, and they didn't do it right, yeah?
Right, Stone said. Lopez finished writing that down.
You said at least one of the group is probably a blood descendant of one of the people who summoned it originally back hundreds of years ago.
Yes, Stone said, though that probably isn't much help since I doubt anyone's traced the lineage, and after all these years it could have drifted so much that we're not necessarily looking for someone Shumash. Hell, by now their family could be Polish or Mongolian or Japanese for all we know. He stopped a moment. Jason tilted his head. Al? Stone held up a hand. Something he'd said had tripped a distant memory in his mind, but it was fleeting, and every time he tried to chase it down, it flitted maddeningly away. Never mind, he said at last, frustrated. I thought I had something, but it's gone now. Please, continue, Stan. Lopez consulted his notebook.
Okay, so let's see. We also know that at least one of the group is female because of the she of my master's blood thing.
Yeah, Jason said. And if we make the assumption that both the old summoning and the recent one happened in Ojai, then we're looking for someone who lived here back then and still does.
Or someone who went away and came back, Lopez added.
Stone addressed Edna. You said you didn't know of any female mages in the area. Is it possible they're simply keeping quiet about their powers, like you do? Does anyone know about you?
Does it even have to be a mage?
Jason interrupted. Then to Edna, you said that there were ways to summon things just by reading something off a piece of paper or out of a book. Do you have to be magically talented to do that? Could I do it, or Stan? Or does the power have to be there somewhere in the first place? Edna thought about that. She looked at Stone first. Like I said, I don't know of any female practitioners in the valley, but I don't honestly go around checking that often. In fact, the only magical person of any power at all that I knew of in the valley died last year. He was a friend of mine. Cranky old bird, but I'm a cranky old bird too, so we got along. I got a fair bit of his library before his idiot heirs gave it all away to Bart's. To Jason, she added, As far as I know, it's possible to do a summoning without any magical ability, if it's written up properly by someone who does have some. But I've never seen or heard of a case where it's happened. Lopez jotted all of this down in his notebook. He glanced up.
Al, you mentioned stupid children or something, didn't you?
Foolish children, Stone confirmed. Why? He shrugged.
Just thinking, wondering, do you think that meant real children, or is he just so old that he'd think of all of us as children?
Wait, Jason protested. You're saying it might have been kids who summoned it? Age wouldn't matter, Edna said. Even though most magical people don't come into their powers until around puberty or even later, that doesn't mean the potential isn't there, especially if the child was related by blood to the original summoners. And teenagers with all their passions and their emotions so close to the surface, it's definitely possible, especially for this kind of summoning, which is all about passion. But that still doesn't help us. Her gaze darted to her left. Hey, are you sick? Stone had sat suddenly upright on the couch, swinging his legs around until he was leaning forward.
His eyes burned with an odd intensity. "Teenagers," he whispered. "Huh?" Jason stared at him, confused. "Teenagers," he said again, louder, and then more softly. "Japanese. I wonder." Edna glared at him. "Is your fever coming back? Oh, maybe we should—" He held up an abrupt hand. "Quiet, please. I'm trying to put something together." He closed his eyes and began tracing something in the air, like a schoolchild trying to solve a math problem. After a few seconds of this, he opened his eyes again. "The numbers work at least," he said triumphantly. "It's probably nothing, but at least it's a lead." He sounded like he was talking to himself, and no longer even seemed aware that the others were in the room. "Al, what the hell are you talking about?" Jason demanded. "Want to pull into a station one of these days so we can board your train of thought?" Stone paused to gather himself for a moment before answering. "The night I had dinner with Lindsay, she mentioned that when she was a little girl she had a babysitter she quite liked because she belonged to some sort of witch club, and she let Lindsay wear her green robe. I didn't think anything of it at the time. Like I said, it's probably nothing, but what made me think of it was when I said the family could be Japanese by now. The babysitter was Japanese." Jason frowned. "That's pretty sketchy. You think this girl is a summoner?" "Not necessarily, but Lindsay said there was a group of them." He paused a moment, racking his brain to try to recall what she'd told him, while not allowing himself to think too hard about anything else from that night. She said it was all about fairies and magic wands and that sort of thing, and they got together to cast spells and make love potions." Edna looked skeptical. "If the girls were in high school at the time, then that would make them—"
"Early to mid-40s now," Lopez said. "I agree with Jason, it's pretty sketchy. How would we even find out who they are? We can't exactly take out an ad in the classifieds. Wanted, witch club members from nearly 30 years ago."
He turned toward Stone.
"Did she tell you this babysitter's name?"
Stone pondered. "I don't think so. All she said was that her nickname was something like Nikki, or... No, it was Mickey. Lindsay said she used to call her Mickey Mouse." "Let's check the yearbooks," Jason said. "They've got to have them at the library. This area is mostly white and Hispanic. I don't think you'll find a lot of Japanese kids, especially not that long ago. Shouldn't be too hard to at least narrow it down."
"Assuming you're even right," Lopez said. "What then?"
Stone shrugged. "I don't know. I'm still working this out as I go along." He settled back onto the sofa. "Edna, what do you think?" "I think you're all crazy," she said frankly. "But you're right. It could be possible, and I'm not coming up with anything else either. See where this goes, and if it pans out, then we'll talk about what to do next."
"Do you think you can get rid of it again?" Lopez asked her. "Like you did last time?"
"No way," she said. "For one thing, I'm not anywhere near as strong as I was nearly 30 years ago. And for another, I didn't even get rid of it then. Like I said before, I just kind of gave it a timeout."
"What about if you two work together?" Jason said, pointing at Stone. She gave Stone a critical look.
"I don't know if we can. Our magic comes from completely different places. It's possible, though. I'll want to see those tablets if I can. I can't read them, of course, but maybe I can get something from them if I can get close."
"We can do that tomorrow," Stone said. "I warn you, though, it's a bit of a hike. Are you sure you're up to—"
"Don't you worry about me, boy," she said, with pride in her tone. "I might be old, but like I said, I'm a tough old bird. Who do you think keeps things repaired around here? Wood sprites?"
"I don't think we should split up," Lopez said. "I wouldn't want to go near those tablets without you around, Al, in case Faces gets nasty again. And I doubt you could find the place on your own anyway. Normally I'd say send Jason to look for the yearbooks, but—"
"No, we'll stay together," Stone said. To Edna, he said, "May we stay the night here?"
"I figured you would. Can't go out like that in the middle of the night."
His expression sobered. "After we're gone, you might want to look around a bit. I suspect you might find bodies somewhere near here."
My working theory is that Faces requires them to summon or sustain his smaller minions, and those were definitely in evidence last night. Great, she said, letting out a loud sigh. Sometimes I wonder why I didn't just move to Hawaii and get it over with.
Chapter 36. Early the next morning, Lopez brought the truck around, and they prepared to head back to Ojai. While he and Jason loaded up the gear, Stone took Edna aside. "I realized I hadn't thanked you for what you did," he said. He'd reclaimed his black overcoat. He stood now with his hands in his pockets, looking out over the parking lot where he'd come so close to death only a short time ago. It was already shaping up to be a beautiful day, the sun rising above the trees into a brilliant blue sky without a single cloud. Edna shrugged.
"Too much death around here lately," she said. "If you can do something about it, least I can do is help by keeping your fool head alive long enough to figure it out."
He chuckled mirthlessly. "I know you don't think much of me, Edna, but I promise I'll do whatever I can to deal with Many Faces and end this once and for all."
"It's not you personally I don't think much of," she said, looking out over the parking lot. "It's your kind, that attitude. Your type thinks magic is all about formulas and study and imposing your will. The type who thinks they make things happen."
She turned to him, and her expression was odd.
"Your kind are the ones who cause the problems that my kind has to clean up. I haven't seen a damned one of you who has half the wisdom to steer all of that power. You're like a mouse riding a runaway bull. Doesn't matter how smart that mouse is or how much he thinks he can control that bull. Maybe he can for a while. But if he loses control, then things break, and whatever gets in the bull's way gets trampled."
That's one way to look at it, I suppose. And you might be right, but sometimes we do make things happen for the better. Sometimes by sheer stubbornness we manage to accomplish what we set out to do.
"Maybe so. You're probably the strongest of your type I've ever met, and you're young. I don't think you're done growing yet. I just hope you learn before it's too late that sometimes strength isn't what's needed. Sometimes you have to work with the world instead of against it."
"Sometimes," he said. "But at the moment the world doesn't seem terribly invested in sending this thing back to wherever it came from. That leaves me, and you as well if you'll help, to figure out some way to sort this out."
"And I hope you do it this time," she said, "because unlike you, I'm not convinced I can do anything I want to do. Why do you think I've been holed up in my house behind my wards ever since the first couple of murders? As soon as I figured out that the thing I nearly died just trying to divert all those years ago was back and stronger than ever."
Her dark brown eyes met his from her tanned, wrinkled face.
"I'm scared. There's my pride. I didn't want to admit it. I've been up here pretending that it's something else or that somebody else will deal with it this time, because I know what it can do. I saw what it did to you. I saw the kind of magic you put out trying to oppose it, and it meant nothing. So where does that leave me?"
Stone shook his head. "I don't think you're nearly as weak as you think you are, Edna." His voice grew gentle. "Perhaps you don't have the raw power anymore, but you said it yourself. Your style isn't direct. You don't oppose things head on. When you work indirectly, you don't need the same power level to get results. It's a lesson I need to learn myself." He chuckled. "I'm working on it." He put a hand on her shoulder. "Come on. I think they're finished loading up. Let's go see what we can do, the four of us. We might surprise ourselves."
"Or we might die like four mice getting trampled by a bull," she grumbled,
but didn't succeed in hiding the tiniest of smiles.
Splat.
Their first stop was Lopez's house, for showers, shaves, and fresh clothes. When Stone came out to the kitchen after spending far too long luxuriating under the hot water, he found Edna and Lopez seated at the table sipping coffee. The photos of the stone tablets were spread out on the table in front of them.
"There was another murder yesterday," Lopez said, looking up.
"Who?" Stone poured himself a cup and dropped down into a vacant chair.
"Farmer out in the East End threw himself headfirst into a wood chipper. Officially, they're calling it a suicide."
Stone winced. Ouch. Hardly a popular suicide method.
"Yeah, I don't think Kasner's buying it anymore. They're bringing in a bunch more cops from Ventura. I'll probably get called back in soon."
"We better get going then," Stone said, as Jason came out tying back his damp hair. "If we hurry, we can get up to the site of the shrine and be back before the library opens. Many Faces seems to be escalating."
"Packs are already loaded in the truck. Let's just hope he doesn't stage a repeat performance of last time we were up there," Lopez said grimly.
All four of them spent the entire trip up the fire road south of Creek Road and the subsequent hike up to the shrine on edge, constantly expecting something to attack them. However, to their surprise, they reached the massive oak tree without any sign of He of Many Faces or his minions. True to her word, Edna Soren hiked along next to the others without slowing down or tiring in any visible way. "Can you feel it?" Stone asked her shortly after they left the truck.
"Oh, yeah. Hard to miss."
As they drew closer, Stone began experiencing the same unease as before. His heart rate quickened, and he began to feel warm and queasy. Edna, however, seemed unaffected.
"You all right?" she asked him at one point when he slowed.
"I'll be fine. I'm surprised you aren't feeling the same thing."
"Yeah, let me see if I can fix that," she said.
She took hold of both of his hands and faced him, peering up into his eyes and whispering something under her breath. After a moment, she let go and stepped back.
"Is that better?"
Stone stared at her, astonished. "It is. Thank you. How did you do that?"
She grinned. "I might be over the hill, but I've still got a few tricks."
After that, it was a simple matter to follow the corrupted magical energy trails to the tree. Stone stood guard, his magical senses at full awareness, while Lopez and Jason helped Edna into the proper position to view the tablets. When she came back over to where Stone prowled a few minutes later, she was pale under her tan.
"I had no idea it was that bad," she said,
her voice shaking. "What did you get?"
"Those things have corrupted this entire area," she said. "The earth aura is disturbed here, and it's spreading. Not quickly, but this ley line is very slowly being corrupted by what's under the tree."
"Should we move it?" Stone asked.
She spread her hands. "I don't know. I don't think I want to touch it, and I certainly wouldn't want it near where any people are. If it can do that to a ley line, I don't want to think about what it could do to humans. I think the shrine and the ley line are somehow feeding on each other."
She glanced back at the tree. Lopez and Jason were gathering up the packs and coming back over.
"What I really think is that it should be destroyed, and I don't say that lightly."
"That won't stop what's happening with Many Faces, though, will it?" Stone asked. "Destroying the shrine won't send it back."
"I wish," she said. "If that were true, I'd say let's just destroy it now. Even if we did, though, I wouldn't want to do it without a lot of preparation. I'm sure it would fight back worse than you've described before, but even so, I doubt the more recent summoners ever got anywhere near this place. This is where it originated, but I don't think it's any kind of anchor for it."
Again, she glanced back at the tree.
"I did get one impression, though. I don't know if it's right, but if it is, it might help you. You aren't going to like it, though."
Stone made a "go on" gesture.
"You'd better hope that whoever she of my master's blood is, she's still alive and willing to help us send Many Faces back."
"Why's that?"
"Because if I read those signs right, since the summoning is so closely tied to that bloodline, I don't think anybody else can send it back." Chapter 37. When the Ojai Library opened at 10 a.m., the librarian was surprised to see the group loitering in the courtyard. She gave them an odd look when Stone requested back issues of the local high school's yearbooks, but like all good librarians, she didn't ask questions. She merely directed them to the alcove where a collection that began more than 70 years ago and continued to a shiny copy from the current year was shelved. Stone pulled a small stack centering on the one from 27 years ago and commandeered a nearby table. "We're looking for a Japanese girl," he said, "and anything else that looks likely. I doubt this witch club got a write-up in the yearbook, but stranger things have happened." He picked up one and began paging through it, motioning for the others to do the same. It was Jason who found it. "Hey!" he exclaimed, after about 20 minutes of searching, waving apology at a man at a nearby table who glared at him over his newspaper. Dropping his voice to a whisper, he added, "Look at this." He shoved the open book into the middle of the table. Stone studied the pages and immediately saw what Jason had found. Among the collection of black and white headshots of mostly white and Hispanic teenagers, the face of a pert, pretty Asian girl in a demure white blouse smiled up at them. The legend identified her as Michiko Isaka. "She might be the one. I only saw 2 other Asian kids," Jason said. "One's a Chinese freshman girl and the other one's a boy." Stone was idly glancing through the remainder of the junior class, looking for any other names that stood out. He didn't expect to see any, but was surprised as he neared the end of the list to spot one person he recognized. "This is interesting," he murmured. "What?" Lopez asked, still paging through his own volume. He pointed. "Suzanne Washburn. She's in the same class as Michiko Isaka. It calls her Suzanne Proust here, but it's obviously the same person." "Who's Suzanne Washburn?" Jason asked. "Remember when we were at the Third Eye? Not the woman who owned the place, but her friend, the one who brought the ley line map." Edna's eyebrows rose. "That pair are a couple of charlatans. Not a shred of talent in either one of them." "Still," Stone said, "if I'm remembering correctly, the owner said Mrs. Washburn has been interested in the occult for a long time. If that stretched back to high school and there was some sort of witches' club, it's possible she was a member." "Maybe," Jason said. "But I think we should try to find Michiko first, since if she's the babysitter, we know she was in the club." Lopez was getting up. "Let me check the phone book." After a moment, he came back carrying a slender book. "There's an Isaka here, but it's not Michiko. It's listed as S. Isaka." "Let's try it," Jason said. "Whoever it is, they're probably related. They might be able to tell us where she is." "I'll do it," Edna said. "If it's a man, it won't matter, but if it's a woman, she'll be less suspicious if another woman calls." She too got up and headed outside to the payphone. Stone, Jason, and Lopez continued paging through the yearbooks while she was gone, but they didn't find anything else useful. She came back in 5 minutes and sat down. "S. Isaka is Satoko," she said. "She's Michiko's mother. She still lives in Ojai, but she said Michiko is up in the Bay Area now, San Francisco." Stone frowned. Well, that buggers part of my theory, then. If the group wasn't all here in town, they couldn't have gotten together to do the recent summoning. "Wait a minute," Edna said. "You didn't let me finish. I told her I was an old friend trying to get hold of her, and she gave me her number. But she said it was too bad I hadn't called 2 weeks ago when she was down here for their 25-year class reunion." They all stared at her. "When was that?" Stone asked. Then he held up a finger. "Wait a moment, I remember something. Hold on." He hurried off and returned with a newspaper back issue, which he spread out. "I remember seeing this the first night I arrived in Ojai, when I was trying to find the names of Jason's friends who were getting married." He stabbed at an article on the social page. "Here it is. A Nordhoff High School 25-year reunion was held at the Ojai Valley Inn a week ago last Saturday.
Holy crap, that fits, Jason said. Unless there are more bodies out there they haven't found yet, the murder started just after that.
He looked at Stone. We need to call this Michiko, and soon. Come on, let's go back to Stan's place. Back at Lopez's house, the others waited in the front room while Stone went to his room to make the call. He sat at the small desk with a legal pad in front of him, on which he jotted a few things he wanted to mention. Tense with anticipation, he hoped that Michiko Isaka could help them with another piece of their puzzle. There were too many murders, and they weren't showing any signs of stopping. He punched in the number and waited. "Dr. Isaka's office," a pleasant female voice said. "How may I help you?" This was unexpected. He wondered what sort of doctor Michiko was. "I'm trying to reach Michiko Isaka," he said. "Is she available?"
"I'm afraid she isn't at the moment," the woman said.
"May I take a message?" "Please," he said. "It's very important I reach her. Could you tell her that I'm an old friend and that it's related to something that happened at her recent reunion in Ojai?" He poured on every bit of charm he could. There was a pause. "One moment, please, sir." The phone switched over to bouncy, soulless hold music. When it picked up again 5 minutes later, a different voice spoke. "This is Dr. Isaka," she said. She sounded a little impatient. "Who is this? As far as I know, I don't have any British men as friends, and I'm sure there weren't any at my reunion." "I do apologize for the slight deception, Dr. Isaka," Stone said, keeping his voice deliberately soft and non-threatening. "My name is Alistair Stone, and in truth we've never met. But the other bit was true. It is related to your reunion, or at least I think it is. That's what I'm calling to try to find out." She still sounded impatient. "I'm sorry, but I have no idea what you're talking about. I don't have a lot of time. Could you get to the point, please?" "All right, then. If you're who I believe you to be, I understand that you were a member of some sort of club or group during your school years, something to do with magic and witches. Do I have the right person?" Silence. Stone let it drag out for a few seconds. "Dr. Isaka? How did you know that?" Her voice was different now, quieter, a little strained. "A lovely woman told me. She said you used to mind her when she was a little girl, and you let her wear your pretty green robe. She told me she called you Mickey Mouse." His tone, too, was soft, as images of Lindsay Cole came unbidden to his mind. "Oh, God," she whispered. "Lindsay." Another long pause, and then she said, "I just heard about her recently. My mother called to tell me. She was—" "Yes," Stone said gently. "I'm sorry." There was another silence. Stone could almost see her gathering herself together before speaking again. "I don't understand. What does Lindsay have to do with—" "It's not directly related to Lindsay," Stone told her. "But it's very important that I find out about this group. Tell me, did you by chance get together with the other members at your reunion 2 weeks ago? Did you perhaps stage some sort of ritual or ceremony for nostalgia's sake?" "How do you know this?" she demanded, voice rising. "Who are you?" "I'm a friend, Dr. Isaka," he said. "I'm someone who's trying to sort something out, and this is where I think it's leading." He sighed. "I wish I could talk to you in person. This is more difficult over the phone." "What's more difficult? What are you trying to sort out? I'm sorry, but you're confusing me. Why does some silly group my friends and I belong to in school matter to you?" Here goes, Stone thought. This is where she either believes me or hangs up on me and calls the police. "I know this is going to sound absurd," he said, "but I've good reason to believe that something connected with your group might be associated with the recent murders in Ojai, and the ones that occurred 27 years ago." She didn't hang up on him. She didn't say anything either. On the other end of the line was only silence, punctuated by the occasional squeak of a chair. "Dr. Isaka, you're crazy," she whispered. "You're insane. Who put you up to this?" "All right, time to get a little more forceful. Listen to me, Dr. Isaka. I'm not insane. I'm not trying to intimidate you. As I said, I know it sounds far-fetched, but believe me, I wouldn't be calling you if it wasn't important. If you want to check my credentials, call Stanford University. I'm a professor there, specializing in the occult. If you want to do it now, I'll give you my number here and wait. When you're convinced, call me back and we'll talk further." She paused. When she spoke again, her voice was stronger and angry. "I'm going to call your bluff, Mr. Stone, or whatever your name is." "Please do." He gave her Lopez's number. "I'm not lying to you. It's vital that you call me back." "We'll see." She hung up. Stone sat staring at the wall for several moments, then picked up the cordless phone and drifted back out to the front of the house, where the others were seated in the living room. The news droned in the background, but at least right now it wasn't covering the Ojai murders. "Any luck?" Jason asked. "Possibly. We'll know shortly." He threw himself wearily down into the nearest empty seat and closed his eyes. He had to entertain the possibility that Michiko Isaka wouldn't call him back. If so, his next stop was to question Suzanne Washburn, on the chance that her interest in things odd and spooky extended all the way back to her days in school. He wasn't looking forward to making that call. It was 20 minutes before the phone rang again. Stone, who had fallen into a light doze, snapped awake and grabbed it. "Lopez residence? Dr. Stone? This is Michiko Isaka." Her voice held a strange edge, nervous and contemplative. He leaped up off the couch and hurried down the hall. "Dr. Isaka, so glad you called back. My credentials passed inspection then, did they?" "I called Stanford. They really do have an occult studies department, and you really are a professor there." She paused. "But I still don't understand why you're calling me. Why don't you explain it to me? I've cleared my next appointment, so I'm listening." "I'm calling you because I need information about your group. I can't explain it all right now. It would take too long, and we need to move fast if we've any hope of preventing more murders. The short version is, absurd as it might sound, it appears that one of the members of your group has a connection to something that caused a lot of trouble in this area many years ago. That connection allowed your group to bring it back, almost certainly accidentally. But now that it's back, it's causing trouble again, deadly trouble." Silence. Stone was used to it by now. He simply waited while she digested everything he'd told her. He tried to remind himself that, unlike himself and his friends who had been immersed in the situation for days, this was her first taste of any of it. It was a lot to drop on a mundane all at once. If the stakes hadn't been so high, he'd have given her more time to get used to the idea. But time was something they didn't have. After nearly a minute, she said, "You're telling me that a bunch of kids playing at being witches actually summoned something real? Come on, Dr. Stone, that sounds like a bad horror movie." "Tell that to the 8 people who are dead now," he said, his voice cold, sober. "Including the little girl you minded. Not to mention the ones who died 27 years ago, the first time this happened." This time, when the silence came, Stone didn't wait for her to speak. If shock was what it took to motivate her, then so be it. "I need the names of the other people in the group, Dr. Isaka," he said. "It might be that you don't have to be involved further." "I need to talk to all of them, or at least all of those who attended the ritual you conducted 2 weeks ago." He could hear her breathing hard. "Okay," she said at last, her voice shaking. "I don't believe this." "Believe it," he said. "Please, you must help me. I'm not working alone. I've got friends helping me, including a police officer. If you can make it easier for us, you might prevent more deaths." "Okay," she said again. She sounded reluctant. There were 5 of us, me,
Debbie Margolis, Carly Rosales, Karen Butler, and Suzanne Proust. Karen is Karen Blanco now, and Suzanne is Suzanne Washburn. She paused. Karen and Suzanne still live in Ojai.
Debbie's in Colorado somewhere, and Carly's in Santa Maria, I think.
Do you know how to contact the out-of-town members? He asked, inwardly trying to decide if he was pleased or dismayed that it was looking like his next step was going to be Suzanne Washburn after all. No, not really. We all kind of lost touch with each other after we left school. Suzanne has everybody's information, I think. She was the group's leader. She was the one who suggested we get back together for one last ritual. I can give you her address. She did so, then sighed. It all seems so stupid now. We were just kids. We each had a magical name in the group. Mine was Tsukiko, which meant child of the moon. Suzanne's was Elenaria. Since the whole thing was her idea originally, we called ourselves the Sisterhood of Elenaria. You know, this is embarrassing to even be telling you. I didn't even want to do it after a while, but they were my friends, so I went along. You know how kids are. I was pretty shy in those days, and I wanted them to like me, you know? I understand, he said, his voice gentle as he jotted down the things she'd told him. All right. Thank you for this. I think you're right. I need to talk to Suzanne. Fortunately, I've already met her, so it might be a bit easier. Would you mind if I asked you to be available should I need to contact you again? I thought you said you wouldn't. I said I might not need to, he said. It depends on what I find out. What do you expect to find out, Dr. Stone? We're not witches. We didn't know how to summon anything. We were just a bunch of teenage girls messing around with pretty robes and magic wands. Is that wrong? Of course not. I'm sure whatever happened, no one intended it, and I know you don't believe me. I understand that. Most people don't. Another pause, and when she spoke again, her voice was a little stronger. I've grown up, Dr. Stone. I have a successful dental practice. I have a partner, and we have 2 young children. Please, don't get me involved in this. You're right. I don't believe any of what you're telling me. I'm only answering your questions because it seems like you do believe it and your story checks out. But I really don't want to be involved. I'll do my best to make sure you don't have to be, Dr. Isaka. Again, thank you for your help. Even if this ends your involvement, you might well have already helped save lives. This time, when Stone came out of the back room, he moved slowly. Once again, he sank onto the couch.
You okay?
Lopez asked.
Did she tell you what you needed to know?
She told me, he said. She gave me the names of the rest of the group. We were right. They did get together and do rituals and ceremonies as part of their little club. And they did another one around the time of the reunion, for old time's sake. So what's the problem? Jason asked. Isn't that what you were hoping for? It means we're on the right track, right? We are, Stone confirmed. But I'm not liking what I have to do next. Which is... He glanced over at Edna, who was watching him as she idly leafed through an old copy of Sports Illustrated. Only 2 of the group still live in Ojai, and one of them is Suzanne Washburn. Edna tossed the magazine aside with a snort. I told you before, that one's about as magical as a rock. I'd bet everything I own that she's not our descendant. I wouldn't take that bet, Stone said. But the fact remains she wasn't only in the group, she was its instigator, and that means we're going to have to talk to her.
I don't see the problem yet, Lopez said. Yeah, maybe she's not your favorite person, but if she can help...
It's more that I'm not her favorite person, Stone pointed out. Remember, she thinks I'm a murderer. Also, she strikes me as quite the busybody type. Both she and that friend of hers who runs the Third Eye. If we talk to her, we'll probably end up having to tell her more than I want to. And if we do tell her, she'll tell her friends. Before the day's out, it will likely be all over the town, which, aside from making things potentially very uncomfortable for me, will probably cause Kasner to run us all out of town on a rail for impeding his investigation. That is, if he doesn't arrest me again.
True, Lopez said soberly. Though if I go along, show my badge, and tell her you've been cleared of any suspicion, at least she won't think you're a murderer anymore. I hope.
There's no helping it, I suppose. I can try playing up my credentials as an occult expert without letting her in on the existence of magic, but I doubt that will work once we actually have to start doing something, as opposed to just talking. He stood. We best get going then, before I change my mind. Edna rolled her eyes. You're a piece of work, Stone, I'll say that. You'll stand up to ancient spirits that try to rip you to pieces without even flinching, but a middle-aged lady scares the crap out of you. He smiled tightly at her. Guilty as charged. Chapter 38. Suzanne Washburn's address was, as so many other things related to their current situation seemed to be, in the Arbolada, on a quiet, winding street peppered with venerable old oak trees. When she appeared at the door of her large, rambling home set back from the street and saw Stone standing on her front porch, her eyes widened, and she gasped. "Dr. Stone," she stammered, her gaze darting nervously between him and Lopez. "How, nice to see you again." She didn't say, "How did you find out where I live?" but Stone could see it right there on her face as clearly as if she were holding up a sign. He could also see that she was fighting very hard against a temptation to slam the door in his face and hide until he went away. "Mrs. Washburn," he said, inclining his head in greeting. He held up her ley line map, carefully rolled and secured with a wide rubber band. "I'm returning your map. Thank you very much, by the way. It was quite helpful. And we'd like to talk with you briefly, if we may." He indicated Lopez. "This is Sergeant Stan Lopez of the Ventura Sheriff's Department."
"Pleased to meet you,"
Lopez said. He pulled out his wallet and showed her his badge and official identification. She looked at it, then back up at him, a different sort of fear settling over her features. "Am I in some kind of trouble, officer?" She glanced sideways at Stone in suspicion, as if expecting him to be Lopez's prisoner or something. "You're not in any kind of trouble with the police, Mrs. Washburn," Stone said. "In fact, I asked Sergeant Lopez to accompany me today to prove to you that I'm not either. I need to talk with you about something very important, and I couldn't do that if you were afraid I was still under some sort of suspicion for the murders." "I didn't—" she began to protest. "Yes, you did," Stone said gently. "I could see it in your face the other day, and I don't blame you. Things have been rather chaotic for me the past couple of days, but I assure you I've been cleared of any suspicion."
"It's true," Lopez confirmed. "He was questioned and released. Just routine. He's not wanted for anything at this time."
She swallowed, considered, and her death grip on the door loosened infinitesimally. "Well, all right then. You can't blame me for being concerned, and thank you for returning my map. What else can I do for you, Dr. Stone?" "May we come in?" he asked. She looked back and forth between him and Lopez again, but finally nodded. "Yes, of course." She swung the door wide and motioned them inside. Suzanne Washburn or her husband obviously had money. Stone and Lopez followed her down a tiled hallway lined with paintings and fine sculptures, and into a large, elegant but comfortable living room. "Let's chat in the backyard," she said, moving through the living room to a set of French doors leading out to an equally elegant patio. "It's a lovely day." She motioned toward a group of chairs arranged around an umbrella-topped table next to a sparkling kidney-shaped pool. "Sit down," she said. "I'll bring us some refreshments." They sat down and she hurried off. "She doesn't want us inside her home," Stone said.
"Sure looks that way,"
Lopez agreed. He glanced around at the large yard, which was surrounded by oak trees.
"I don't think anyone's going to hear us out here, though."
Suzanne returned a few minutes later, bearing a tray with a pitcher of iced tea, 3 glasses, and a plate with a hunk of brie, assorted crackers, a knife, and some napkins. After pouring each of them a glass and settling herself down, she looked between Stone and Lopez. "Now, what can I help you with?" Stone met her gaze and held it. "We'd like to talk to you about the Sisterhood of Elenaria, Mrs. Washburn," he said softly. She nearly dropped her glass. "What did you say?" she whispered, setting it down with a shaking hand. "The Sisterhood," he repeated. "We'd like you to tell us about it." "Why, how did you find out about—" "Michiko Isaka told us," he said. "Please don't hold it against her. She had good reason." He paused for a moment, deciding how to proceed. "Mrs. Washburn, how long have you had your interest in the occult?" She looked like she wasn't going to answer, but finally sighed. "Since I was a little girl, I guess. I've been interested in witches and fairies and astrology and that kind of thing since grade school." Her eyes came up. "What's this about, Dr. Stone? Do you believe in spirits?" "I do. I've seen them. I think the spirit of my husband is still in this house. That's why I won't sell it, even though it's really too big for me now, and the children are away at college." "Tell us about the Sisterhood, Mrs. Washburn, please." Stone kept his voice soft and soothing. He didn't know if his powers of persuasion would overshadow the fact that he was still making her nervous, but he gave it his best shot. "When did you start it?" "Junior high," she said. "8th grade." She plucked up a cracker and examined it before taking an experimental nibble. "It was just me and a couple of friends to start with. Like I said, I'd been interested for a long time, and I kind of rubbed off on them eventually. We'd go out to a quiet area of campus during lunchtime and have our little rituals. Another girl noticed, and she was interested, so she joined shortly after that." "Where did you get these little rituals?" Stone asked. Well, I, at least to start with, just made them up. I'd write them in my notebook during class when I was supposed to be listening to the teacher." She giggled, but it was more an uneasy sound than a happy one. Then her expression clouded. "You're leading to something, Dr. Stone, I can tell. What is it?" "I'll tell you, I promise. But first I'd very much like for you to continue." She glanced at Lopez. "Are you sure I'm not in trouble, Sergeant Lopez? I don't need a lawyer, do I? He's not trying to get me to incriminate myself in anything, is he?"
"No, ma'am. None of this is official. The only reason I'm here is because I've been working with Dr. Stone on this, and we figured you'd be more comfortable if a police officer could assure you that he's not wanted for anything."
Her eyes stayed on him for a long time, as if she were trying to decide if he was telling the truth. Then she nodded. "We kept it up for years, all through high school, too. It got more elaborate as we got older. Debbie liked to sew, so she made us all lovely satin robes. We'd collect pretty bottles to use for our potions, and we each had a wand. Each of us also picked a special name that we used. I guess you know something about that, since you referred to the sisterhood. I was Elenaria. Karen was Belladonna, Michiko was Tsukiko, and Debbie was Ariadne." Stone frowned. "I thought there were 5 of you." "Oh, there were. Later. Carly didn't join until after we were in high school. She overheard us discussing getting together one evening and asked if she could join. We thought she was making fun of us, since she was kind of an other side of the tracks kind of girl and always seemed to be in trouble. But she seemed sincere, so we let her come to one of the rituals. She loved it and turned out to be very nice, so she joined us then. Her magical name was Tansy." Lopez looked troubled.
"So you're saying you got together all through high school and put on robes and waved wands around and did magic spells? That seems, well, let's just say I've dealt with a lot of high school girls, and it doesn't seem like the sort of thing that would survive that long after you all started dating."
She smiled wistfully. Oh, we didn't do it all the time. By the time we got to high school, our meetings were only once every couple of months, usually at my house since it was the biggest. They were as much about talking and laughing and eating pizza as they were about the rituals. But we were all good friends, Sergeant. We had a special bond, and we didn't want to lose that. I think the sisterhood really got to be just a way for us to reconnect as we all went our separate ways socially. She looked at Stone. Does that make sense? It does, Stone said gently. I'm going to ask you what seems an odd question now, but if you could try to remember, it would be very helpful. She looked worried. All right. Can you recall any rituals you did in your second year in high school? Sophomore year, Lopez supplied with a grin. Dr. Stone's not from around here, if you hadn't guessed. Stone gave him a look, but didn't contradict him. Sophomore year, he agreed. Anything that might have been out of the ordinary in some way? Perhaps you got the source of the ritual from somewhere different, or it was for a different purpose than usual. Why is this important? She asked, frowning. Why do you want to know? She looked back and forth between them, her gaze sharpening. Before I answer your question, Dr. Stone, I think you owe me an explanation about why you want it. I think I've told you quite a bit on faith so far, but now you need to give me something. Stone was hoping to get a bit further along before arriving at this point, but it couldn't be helped. In truth, his grudging respect for Suzanne Washburn was increasing. She might be a magical fraud, but it wasn't a crime to be interested in the supernatural without having any talent for it. All right, he said. Fair enough, you have a right to know. He took a deep breath, then spoke with care. I have reason to believe that something in your rituals might be related to the recent murders, as well as a smaller number that occurred 27 years ago. She gaped at him, eyes wide, mouth open. Her hand closed convulsively around her iced tea glass, making it rattle the table's glass top. She swallowed a couple of times. Clearly, whatever she'd been thinking he might say, this wasn't even in the same time zone. You think we had something to do with the murders? Her gaze cut to Lopez and then back to Stone. That's horrible, Dr. Stone. How could you think we... He held up a hand to stop her. I don't believe it was intentional, he said. Not at all. You said you believed in spirits. I think what happened is that something in one of your rituals might have accidentally called a spirit. And that spirit is what's been doing the killing. A spirit? Her expression was still stunned, shocked. She seemed to be having trouble forming a thought. Stone nodded. Please, Mrs. Washburn, no one is accusing you or your friends of anything. These things happen sometimes, even when there wasn't any conscious intent behind them, but we need to know as much of the detail as we can. Why? She whispered. What are you going to do? We're going to try to stop it, if we can. She frowned. She'd barely blinked since Stone had dropped his bombshell. You can do that? And to Lopez she added, The police know about this? Not officially, Lopez replied. Not formally, but the murders are increasing, and I'm convinced that Dr. Stone is onto something here. The evidence I've seen is too strong for me to doubt it. As for your other question, I don't know if we can stop it, Stone said softly. But we're going to do everything we can. And I do know that if we're to have a chance at it, we'll need all the information you can give us. She didn't move. Dropping her gaze down to her ring-bedecked hands, she wrung at one of the napkins. Mrs. Washburn. No, she whispered. This is crazy. A tear trickled from one eye and wandered down her cheek, cutting a track through her perfect makeup. We can't have... She reached out and picked up the knife, scooping out some of the brie and spreading it on a cracker. Her hand shook, her shoulders stiffening. Stone wasn't sure why he chose that exact moment to engage his magical senses. Perhaps it was something odd in her movement, or just some sort of supernatural hunch. But in any case, he noticed the greenish aura only a second before Suzanne glanced back up. "You are resourceful, mageling," he of many faces said, using her voice, roughening it and adding its strange inflection. "But you will not follow this avenue." Before Stone could lunge forward, Suzanne, her eyes now shining with an unearthly red-orange glow, leaped from her chair and danced several steps backward, still clutching the knife. Chapter 39.
What the hell?
Lopez demanded. Stone was already standing, his chair clattering over behind him and nearly falling into the pool. "Let her go," he ordered, eyes blazing. "When I am ready," the Suzanne thing said. "You surprise me. I nearly ripped your flesh from your bones, and still you come after me. You are even more foolish than I thought." In the periphery of his vision, Stone sensed Lopez moving up behind him. He held a hand out and back in a wait gesture. "I'm not going to give up. None of us are. We've got your little plan figured out now, and it's just a matter of time before we send you slinking back to wherever you came from. Now, let her go." It laughed, a sound like gargling acid. "I think not, mageling." It raised the knife and plunged it toward Suzanne's chest. Lopez yelled and dived forward, but Stone was expecting the move. As soon as Suzanne's arm lifted, he magically seized the knife, in a telekinetic grip far stronger than he could have managed with his physical body. The Suzanne thing only got it down a few inches before an invisible force stopped it in midair. A second later, it wrenched free of her hand and flew over the pool, dropping in with a splash. Lopez, still moving, grabbed her arm and held it, only loosening his grip when he realized that she was no longer holding the knife. Suzanne sagged a bit as if she had lost her balance. She blinked, and her eyes returned to normal, fixed first on Lopez and then on Stone in panic. "What are you doing?" she demanded. "Let go of me." She yanked her arm from Lopez's grasp. He immediately let her go. "Mrs. Washburn, wait, please," Stone began, but Suzanne was already backing away toward the house. "I don't know what you did to me," she said, voice shaking, "but I'm calling the police." "Wait," Lopez called. "It's not like that." "Mrs. Washburn, please hear us out," Stone said urgently, moving toward her. "You were just possessed by the spirit I was telling you about. That's what it does. It possesses people, and they don't remember anything when it leaves them." "Well, that's convenient, isn't it?" she snapped. "You must think I'm an idiot." She continued backing toward the house, her eyes darting between the two of them as if she expected them to jump her again. "Stop!" Lopez ordered, his tone commanding, the sort of tone he would use on a suspect he was about to apprehend. She stopped, briefly, looking like a cornered animal. "What if we can prove it to you?" he asked. "How can you do that?" she demanded, voice high with panic. Stone was looking at him in astonishment. "Yes, how can you do that?" He pointed up toward the roofline of the house. "That's a security camera, right? Does it work? Please tell me you don't have one of those fake ones." Warily, she said, "It works. There are several of them around the house. I never used them much before, but since the murders started—" "Go look at your tape," he told her. "We'll wait out here. See what it shows you. Just do it before you call the police. If you see what I think you'll see, you probably won't want to." "Wait," Stone said. "Where do you keep the recorder for the cameras?" She looked confused by his questions. "In Lester's study," she said, waving toward one of the windows along the wall. "Why?" "We want to be able to keep an eye on you," he said. "Isn't that right, Sergeant?" Lopez looked almost as confused as Suzanne, but went with it. Yeah, just to be safe." She seemed uncertain, but finally she nodded. All right, she said. I'll go in and look, but you stay here. I'll open the curtains so you can see in, but I don't want you coming in with me. I've still got Lester's guns in the house. If you try to break in, I'll shoot you. She backed the rest of the way to the French doors, opened them, slipped inside, and clicked the lock. After a moment, the curtains to the room she'd indicated opened. She began fiddling with something on a desk. Stone let his breath out and walked over to station himself next to the window so he could keep watch. Nicely done, he told Lopez. I didn't even notice the cameras.
It's one of the things you get used to looking for when you're a cop, Lopez said.
He nodded at the window.
How did you know she was possessed?
Green aura, remember? Stone kept his attention focused closely on Suzanne as his heart rate slowly returned to normal. He didn't have any intention of showing many faces, or even Lopez. But the encounter, the first since his too-close brush with death, had spooked him more than he cared to admit. Lopez went back to the table, righted Stone's fallen chair, and sank into it.
I sure hope something shows on that tape, he said. Otherwise, we're up shit creek. If she calls the police, I'm not even sure I can convince Kasner not to haul both our asses in.
He glanced at Stone.
Why are you so concerned about keeping an eye on her anyway? You don't really think she's going to shoot us, do you? Or run away?
Stone didn't turn away from the window. I'm more worried about what she might do to herself. I haven't done anything to prevent many faces from reoccupying her.
You know, you could have gone all day without saying that.
It was 15 minutes before Suzanne finished what she was doing inside. She left the room, and a moment later the French doors opened again. Stone and Lopez both stiffened, but Suzanne came out slowly, empty-handed. She looked pale, shell-shocked. Stone shifted to magical sight to check her, but her own aura, a disturbed muddy gold that was probably much brighter when she wasn't agitated, showed no sign of many faces. "Are you all right, Mrs. Washburn?" Stone asked. "No." He and Lopez carefully approached her. They led her over to the table and helped her sit down. She didn't object. When they too were reseated, she looked at them with haunted eyes. I watched the tape." "Yes?" Stone prompted. She took a deep, shuddering breath. "I don't even know what to say," she said bleakly. "I don't know what to think. I don't even remember doing any of what I saw. I don't remember getting up or grabbing that knife, and it looked like I was going to stab myself if you hadn't stopped me, Sergeant." Lopez started to say something, but Stone tapped his arm and shook his head. If Suzanne wanted to believe it was Lopez who'd stopped her, that was all the longer before Stone would have to explain anything inexplicable. Thank goodness for cameras that were sharp enough to see what was going on, but blurry enough not to show detail. "How can that be?" she demanded, sounding like she wanted to cry or scream or leap up from her chair and run away. "That's what this spirit does, Mrs. Washburn," Stone said gently. "It possesses people and forces them to do things. Often it forces them to kill themselves or other people. That's why the police don't have any suspects, because there aren't any suspects in most cases." He leaned forward, his gaze intense but kind. "Do you believe us now, at least that this could be possible?" Her slow nod was reluctant. Her frightened eyes came up to meet his. "I've always been interested in the supernatural, Dr. Stone. I wasn't lying to you when I said I thought I felt Les's spirit in the house, but this is something different, something horrible." Her eyes widened. "Oh, my God," she whispered. "This has something to do with what happened to that poor woman they thought you—" She trailed off, but didn't take her eyes off Stone. His jaw clenched. "Yes." Once again, tears began to run down her cheeks. "I just want to wake up and find out this was all a nightmare." "I know," Stone said, his voice soothing as he tried to put the image of Lindsay out of his mind. I know, I think we all wish that. But I still need your help, Mrs. Washburn. I need you to tell me what you know. That's the only way we can stop this nightmare. Suzanne looked down at her hands for a long time. Ask your questions. I'll do my best. Thank you, Stone said. What I need to know is anything you remember about rituals you did when you were in your sophomore year. She thought about that. I used to write them all up, she said. All the rituals and meetings. I still have the write-ups. I could find them if it would help. That was better than Stone could have hoped for. That would be brilliant, Mrs. Washburn. Can you find those for us now? I think so, she said, standing. Stone stood too. We'd best go with you, I think. Now that you believe us, it would be safer. Safer? Why? I'm concerned that the spirit might try to possess you again and make you do something to yourself when you're alone. Her eyes widened and she went even more pale. Oh, God, she moaned. What about after you're gone, will it? I can help you with that, Stone said. I can teach you a mental technique that's effective in keeping it out. He didn't tell her that what he really planned to do was put a block on her mind, as well as at least a minimal ward around her house. That was for later, as soon as he figured out how to tell her what he was doing without letting on that he was performing real magic. She looked dubious, but nodded. Come on, she said. I'll find you those write-ups. 20 minutes later, Stone and Lopez were seated in the living room, watching Suzanne leaf through spiral-bound notebooks whose covers were decorated with unicorns, rainbows, fairies, and other whimsical stickers. Hardly the type you'd expect to be summoning spirits of vengeance, Stone muttered to Lopez, indicating the notebooks with a quick head gesture. Here it is, she announced. She held up one of the notebooks. We only did a couple rituals that year. Like I told you before, the whole thing had started to wind down by then. Most of the time we got together for a meeting, but ended up watching movies and gossiping about boys instead. She pointed at the notebook. I remember this one, though. It was right after Tansy joined the group. She wanted to do a curse. Stone frowned. A curse? I take it that wasn't your usual activity. Oh, no, our spells were all good witch stuff. Health and happiness for us and our families. Love potions, that kind of thing. What sort of curse was it? Something to do with a boy. I think he dumped her and she wanted to get even with him. And you went along with it? Lopez asked. Sure, it's not like we believed any of it was real. Although... She gasped. Oh my God. What? Stone leaned forward. You were right. How could I have forgotten about that? She whispered. At the time we thought it was just coincidence, but it still scared us enough that we never did another curse again. What are you talking about, Mrs. Washburn? She met his gaze. The boy, she said, her voice shaking. The one Carly wanted to put the curse on. A couple days later he was attacked in a high school locker room by another boy who tried to stab him. Wait, Lopez said. The kid who almost died was the one she put the curse on? Suzanne nodded. We were all afraid that God was punishing us for doing something so awful, even though we knew it couldn't have been our fault. Even Carly was scared. She stiffened. I remember, it was in the papers, of course. The boy who did it claimed he had no idea what he was doing or why. They barely even knew who each other were. She stared at Stone. It was the same thing, wasn't it? Like what just happened to me. Almost certainly, Stone said. Then it was our fault. She grasped the notebook in shaking hands, erupting into tears again. Oh, God, it was our fault. Mrs. Washburn, please, it wasn't anyone's fault. You didn't know. But, she said in a trembling voice, why did it stop? You said it killed other people. You said it was back. We summoned it again after it was gone. She looked utterly miserable, letting the notebook drop back into the box. It appears so. He tried to keep his voice gentle, but he couldn't take the time to try to comfort her right now. He needed to get this information. Mrs. Washburn, when you got together to do the ritual 2 weeks ago, what was the subject? What were you trying to accomplish with it? She shrugged without looking up. Nothing special. It wasn't a curse or anything bad, just wishing us all continued health and happiness. Did you have any sort of new materials to use? That time, she did look up. You know, I did, she said. I had a book. I'd found it a few months ago at Bart's. It had all these passages in Latin, and I thought it might make the ritual sound more authentic. Stone sighed. Mundanes. Do you still have the book? Of course. Do you want to see it? Please, and do you know any Latin, Mrs. Washburn? She gave him a damp, wan smile. Not a word. They didn't teach it in high school, and I didn't study it in college. It just seemed magical. She stood. It's in the library. Will you come with me? She led them down another hall and into a room. All four walls were lined with bookshelves. The only other furnishings were a comfortable chair, a pole lamp near the window, and a desk in the middle of the room. Stone glanced around, scanning some of the titles. It was a highly eclectic collection, dominated by swashbuckling adventures, romances, and pop occult volumes. Switching to magical senses, he wasn't surprised that he didn't immediately notice anything that glowed with an aura indicating it was more than it seemed, until he directed his gaze toward the area where Suzanne had headed. He saw it before she plucked it off the shelf. An old, leather-bound tome, larger than a modern hardcover. Its cracking binding held together with a single, equally ancient leather strap. Several multicolored slips of paper poked out from between its pages. Here it is, she said. I find a lot of things at Bart's. Usually I just buy anything that looks interesting, especially if it's related to the supernatural. I got this one a few months ago, and it's always intrigued me, even though I can't read anything in it. I just got a vibe from it, you know? She held it out, offering it to Stone. He wasn't surprised that she had gotten a vibe, even despite her being completely mundane. The book fairly radiated magic, its aura glowing so brightly that it obscured the other books behind it. When he took it in his hands, he felt a faint buzz, like an electrical current was running through it. You got this at Bart's? The owner told me that a whole bunch of books had come in from an old man who died. I was there the day they came in, so he let me look through them before he put them out for sale. When I looked through that one, I got the idea for getting the sisterhood back together at the reunion for one last ceremony. Stone tore his attention from the book long enough to verify that nothing else magically interesting resided on the dark wooden shelves. Is it all right if I take a look inside? He asked. His voice sounded a little oddly husky. Aside from this book's potential for being the artifact that many faces had spoken of, it was also a very old and highly magical tome. Alternative name, at least where Stone was concerned, Mage Catnip. The temptation to take the book somewhere private and spend the next 2 or 3 days delving into its secrets was overwhelming. But they didn't have time for that right now. Of course. She waved him toward the desk. Stone sat down after first glancing at Lopez and, with a subtle head movement towards Suzanne, indicated that he should keep an eye on her. Lopez nodded. Moving with deliberate care, Stone undid the leather strap around the book, opened it to a random page, and began to read. It was a beautiful book. Its age-brittle pages hand-illustrated, its text set in flowery, elaborate type. The illustrations ran the gamut from the fascinating to the grotesque, though Stone had to allow that the grotesque ones were equally fascinating. His breath picked up as he continued reading. This was the real deal.
Al?
came Lopez's soft voice. He started. Yes, what?
Find anything?
The cop sounded amused.
It's been 20 minutes and you haven't said a word.
Stone looked up to discover both Lopez and Suzanne watching him intently. Sorry, he muttered. Got a bit carried away. You can read that? Suzanne asked. It's intriguing. Do you remember which bit you used for the ceremony? The pink bookmark there toward the back, she said, pointing. Stone carefully turned to the page she indicated. The first thing he noticed was the illustration, which showed a small group of robed figures surrounding what looked like some sort of burning object. Smoke rose from the object and formed into a ghostly, humanoid shape, which appeared to be gazing down at the assembled group with approval. He switched his focus to the text, taking his time to make sure he was reading it correctly. He was fluent in Latin, but some of the vocabulary in the book was oddly archaic, as if someone had been trying to obscure the text's meaning. That was entirely possible. Stone had seen instances before where spells were written in a sort of skewed pseudo-version of an ancient language that only those who had created them or who worked with them could decipher.
Anything?
Lopez asked. I picked that one because of the picture, Suzanne said. Whatever that ghostly thing is, it looks happy. I thought it might be good for health and happiness. Stone let his breath out. Well, he said, running a hand back through his hair until it spiked. You're right about that bit. It is happy, but not for the reason you think. It's happy to finally be summoned into the world. He pointed at the text. This is an odd spell. I haven't seen too many like it. It's actually quite versatile because it's not specific. What do you mean, not specific? Suzanne asked. I mean, it's not designed to summon a specific entity. He ran his finger over the lines of the spell. See, there's no true name in here. Usually when you're summoning something or trying to get rid of it, you'll want its true name. That gives you control over it. I remember reading that somewhere in one of my books, Suzanne said. But if it's not meant to summon something specific, then what is it meant for? Stone considered his words. It's sort of an all-purpose, generic summoning spell, he said at last. It's up to the people doing the summoning to imprint their will on it in order to get what they're looking for. Wait a minute, Suzanne protested. If that was true, then why would we have gotten this horrible thing that's killing people? I told you we were wishing for happiness, health, prosperity, positive things, so why didn't we get a positive spirit? Stone turned a little to face her. Here's the thing. I don't think everyone in your group actually influenced the summoning. In fact, I'm convinced that it was only one person, and I'm sorry, Mrs. Washburn, but it wasn't you. She stared, wide-eyed. Why? Why not? I mean, I was the group leader. I read the words of the spell from the book. Well, as well as I could, since I didn't know if I was pronouncing them right. Why wouldn't I be the one to influence it? For a long time, Stone was silent as he tried to find a way to explain it to her without revealing the existence of magic. Well, he said, the way this spell works, it's sort of like you're making a soup. If you've got a group who's all contributing to the recipe, the person who puts in, say, flour isn't going to change the taste as much as the one who drops in a lot of pepper. He raised an eyebrow with a faint smile. Sorry, I'm rubbish at cooking, so forgive me if that's a terrible metaphor, but you get the idea. So you're saying that there's someone else in the group who put in the pepper? She still looked confused. What would affect that? Not that I would want to be the one responsible for that awful thing, but... This was getting more difficult to explain without going places Stone didn't want to go. Again, he took a long pause to think. Please, Mrs. Washburn, don't be offended by this. I know you're very interested in this sort of thing and have spent quite a lot of time studying it, but some people are more innately connected to the spirit world than others. He took a breath. Also, I suspect that someone in your group might have a specific connection to the spirit that was summoned." Suzanne pondered that. "I'm not offended, Dr. Stone. In fact, after seeing those tapes, I'm not sure I really want anything to do with the supernatural anymore." She nodded toward the book. "Will you take that? Get it away from here. I don't want to look at it anymore." Stone tried his best to hide the fact that for a brief moment he felt like a kid on Christmas morning who'd just been handed the coolest, most impossible-to-get toy ever, and he mostly succeeded. "Of course. So, what happens now? What are you going to do, call the police?" "The police already know about my theories. Aside from Sergeant Lopez here, they don't think much of them." He fixed what he hoped was a comforting gaze on Suzanne. "We might need your help, though. We might need the help of all of the Sisterhood." She frowned. "How can we help?" "I have to do a bit more research, but it's possible that in order to send this spirit back where it came from, it will require another ceremony from the people who summoned it in the first place." "But isn't that dangerous?" she asked, paling. "Dr. Stone, if you're right and this spirit is killing people—" "I'm hoping it won't come to that," he said. "I'm just letting you know it might and asking if I can count on you. It might only require the person who did the actual imprinting. I don't know yet, but if we need all of you, will you help? Will you help get the others together?" He waited, watching her expression change as the thoughts flitted through her mind. She was scared. Hell, she was petrified. Stone had seen this sort of thing before. Mundanes with a strong interest in the occult who, when confronted with the real thing, couldn't cope with it. Sometimes inveterate skeptics like Lopez or Jason dealt with the odd and freaky better than the witches and horoscopes crowd, because they had fewer preconceived notions about the way it was supposed to work. The one thing most of the hobbyists never even considered before they'd been tossed neck deep into it was that the supernatural world was dangerous. They tended to look at it in benign terms, predicting the future, helping to find lost people, or being visited by the ghosts of long-dead loved ones. Most never expected to find a place full of more malevolent entities, or at least more that didn't give the tiniest damn about the sensibilities of the insignificant bags of meat crawling around on an insignificant dustball in an insignificant corner of the metaphysical cosmos, than friendly ones. A place filled with things that would kill you for your first misstep and wouldn't even take enough notice to care. That was a major reason why even experienced practitioners like Stone didn't initiate contact with those realms unless he absolutely had to. He knew there were things out there, lots of them, that could gobble up He of Many Faces like a light snack. If you were smart, and if you wanted to see your next birthday, you left that kind of thing well the hell alone. Edna Soren might call him arrogant and conceited. And okay, there were times when he definitely qualified. But some things were best just avoided. If Suzanne hadn't been petrified after what she'd seen on that security tape, Stone would have wondered about her sanity. She looked at him like a weary little girl would look at a trusted adult. Someone she believed would keep the boogeyman away and the closet free of monsters. "If I get involved in this, Dr. Stone, could I get hurt? Could I even die?" He put a gentle hand on her arm. "Mrs. Washburn," he said softly, "you're already involved. I can't lie to you. You've been so brave already, I owe you the truth. This is dangerous. You could get hurt. Yes, it's possible you could even die. You saw what happened today. But I can promise you this. You'll be safer if you help us, and if you let us help you. Because regardless of whether you agree to help, I'm not going to stop. Sergeant Lopez and our other friends aren't going to stop. We can't. This thing is killing people, and it isn't going to stop." Lopez took a step forward. "You know," he said, in the sort of calm tone used to comfort lost children, "I know this all seems pretty freaky to you. It did to me, too, when he first dropped it on me. But he knows what he's doing. He nodded at Stone, who'd taken a step back.
If anybody's got a chance to get rid of this spirit, it's this guy, and the other folks he's working with. I've seen them in action, and I believe in them. Please, help us before anybody else is killed.
She swallowed. Okay, she whispered, tears sparkling in the corners of her eyes. What do I need to do? We need to find which one of your group is associated with the spirit, Stone said. Can you call the others and ask them to talk to me? Don't tell them anything specific, let me do that. Just tell them you're working with me and that they should answer my questions. She nodded, sniffing. Okay. I guess it makes sense to call Karen first since she's local. Pausing, she looked at Stone. You said before that you could teach me something that would make it so that thing couldn't get in my head and make me do things again. I can, he said. Will it take long? Because I'm really scared. I don't want to go anywhere alone now. Not long at all. He moved closer to her and reached out, hovering his hand near her forehead. He gave her a questioning look, and when she nodded, wide-eyed, he gently touched her with the tips of his fingers. All right, he murmured. I'm going to give you a phrase to repeat, sort of a mantra. Just repeat it in your head when you're alone, periodically. That will work? She asked, dubious.
Trust him, Lopez said. He did it to me, and I've been working with him for days. No sign of anything trying to get in my head.
Hardly any sign.
But that was beside the point. It wasn't as if they'd be taking Suzanne Washburn anywhere near the shrine. Well, okay. Stone closed his eyes and concentrated for a moment, then stepped back. Right then, he said. Now I'll write the mantra down for you so you don't forget it. He took a pen and a piece of scratch paper from the desk, thought a moment, then jotted something down and handed it to her. She studied it, then looked at him, head tilted. Guard well the pips, and the fruit shall grow without let? He shrugged. Very mystical. She held his gaze for a moment longer, as if expecting him to burst out laughing. When he didn't, she gave a confused nod, mouthed the words again, and picked up the phone. I'll call Karen. Stone and Lopez backed off into the corner of the room, turned away from Suzanne so she couldn't see him. Lopez gave Stone a look.
What the hell was that?
He whispered, trying to keep from chuckling.
Cardwell the what?
I saw it in a late-night horror movie about a charlatan mystic. It seemed apropos. Lopez started to reply, but Stone's expression went suddenly from cynical amusement to sharp-eyed focus. What? He asked. Stone was no longer paying him any attention. What is it, Mrs. Washburn? He asked, stepping toward her. She had been murmuring into the phone when her expression had gone rigid. She hung up with a slow, deliberate motion and stood very still in the middle of the room. Then she looked up at Stone, her eyes once more haunted. That thing, she said. I think it has Karen. Chapter 40. What? Stone demanded. He snatched up the phone and put it to his ear, but there was nothing now but the dial tone. Why do you think so? She spoke to me in this strange, growly voice, Suzanne said numbly. It hardly even sounded like her, all slow and creepy. What did she say? Stone's heartbeat picked up again, and he struggled to keep his voice even. She said... Tears crawled down her cheeks. She said I should... She paused, recalling the words. She said I should tell the mageling that the agony of the last time will be nothing compared to what I will visit upon him now, and that I shouldn't help you or she would kill me too. She was shaking hard now, the tears flowing freely. What does it mean? What's happened? Stone exchanged glances with Lopez. This wasn't good. I think it means we'd best go check on Karen,
he said, his tone grim.
You know, Lopez said, we're going to have to tell Kasner
if we find anything. He didn't like it, especially getting Kasner involved this close to the conversation with Suzanne, but there was no way around it. Let's check first, he said. If we get there soon enough. He turned to Suzanne. Can you tell us where Karen lives? I'll go with you, she said. Mrs. Washburn, no, she said, and there was a steel behind her tone that hadn't been there before. Karen's my friend. If there's something wrong with her or any way I can help, I want to go. Her sudden bravado slipped just a bit as she addressed Stone. You think that thing might make her hurt herself, don't you? I don't know, Mrs. Washburn, he said softly. And to Lopez, we should go. There it is, Suzanne said from the back seat of Lopez's truck, pointing. The 2-story yellow house there on the left. Stone could already tell that something was wrong, even from out here. As soon as he switched to magical senses, he could see the profound disturbance in the house's no doubt normally peaceful aura. He glanced at Lopez and shook his head once, looking grim. Jason's old Ford was parked outside. He and Edna got out as Lopez parked on the street. Stone had called them before they left Suzanne's place and asked them to meet at Karen's house, but not to go in until he, Lopez, and Suzanne arrived. Jason started to ask Stone something when he approached, but one look at the mage's expression silenced him. Edna, too, looked bleak. She had clearly noticed the aura as well. What are we waiting for? Suzanne demanded. Let's go! Stone shook his head. Mrs. Washburn, I think it would be best if you didn't. What do you mean? Her voice pitched higher. You think there's something wrong? Cool, Kasner, Stone said under his breath to Lopez.
You sure?
He nodded. Do it. As Lopez headed off, Suzanne looked back and forth between them. What are you saying? Aren't you going into the house? When Stone didn't reply right away, her face set. Well, if you're not, I am. Before he could stop her, she took off at a quick stride. Edna raised a hand, but Stone shook his head. Let her go, he said, his voice full of all the exhaustion that was coming back to haunt him from the past few days. She'll have to see for herself, I think. All of them watched as she hurried up the drive and knocked on the door. When there was no answer, she moved over and peered in through a large picture window mostly covered by thick drapes. Then she screamed. Moving almost as one, Stone, Jason, and Edna hurried to her. Suzanne had dropped to her knees on the broad wooden deck surrounding the house. Her shoulders heaved as she sobbed into her hands. Stone nodded at his companions, then at her, then went to the window and peered into the house. What he saw was a large living room with a ceiling that clearly rose up to the 2nd story, even though he couldn't see that far from his limited vantage point. He took in the comfortable, functional furniture, open stairway, fireplace, and series of family photos on the mantelpiece. But none of these held his attention. What did hold it was a massive object near the stairway. It appeared to be some sort of welded sculpture made of various bits of mechanical detritus and topped with a pointed spire that extended the sculpture's height to nearly 8 feet tall. The body of a woman was impaled, face down on the spire, as if she had taken a flying leap from the top of the stairs and crashed down on it, making no effort to twist or otherwise avoid it. Blood streaked the sculpture and ran down from the body, giving its lower half the grotesque appearance of something cobbled together in a demon's workshop. As Stone stared, the body twitched occasionally, but his magical senses told him that it no longer held any life. "Al?" came Jason's voice. "What do you see?" "Let's back up," Stone said in a monotone. He noticed Edna had an arm wrapped around Suzanne's shuddering shoulders and was attempting to get her to her feet. Jason mouthed, "She dead?"
Stone nodded. "Come on, Suzanne," he said. "Let's go. The police will be here soon." It was hard to keep his voice soothing in the face of yet another senseless death, but sometimes this job didn't give you the easy stuff. He put his hand on her other shoulder and helped Edna get her up. She allowed the two of them to lead her back out to the street. The houses out here were far enough apart that no one had come running in response to the scream. The four of them stood there next to Jason's car until Lopez returned from his truck. A couple minutes later, sirens could be heard in the distance. Shortly after that, 2 squad cars and an unmarked white sedan pulled up and parked behind Jason's and Lopez's vehicles. Peter Kasner got out of the white sedan. When he saw Lopez standing with Stone and Jason, he strode over. He looked pissed. "What the hell's going on, Stan?" Stone spoke. "Check the house, Lieutenant," he said softly, nodding toward it. "We didn't go inside, just look through the window." Kasner glared at him, but turned to his officers and ordered them to check out the house. Then he addressed the group. "You people just stay right here. Don't go anywhere. I'll get to you in a minute." He hurried off after the uniformed officers. Suzanne, still sobbing, watched them go. She's got a husband, kids." "I'm so sorry," Stone murmured. "This is my fault. If I hadn't—" "Shh, it's not your fault. You didn't cause this." "What am I going to tell the police?" she whispered. Stone thought about that. On the one hand, Suzanne clearly wasn't the type who'd be adept at lying, so asking her to do that, morality aside, would probably end up getting them all in trouble if she broke down and spilled everything. Even more so if she let slip that Stone had told her to lie. Given his current reputation with Kasner, that would probably be enough to get him tossed back in a cell again, if for no other charge than obstructing justice. On the other hand, though, if she did tell Kasner about everything they'd discussed, including the sisterhood, the security tape, and the magical tome, he might feel duty-bound to investigate. And having an avowed skeptic like Kasner acting as the sisterhood's first contact point to what was going on could be disastrous. Choosing his words with care, he said, "I can't tell you what to say, Mrs. Washburn, but I can tell you this. Lieutenant Kasner and his officers are doing the best job they can trying to find out what's behind these murders, but they won't be able to do it. Literally, the only thing he can do if he knows all the details of what's going on is make things worse, and probably get others killed if he gets in the way of what we're trying to do." He indicated Lopez, Jason, and Edna. "So, you want me to lie to the police?" "Of course not. But if you believe me, if you want us to have a chance at ending this before more people are killed, I would try to avoid telling him about the sisterhood, or the book you gave me, or that security tape. I doubt he'll ask you about it. If he asks why I was talking to you, tell him that my investigation led me to you because of your occult interests. That's actually the truth, though obviously not the entire truth. Do you think you can do that, Mrs. Washburn?" She struggled not to start crying again. Her elegant makeup had run to the point where she looked like a well-coiffed raccoon. She met Stone's gaze. "Yes," she whispered. "I think so." He patted her shoulder. "Thank you. As soon as they let us go here, please try to contact the others. I'll be wanting to talk to them now more than ever." "Do you think they're in danger too?" "I've no way to know that," he said, shaking his head. "It's possible that the spirit is confined to this area. It seems to be heavily associated with Ojai, so if we're lucky, it will stay here. If we're not—" he shrugged. "We'll just have to wait and see." Kasner was coming back over. He pointed at Lopez and then at Stone, then made a sharp, "get over here" gesture. His expression was carved from rock. When the two of them drew close, he said without preamble, "How did you know?" Lopez spoke first.
"Dr. Stone wanted to talk to Mrs. Washburn. He'd met her before at the Third Eye downtown. You know, the witchy shop. He's still checking into local legends and stories, and he thought she might know some.
What's that got to do with our Vic? He asked, pointing toward the house.
They were friends. Mrs. Washburn was worried about her, with the murders and all. When she couldn't reach her on the phone, she asked us to come over here with her to check, in case anybody dangerous was around.
Kastner's eyes narrowed, and he focused on Stone. Just won't leave it alone, will you, Stone? Stone didn't flinch in the slightest before Kastner's obvious attempt at intimidation. When you'd been nearly ripped to shreds by a 500-pound bear driven by an ancient psychopathic vengeance spirit less than 2 days ago, a grumpy detective lieutenant no longer even rated on the scale. I can't, Lieutenant. I won't impede your investigation, and I won't interfere with your crime scenes. I'll even help when I can, just as I'm doing now, but don't ask me to stop. This is too big and too potentially deadly for me to do that. Kastner glared at him. I said it before, and I'm saying it again. If you know something you're not telling me, you better start talking. Because even if I can't get you for murder, withholding information from the police is a crime too. Don't think I won't haul your ass in again in a heartbeat if I think that's what you're doing. I've got too damn much going on here, and too many people getting killed to put up with you and your mystical bullshit. By now, a small crowd had gathered, drawn by the police cruisers outside Karen Blanco's house. Stone dropped his voice so only Kastner and Lopez could hear him. His eyes were every bit as cold as Kastner's. Lieutenant, I've tried to tell you before. Remember, at the Ayala house, I tried to help you. I told you what I knew. You didn't believe me. Tell me, did your men find any evidence of any other people inside that house? Did you talk to the little girl Olivia? What did she tell you? Kastner looked like he was gearing up to blow his top at Stone. But he took a moment to get control of himself, let out a long, frustrated breath, and said instead, Screw it. I just want the world to make fucking sense again. What did she tell you, Lieutenant? Stone asked again, softly. She said that she walked in on her family, hacking each other up with knives, he said in a monotone. That's what that little 8-year-old girl told us, and we can't find one fucking bit of evidence that shows she was wrong. Suddenly, he was looking very tired, almost visibly deflating. He glanced over at where more cruisers and a crime scene van were arriving, and 3 police officers were herding the crowd back across the street and away from the area. When he spoke again, he addressed Lopez. Stan, I'm in way over my damn head here. We all are. None of this is making a fucking bit of sense. We're doing everything right, and God knows that's getting hard to do, since we're strapped to the wall with all these murders to process, and nothing's coming up like it's supposed to. Lopez nodded, sympathetic but steady.
Pete, I'm telling you, you know me. You know I'm not about woo and fairy dust. I know it sounds insane, and I know your cop's brain doesn't want you to accept anything you can't prove. I get that. I didn't either. But I'm telling you, as a colleague and an old friend, let Dr. Stone keep on doing what he's doing. I've seen him work, man. You can't do what he does, just like he can't do what we do. If we work together, we might just get through this without too many more people ending up dead.
A shadow of the old fire flashed in Kastner's eyes. What do you want me to do, Stan? Make him an official consultant? You want me to put a professor of the occult on the payroll?
If that's what it takes, then yeah, Lopez said, crossing his arms.
Do you realize what the press would do with that? He snapped. They'd rip us to shreds. The whole department would be laughingstocks. We wouldn't be able to do our jobs. Lieutenant, I understand, Stone said. I'm not asking for any sort of official relationship. In fact, that would be as detrimental to me as it would be to you. All I need is for you to stop getting in my way. Stop making me have to concern myself with looking over my shoulder to make sure you're not hovering there, waiting to pack me off to jail because you think I'm somehow involved in these murders. His icy gaze bored into Kastner's. Because I'll tell you this, Lieutenant. If it were me who was committing them, then doesn't that tell you something? You have no evidence. I have alibis for most of them, assuming you don't think Sergeant Lopez is in league with me, so if I'm committing them, then you'll never be able to stop me. But I'm not. I don't want to kill anyone. All I'm interested in is the same thing you are. Stopping this, preferably before anyone else is killed." He took a couple centering breaths, realizing that his voice had risen in volume. When he spoke again, his tone was quiet, even and implacable. "Just as Sergeant Lopez said, you can't do what I do. You won't pursue the same leads that I will because you won't know they exist. I won't be in your way. Please, if you want this to end, stay out of mine." Kasner was silent for a long time. His gaze flicked from Stone to Lopez to Jason and Edna to the house where Karen Blanco had impaled herself upon her own sculpture. When he spoke at last, he sounded like the words were being pulled from him with great reluctance, like a surrender. "I don't know what else I can do." "Fine, Dr. Stone, you do your thing. If anybody gives you trouble, tell them to call me. I'm not going to condone what you're doing, whatever the hell it even is, but I won't stop you. But do not get in the way of official investigations. Go pursue whatever cockamamie supernatural leads you think might help, as long as Stan thinks you're accomplishing something. I have no fucking idea what's going on, but Stan and I go way back, and I trust him not to have lost his mind. Don't make me regret it." "You won't regret it, Lieutenant," Stone said softly. Kasner glanced over at the house. "Right now, though, I've got another crime scene to examine. So, unless you've got anything useful to contribute, I'd appreciate it if you'd get out of here and take your goddamn Scooby Gang with you." Chapter 41. They drove back to Suzanne's house in silence. She hadn't wanted to go with them, guilt-ridden and reluctant to leave her old friend. But Stone had gently convinced her that she would honor Karen's memory more by doing what she could to help them stop her killer. "What are you going to do next?" she asked, as they all trooped into her large living room. Her voice sounded bleak, heartbroken. "We need to contact the others," Stone said. He'd introduced Jason to her, and she already knew Edna in passing from seeing her around town. "Debbie and Carly," Suzanne said. "You said you'd already called Michiko?" "Yes, but I want to call her again as well," Stone said. "After what's happened, I want to make sure she's all right. If she is, then that will add to my theory that the spirit is operating in Ojai." He paused. "Which one did you say was the latecomer to the group? The one who wanted to do the curse?" "Carly," Suzanne said. "Carly Rosales. And she's where now?" "Santa Maria, I think," she said. "That's up a little south of San Luis Obispo." "All right, then. What I'd like to do is call Debbie and Michiko, but not tell Debbie anything about this yet. Let's just do a welfare check on them, make sure they haven't experienced anything odd in the last day or two. But I want to focus on Carly first." "Why, because of the curse?" "Partly, but mostly because it seems that things started to happen after she joined you. If you were doing these rituals since junior high school, but the spirit didn't appear until after she joined, that suggests that she might have been the catalyst."
"That, and the fact that the kid she wanted to put the curse on almost ended up as one of the victims," Lopez added. "Don't forget that."
"Good point," Stone said. "I should be taking notes." He turned back to Suzanne. "Tell me about Carly, if you could, please." He kept his voice gentle, as focused as he was on moving his investigation along as quickly as possible to avoid further bloodshed. He reminded himself that this woman had just lost one of her lifelong friends in a particularly horrifying way. He could afford to do what he could to make his questions as easy as possible on her. She dabbed at her mascara-streaked eyes with a tissue and made a little shrug. "She was always different from the rest of us. Debbie and Michiko and Karen and I, we all came from nice homes. My parents were wealthy, and so were Michiko's, at least before her father died, but even after that they did all right. Debbie and Karen were typical middle-class suburban girls. Carly, though, I think I told you she was more of a wrong side of the tracks type." "How so?" Stone asked. She came from a poorer part of town, lived in an apartment with her single mom. It seemed like she got in trouble a lot, talking back to teachers, running with a crowd that was always in detention, that kind of thing. But she wasn't mean or anything. Everybody liked her fine. I think we kind of envied her a little, since she got away with things we'd never be brave enough to try. Stone leaned forward, and she asked if she could join your group. She overheard us one day when we were planning our next ritual at lunchtime in the cafeteria. After school, she came up to me and asked about it. I remember thinking she was being sarcastic, making fun of us. I was kind of mortified that she'd heard, but she seemed sincere. She said she was interested in the supernatural and ghosts and witches, and told me some things to prove it. So I talked to the others, and we all agreed to invite her to the meeting. And how did that go? Fine. She fit in with us like she'd always been there. I think we all sort of realized that the reason she was so wild is that she didn't really know what she wanted to do with herself. We figured if we were nice to her, got to be friends with her, she'd calm down. Did that happen? Mostly. She still went out with the wrong kinds of boys and stayed out too late, but her grades got better and she got fewer detentions. She even went to college for a while, though I don't think that worked out for her. You didn't talk about it when she was here recently? No, we thought it was none of our business. We wanted to keep everything positive and upbeat. She did seem distracted, though, kind of out of sorts. We tried to be especially kind to her, but I think we were all a little glad to say goodbye. You know what they say, you can't go home again. I think we decided that we wouldn't try getting the sisterhood together again at the next reunion. Some things just need to come to an end, you know? I understand. Could you call them for us now, Mrs. Washburn? Remember, don't say anything to Debbie, and as little as possible to Michiko, and ask Carly if she'd be willing to talk to me. All right, she said, wiping her eyes again. She got up and went off toward the kitchen. I'll be back in a few minutes. After she was gone, Jason gestured toward where she'd headed.
She gonna be okay?
I put a shield on her mind earlier. Stone settled back on the comfortable, overstuffed couch, closed his eyes, and let his breath out, allowing himself to rest for at least a short while. The constant adrenaline roller coaster, coupled with his recent injuries, loss of blood, and near non-stop mental stress, were all doing a number on his body. Usually, in constant motion, he wouldn't allow himself to notice. However, any time he settled down to rest, it all came crashing back, threatening to submerge him into a sleep that would last for days. He couldn't afford that, not yet.
So you think Carly is she of my master's blood?
Lopez asked. Stone nodded without opening his eyes. It makes sense, and I'd bet a lot of money she's got magical talent, even if she doesn't realize it. So, if we can talk to her, maybe you can figure out how to set up a ritual and send faces back? Jason asked. Edna snorted. You've got them all trained, don't you, Stone? Stone cracked his eyes open. You've got them all talking about power and using it to force things. How many times do I have to tell you? That isn't going to get you anywhere this time. I'm not sure you're right about that, Edna, he murmured, trying to kick his brain back into gear again. It was getting harder to do. Let's talk to this Carly and see if my theory is correct. If it is, then we'll go from there. Dr. Stone. Suzanne's voice held an odd tone. Stone sat up quickly to see her standing in the doorway to the kitchen. What is it, Mrs. Washburn? I think we've got a problem. He froze. It's got Carly. No, she said hastily, holding up her hands. Not that thing, but it is about Carly. She paused. She won't talk to me. She won't talk to you. She says she wants nothing to do with any of us anymore. Another pause. I think she was very drunk, or worse. Chapter 42. Al? Stone,
slumped into the corner of the big black BMW's soft leather passenger seat, didn't stir. His reply was more a rumble than a word.
You awake?
Must I be? They were cruising up Highway 101, Jason at the wheel because Stone hadn't trusted his concentration enough to make the 2-hour drive, and he'd refused to ride in Jason's elderly Ford when more upscale alternatives were available. Jason hadn't objected in the slightest. Currently, they were on the open stretch between Santa Barbara and Santa Maria, and Stone had been asleep for most of the way so far.
Just got a couple of things I want to say. We haven't had much chance to talk since I got back.
Stone shook his head to clear it, dragging himself to a more upright position in his seat.
I doubt I'm fit company right now, but if you don't mind monosyllabic replies, be my guest. Where are we, by the way? About a half-hour north of Santa Barbara?
That meant Santa Maria, their destination, was still another half-hour away. Glancing at the clock on the dash, he saw that it was a little before 8. A bit late to be paying social calls, but this wasn't exactly your standard Emily Post sort of situation. He ran a hand through his hair, yawned, and made a go on motion at Jason.
Talk then. If I drop back off, punch me or something.
Jason didn't take his eyes off the road.
I've been thinking about the fight up at the hot springs.
What about it?
You nearly died up there, Al, and it was my fault.
Stone frowned. Why was it your fault? You didn't hire that bear, did you?
You needed power, and I didn't have it to give you. I still don't know why it didn't work.
I don't know either, but don't worry about it. I shouldn't be depending on your power anyway. Jason continued to steadfastly avoid looking at Stone. He didn't reply.
Jason?
Never mind. There's something else going on here, isn't there? What makes you think that? Jason's tone was wary. Because I know you. Because I'm good at reading people. Because you're being evasive.
You're half asleep. Sorry I woke you up. Just get some rest and I'll tell you when we get there.
Stone scrubbed his hand over his face and tried to clear some more cobwebs from his brain. He sensed this wasn't a discussion that could be improved by cobwebs.
Come on, Jason. Out with it.
There was a very long pause. The scenery, an endless progression of scrubby brush punctuated periodically by trees, flashed by.
I had a lot of time to think while that thing had me, he said at last.
His voice was inflectionless.
About what? About my power. About how that thing was just taking it. I thought I could control it. I thought nobody could use it without my permission. That was what you said.
It was what I thought, Stone said. Even the evil couldn't do it. Jason's face twisted, and his voice came out harsh.
I couldn't stop it. I tried, but I couldn't do it. I felt like some kind of gas pump, some kind of fucking cow.
Jason, he shook his head.
Don't, Al. You can't fix it. I know that. This is all about me and my head.
Carefully, Stone said,
You think that's why you couldn't? I don't know, he said.
He did turn for a moment to look at Stone before returning his attention to the road, and his expression was hard.
I don't know what to think, Al. I don't even know what I bring to this party anymore, not really.
Stone's eyes narrowed.
Why would... I mean, look at me, he said, still in the same harsh tone. You two can do magic. Even after all this time, I still have a hard time getting my mind around that. My friend and my sister can shape the fucking world with their brains, and what can I do? I can stand in the back and give you the juice to help you do it better. Like you two are the varsity team and I'm the fucking water boy.
Stone sat up a little more, all vestiges of his mental cobwebs gone now. He stared at Jason, momentarily struck speechless by his friend's sudden ferocity. Clearly, this wasn't something new. From the sound of Jason's words, it had been building up for a long time. Had he missed it?
All those times when he'd relied on his friend for supplemental power, was this how Jason perceived it?
Is that what you think? How can I not think it?
His hands gripped the steering wheel so hard his knuckles whitened.
Even Stan is a real cop, at least. I couldn't even make it through the academy without getting my ass expelled, and look at me now. I work at a restaurant, I dick around with my car, I lift weights. Meanwhile, my sister's learning more magic, and my friend, when he's not teaching college and portaling back and forth between here and England, is shooting lightning bolts out of his hands.
He sighed loudly.
Oh, screw it. Don't worry about it, Al, really. This is just something I gotta work through.
Jason, if you don't want me to...
I said don't worry about it, he said,
in an I'm done talking about it tone. Stone was silent, leaning back and looking out the window without seeing anything. He wanted to say more, because Jason had the wrong idea about how he perceived him. Yes, all right, he had to admit that he might have been guilty of taking Jason's power for granted on occasion, especially when he needed an extra jolt to do a particularly difficult or power-intensive spell. Still, he didn't do that often, and usually it was only in life-or-death situations. He had begun to wonder if Jason's inability to provide the power that had always been there before was more psychological than physical, and his friend's current outburst all but confirmed it. If he had felt he was being used before, even subconsciously, then being kidnapped by an extra-dimensional being and held in near-suspended animation while being mined for the very thing he believed he had to consent to give could easily have pushed him over the edge and given him some sort of mental block about allowing anyone, even his closest friends, to make use of his ability. He wished he'd spent a little more time studying psychology. He had no idea if he even should try to help Jason work through this. Would any attempt at doing so just be seen as another effort to use him? For now, he decided to let it go. Maybe Jason would work through it on his own. If he brought it up again, Stone would take that as an indication that he might want some help dealing with it. Until then, however, he would simply have to rely on his own power. It wasn't as if that weren't usually enough, anyway.
You think Stan and Edna will be okay?
Jason asked into the silence. His tone was back to normal, mostly, but he still looked straight ahead.
I think so,
he said, taking the cue. They had decided it wouldn't make sense for all four of them to go to Santa Maria, so Edna and Lopez had elected to remain in Ojai at Lopez's house. Stone had lent Edna the tome Suzanne had given him, asking her to take a look at it and see if she could identify anything useful in its pages. Lopez didn't say anything about it, but Stone could tell he was relieved to have a night off. Not everyone was used to the sort of pace he and Jason tended to keep while trying to deal with a problem. Suzanne, after Stone had assured her that her mantra would keep the spirit out of her mind, had remained in her home, promising not to allow anyone except the four of them inside, and to watch carefully for signs of possession in anyone around her.
I just had a bad thought,
Jason said suddenly after they had driven another 10 miles or so.
I suppose it can join the party, Stone said.
What is it?
This thing and the little ones it summons possess people to kill them. We figure it sometimes kills people just to get the power to spawn more little ones, so it's not limiting itself to killing descendants of the Spanish. Does that mean it can possess anybody?
I don't know. So far, everyone we know of that they've possessed has been to further their ends, either to generate more minions, to get something done like when they grabbed you at the motel, or to kill descendants. We're all but certain that they can't pass as human like the evil could, so by necessity they're limited in what they can do.
So you think that's why it hasn't possessed, say, the cops? Kasner?
It tried it on Stan once, but that was up near the shrine, and he was able to throw it off.
When were you going to tell me about that?
I forgot about it. A lot's been going on, and there's been no sign of a repeat performance. My theory is that it's hard to possess police and other people with more disciplined minds, but I don't know.
He scrubbed at his face. What I do know is if we start going down that road, we'll paralyze ourselves until we can't act. For whatever reason, it seems fairly focused, even when it isn't directly killing victims. I hate to bring this up, but perhaps that's what it was using your stolen power for, to allow it to work outside its purview more than it normally would be able to. I don't know. Jason nodded. Just a thought. He paused. What makes you think this Carly will talk to us after we come all the way up here? The way Suzanne sounded, she's pretty much done with the whole bit. We'll just have to persuade her, Stone said. If I'm right and she is the linchpin in this whole thing, I don't plan to let her get away with keeping her head in the sand because she's unhappy about her life. You can't exactly kidnap her and toss her into the trunk, Jason said. When Stone didn't answer, he glanced over. You can't, right? Of course not, but I can be very persuasive when I want to be. If that's necessary, then that's what I'll have to do. They pulled into Santa Maria around 8:30. The sun was down now, the night warm with a sliver of moon. Stone consulted the map, and soon the BMW was rolling down a narrow street, populated mostly by apartment buildings, along with a few small, older homes. This doesn't look like a great part of town, Jason said dubiously. You sure you got the address right? Quite sure. It should be right up ahead. Carly Rosales' address was an upstairs unit in an older two-story apartment building, set far back from the street behind two other similar structures. Jason opted to park down the street a bit. After they got out of the car, Stone put a disregarding spell on it and pulled on his overcoat. Then the two of them hiked up the narrow driveway toward the rear of the complex. The cars parked along one side were all older, but well-maintained, the buildings in decent repair despite their age. The entire area had the look of a working-class neighborhood, trying very hard not to slip into something more disreputable, and so far mostly succeeding, though how long that would continue was up for debate. It was a far cry from the luxurious arbolada digs of Suzanne Washburn, or even the comfortable two-story home of Karen Blanco. Stone and Jason exchanged glances, but neither spoke. Each building in the small complex had 4 apartments, 2 on the first floor and 2 on the second. Carly's building was the farthest back, next to a chain-link fence bordering what looked like a large vacant lot. It was hard to tell for sure, because the streetlights here were only sporadically functional, and the lot itself had no illumination. As Stone and Jason walked from the front of the complex to the back, the air was full of the noise of dueling stereos coming through open windows. Somewhere nearby, a couple was having a loud argument in one upstairs apartment, and a baby wailed in another. There were no lights on in Carly's upstairs apartment. Even her porch light was off. Stone stood back while Jason knocked. They waited several minutes, but no one answered. I don't think she's home, Jason said. Unless she's... Stone shifted to magical senses. The general aura of the area was muddy, disturbed, and uneasy. But it was nothing like he'd noticed outside Karen Blanco's place. As far as he could tell, no one had died violently here. It was simply that the complex's prevailing emotions were not positive ones. There were too many other conflicting signals for him to get anything else definitive. He shook his head. What do we do? Jason asked. You want to wait until she comes back? Stone supposed he should have expected this, though it would have been convenient to have Carly sitting at home waiting for them to arrive. Things didn't generally work out that way. She could be anywhere. Visiting a friend, out at a bar, on a date and not even planning to come home tonight. Let's wait a short while, he said. Perhaps she... Shh, Jason whispered, holding up a finger. Stone raised a questioning eyebrow. I thought I heard something, he said, still in a whisper. They both listened,
But aside from the complex's ambient music and domestic discord, nothing else rose to catch their attention. After several minutes had passed, Stone pushed himself off the building where he'd been leaning.
"Come on," he said. "We'll try back later."
He headed back toward the stairs. A window behind them shattered outward in a loud crash and a shower of tinkling glass shards. Chapter 43. Stone and Jason whirled. In the scant illumination from the neighbor's porch light, they immediately spotted the area outside the far window at the end of Carly's apartment, covered in sparkling bits of glass. Pale curtains wafted outward in the faint breeze. They moved as one, rushing over to see what had happened. Stone expected to see some large item or someone laid out in the space where the window was, after being tossed forcibly out, or perhaps drunkenly staggering near the window and tripping to fall into it. But there was no sign of a person or object, just the glass. As they drew closer, though, they could hear voices. "What the fuck?" came a man's deep tones, followed by what sounded like a woman moaning in pain. Jason poked his head in through the opening. "Carly? You okay?" he yelled. Another moan, followed by a slap and a harsh, "Shut up, bitch!" from the man. "In," Stone ordered, moving behind Jason. "Yeah." He was already clambering carefully over the blasted-out frame into the room. Past him, Stone saw a figure rise into the darkened room, moving swiftly toward Jason as he was vulnerable. He pointed his hand at the figure, focused his will, and the man yelped as he was flung forcibly into the back wall. Jason got the rest of the way in as the guy was recovering, and Stone hurried to join him. He spotted a lamp on the nightstand and flipped it on. The tableau that presented itself in the newly lit room was obvious in its purpose. They were standing in a small bedroom with a tousled double bed, single nightstand, and simple IKEA-style dresser. A woman lay sideways across the bed, sobbing and half-aware as she struggled to pull her jeans back up. On the other side of the room, rising from where Stone had tossed him none too gently, a man was scrambling back to his feet. He was tall, wide, and bald, with colorful tattoos on both forearms. His jeans, too, were pulled down, and that was hindering his efforts to get up. "Stay down, dirtbag," Jason growled. "Who the fuck are you?" the man demanded, glaring first at Jason, then at Stone. "What the fuck happened?" His voice was slurred. The tang of alcohol in the room was strong. "I'd listen to him if I were you," Stone said with a raised eyebrow. "I suspect if you try to get up, he'll have something to say about it. And if he doesn't, I will." The man clearly didn't consider Stone's words to be a threat. He continued trying to push himself up the wall with one arm, while dragging his pants up with the other hand. "What the fuck?" he roared. "Get the fuck out of here, faggot!" "Suppose we ask the lady who she'd like to stay," Stone said, as Jason moved in and loomed over the drunken would-be rapist. Stone himself backed up toward the bed. "Ms. Rosales, are you all right?" "Yeah," she sobbed. She, too, sounded very drunk. She gestured vaguely toward the man. "We were drinking and—" "Hey, she asked for it," the man yelled. He'd succeeded in getting his pants up, but couldn't quite manage standing upright yet. "Fucking bitch, let me on." "Al, let me hit him. Just one," Jason growled. "I'll make it count. Call the police, Jason. Much as I share your desire to teach this man a bit about modern-day dating etiquette, we don't have time for you to get thrown in jail for assault right now." For a moment, Jason looked like he would argue. Then he headed to the phone on the nightstand. Like Stone, he didn't take his eyes off the man. Carly had gotten her jeans pulled back up, and she sat up, trying to get herself under control. She swayed for a moment and then leaped up, bolting for the bathroom. In a moment, they could all hear her being loudly sick.
The bald man switched his glare back and forth between Stone and Jason, then at the smashed window. Clearly, he was trying to decide if it would be a good idea to make a run for it. Jason, still on the phone, casually walked over until he was standing in front of the opening. "Just settle down," Stone advised the man. "You're not going anywhere until the police arrive." Drunken rage suffused his face. "Shut up, you skinny fag!" he yelled, and surged forward in a head-down charge toward Stone. Stone flung him back into the wall with a casual gesture, before Jason, who'd just hung up the phone, could get there. He landed on his ass against the same wall as before. This time, he stayed down, glaring ineffectual fury at his captors. "Damn it, Al," Jason said in mock frustration. "Stop hogging the dirtbag. I want a shot at him." The man was far too drunk to have any chance of figuring out what had just happened to him. He remained where he was, muttering obscenities under his breath. Carly Rosales came back out of the bathroom. She looked a mess. Her hair hung in strings over her face, her shirt was in disarray, and she had the slack, unhappy expression of someone who was far too drunk and didn't want to be anymore. "Who are you guys?" she slurred. "Thanks for helping me, but we'll talk after this little matter is taken care of," Stone said, nodding toward the man. "We've come from Ojai. We'd like to talk with you if you wouldn't mind. Jason, perhaps you could get her a cup of coffee." "Yeah," Carly agreed. "Coffee's good." She started to wander back out of the bedroom, and Jason followed her. Stone remained with the bald man. Once, the guy eyed him speculatively, and his thought processes were obvious. "The big guy's gone. All that's left is the skinny guy. I can get past him. Or can I?" Stone raised an eyebrow at him and shrugged, as if to say, "Try it." But apparently 2 of his alcoholically challenged brain cells managed to find each other and initiate a connection, because he elected to stay put. The police arrived in 10 minutes. Jason and Carly ushered them into the bedroom, and the next 15 minutes were taken up by exchanges of identification, the snapping of photographs inside the bedroom and outside along the walk, and the collection of statements from everybody concerned. "What were you guys doing here?" one of the cops asked Stone and Jason, after the bald man was cuffed and safely locked in the back of the squad car. "We're friends of Ms. Rosales's," Stone said smoothly, with a quick glance at Carly. "We were in the area and coming by to visit when we heard something from inside the apartment that made us suspicious." "So you broke the glass?" The other cop looked dubiously at the glass on the outside walk. "No, obviously that was from the inside," Stone said. "I'm not sure how it happened, but it was right after we heard the noise from inside." "So you don't know what broke it?" The first cop was looking around outside as if expecting to find something that had been tossed through the window. He directed the question at Carly. "I don't know," she said. "Maybe Bill ran into it and broke it. He was pretty drunk." The cop's expression as he looked her over suggested that he wasn't feeling terribly sympathetic toward either of the 2 participants in this crime. But he dutifully recorded her statement in his notebook. "I assume you want to press charges?" "Damn right I do." Her voice sounded less slurred now. "Bastard tried to rape me." "Do you need an ambulance?" he asked. "No, I'm okay now. Just drunk. These guys showed up before Bill could do anything much. He did slap me, though," she added, touching an angry red patch on her face. "That's assault, yeah?" "Yes, ma'am," the cop said. "Do you want to come down to the station now? We've got your statement, so you can come in tonight or tomorrow if you want to file formal charges." She glanced at Stone and Jason. "I'll come in tomorrow," she said. "I want to talk to my friends here first, since they're only in town for tonight." "Yes, ma'am," the cop said again. He gathered up his gear and departed. Carly faced Stone and Jason across the living room. "Okay," she said. She still sounded drunk, clutching her cup of coffee like a lifeline.
You helped me out of a bad scene, so I owe you for that. Now, what do you want?
Stone noticed her hands were shaking, and she looked very pale. The red spot on her cheek where Bill had slapped her stood out like a flag.
"Sit down, Miss Rosales, please," he said. "That must have been quite traumatic for you. We can wait."
Call me Carly, and yeah, it sucked. Not the first time I dodged a bullet, though. Man, what am I gonna do about my window?
She sank down into the nearest chair with a loud sigh.
What do you want? She asked again. You said you were from Ojai.
Something dawned on her.
Did that bitch Suzanne send you?
No, she didn't send us. We've been talking with her, though.
Her eyes narrowed and she frowned.
Look, she said, I'm done with that whole scene. I tried going back, but you know what? It just ain't for me. I should have realized it a long time ago.
This isn't about your friends, Carly. Not exactly.
They're not my friends, she said, with some heat.
Oh, sure, they were all nice to me and everything, but it's not like I ever fit in with their little suburban American dream lives. I could just tell they were all laughing at me when I wasn't around.
Stone took a deep breath. Carly, we don't have a lot of time, so I'll get right to it. We need your help.
Her gaze came up. Her eyes were brown, wide, and bloodshot.
My help? Why?
Again she frowned.
Who are you, anyway?
She eyed Stone, then Jason.
'Cause I know I'd remember guys who look like you, too.
She nodded toward Jason first.
You maybe could be from Ojai, but you...
She nodded toward Stone.
No fucking way.
We're not from Ojai, Stone said. Well, I'm not anyway. Jason here is originally from the area, but we're visiting, and we've run into a bit of a problem that it appears only you can help with.
I told you I don't want anything to do with those bitches back in Ojai, she said, more forcefully this time. If that's all you're here about, thanks a lot for helping me out. I really do appreciate it, but you might as well go now. We're done.
Stone's expression was grim. I'm sorry, Carly, but that's not an option. Very slowly, as he watched her grow more frustrated, he was formulating a hunch. Tell me, he said, seemingly at random, how did the window get broken in your bedroom? She blinked.
What?
Jason looked at him sideways, questioning. A simple question, how did it get broken? You said Bill didn't blunder into it. The police found nothing tossed through, and in any case, the damage is far too extensive for that, unless you'd use something large enough that it would be impossible to miss. Clearly, the break was from the inside, so how did it happen? Carly hesitated, her confused gaze going to the hall leading toward the bedroom.
I guess I don't know.
Stone nodded, as if that was the answer he was expecting. Carly, he said, in a very soft, gentle voice. Have things ever happened around you, odd things, especially when you were angry or agitated in some way? She stared at him.
What are you talking about?
But there was something in her voice, a little quiver, that told him that she knew exactly what he was talking about. Jason's eyes widened as he caught on.
Al,
a moment, Jason, he murmured. Actually, Carly, could we use your phone?
Sure.
She seemed completely flummoxed by his careening train of thought. Jason, could you please call Stan and make sure all is well?
Yeah, okay.
Jason headed to the kitchen. Stone directed his attention back to Carly. I think you do know what I'm talking about, he said, in the same soft, even voice. About things happening, I mean. She swallowed.
What kind of things?
Hard to say. Things falling off shelves, perhaps? Unexplained mechanical failures, or windows breaking, he added, leaning forward to pin her with his gaze. Carly gaped at him.
How did you know that?
She whispered. How could you know it? I've never told anyone, he finished. No, of course not. Because they'd think you'd gone mad or perhaps had too much to drink. You can't control it, can you? It just happens sometimes when you're emotional. Sometimes, she agreed, looking down into her coffee. Then her eyes came up to meet his. How did you know, though? Stone paused, formulating the best way to answer without going into a long discussion that they didn't have time for. He was about to say something when Jason came back into the room. Al? Stone looked up, stiffening when he caught the grim look on Jason's face. What's wrong? I think we need to get our asses back down there. Stan's being called back to duty. They've had 5 new murders tonight, and he doesn't think it's over. Edna thinks something big's going down. Chapter 44. Stone froze. Bloody hell, he murmured. Leaping to his feet, he stood over Carly, who was staring at him and Jason in shock. Listen, Carly, I'd like very much to be able to ease you into this, but we don't have that luxury. Here's the bottom line. There's something in Ojai that's killing people. It's here because of the ritual you and the rest of the sisterhood performed a couple of weeks ago, and the only person who has a chance of sending it back is you. As might have been expected, Carly's reaction to his words was to gape at him, as if he had just announced that the space alien armada had arrived on Earth, with the ghost of Elvis Presley at its helm. Stone took a deep breath and let it out slowly, visibly forcing himself to calm. It's true. Counting the 5 who died tonight, so far, I believe we're up to 13 now, including Karen Blanco, one of the sisterhood. And if what our friend back in Ojai says is true, that's only the beginning. You have to come with us. We have to stop this. Karen's dead? She was still gaping. And you want me to come with you? Look, I don't know what you're talking about, but I don't have anything to do with any killings. I've been up here since I left the reunion. I heard there were some murders in Ojai, but it's not you, Carly. It's what you helped to summon. Stone hated doing this to her, especially after what she'd already been through tonight. But in the back of his mind he could feel the minutes ticking away and almost hear many faces laughing at him as it touched off its massacre. The massacre it had waited until the mage who'd gotten its number had left town to orchestrate. You've got magical talent. That's what's causing things to happen when you get emotional. That's what's broken your window. The manifestation of your magic that you can't control yet coming out in any way it can. He spread his hands. I know it all sounds preposterous, but it's true. The fact that you've got this magical talent was what took a ceremony staged by a group of school friends for fun and allowed it to summon a being from another plane. And it happened before, Carly. Do you remember when you were a teenager and you joined the sisterhood? You wanted to do a curse because you were angry at a boy who dumped you. Do you remember what happened to that boy? His voice picked up speed again, despite his efforts to stay calm. Her eyes were steadily growing more huge as he spoke. Oh, my God, she whispered. Dean. Dean? Jason asked. Like Stone, he nearly thrummed with pent-up energy, stalking back and forth across the floor. He almost got killed. Her voice sounded dead. Jerry Beacon tried to stab him, but he said he didn't know what he was doing. That's because he was possessed by the thing that was summoned in your ceremony, Stone said. Carly, you've got to believe me. Come with us back to Ojai. You're the only one who can stop this. If you won't come with us, countless more people could die tonight. Her eyes got wild. Why me? She demanded, high and brittle and shrieky. How the hell can I stop it? I was only one part of that ceremony. Even if you're telling the truth, Suzanne was in charge of it. Get her to help you. She's already helping, Stone said. She's already given us the book where she got the latest ritual, but she can't stop it. Only you can do that, Carly. Only you are the descendant of the people who originally summoned it hundreds of years ago. You're the only one who has a chance. Carly looked like she couldn't decide whether to scream or cry or vomit.
Her face was dead pale, her eyes wide and terrified. Across the room, 2 books and a small figurine teetered and crashed to the carpeting with small thumps. She jumped. "Oh my God! Was that me?" Stone nodded. "I can help you," he said, leaning forward. "I can help you deal with your powers, Carly. I promise I will. But you have to help us first. Please, I beg you, come with us. If you've ever wanted to make a difference in your life, now is the time to do it." Without trying to, he'd hit on the right words. He could see it in the change to her face. She still looked terrified, but something in her eyes hardened and her jaw tightened. "Okay," she said. "Okay, I'll go. But we have to figure out something to do with my window first. If I leave it open like that, I'll come home and all my stuff will be gone." "I'll do that," Jason said, and hurried out in search of something to board up the window with. Carly started to rise. Stone took her hand and helped her up. "Thank you," he said softly. "I'm not doing it for you," she said. "I'm still not sure I believe you. Let me get some stuff together." She started down the hall, but turned back. What's your name, anyway?" "Alistair Stone. My friend is Jason Thayer." "So you can really help me with my problem?" "I can," he said. "Absolutely. Guys lie to me all the time, you know that, right? So maybe I don't believe them very often anymore." Stone held up a hand, making light flicker and dance around it. "I can help you, Carly, and I will. I promise." She swallowed hard, her eyes fixed on the glimmering light, and backed up toward the hall. "I'll get my stuff." 15 minutes later, they were on the road and flying back toward Ojai under Stone's disregarding spell. Jason, who had found some plywood around the back of the neighboring building and nailed it over Carly's window, was driving. Despite the gravity of the situation, he couldn't help looking a bit like a kid in a candy shop as he piloted the powerful car at over 100 miles per hour down the nearly deserted freeway. Carly sat in the back seat, clutching the small bag she'd packed. She still looked shell-shocked by everything that had happened, and had said nothing as Stone had guided her to the car and got her settled. She didn't speak again until they'd been on the freeway for several miles. "So," she started, her voice still shaking. "We've got time now, right? You can explain a little better about what's going on." Stone was still focused on the road ahead, to watch for anything that might get in their way. Trying to make it as clear and simple as possible, he told her about the renegade group of Chumash exiles who'd summoned He of Many Faces to get vengeance on the Spanish interlopers, and how it had reappeared as a result of the sisterhood ceremonies years ago, and again recently. "Where's it been?" she asked. "If this is real, why wasn't it killing people all along?" "No one knows where it was for the intervening years. And the first time it was summoned back by the Sisterhood, they didn't have a proper invocation," Stone told her. "Essentially, you didn't summon it properly, which was a good thing. It was still able to react to your bloodline, though. That's why you got it at all." "Man," she breathed, looking down into her lap. "I've always been kind of a screw-up, and now you're saying this is my fault, too." Her voice was bleak, beaten. Stone got the impression that she'd experienced a lot of similar feelings throughout her life. "Carly," he said softly, "it isn't your fault. It tells me much more about you that you're willing to take the word of 2 strangers and try to set this right than it does that an accident of birth made it possible to bring it here in the first place. There's no possible way you could have known." She nodded, but her expression suggested she didn't believe it. "So how are we going to get rid of it? I still don't get how I'm going to be able to help. Even if what you said about magic is right, I don't know anything about it. I'm still pretty sure you're just trying to put something over on me." Stone did turn around then, his eyes grave. "Carly, do I look like I'm trying to deceive you? Can you possibly believe that we're not sincere about this? I'm a decent actor, but I'm not that good." She took a breath. "I think something's going on in Ojai," she said. "That part I believe, but magic." She shook her head. "I just don't know." "Well," he said, turning back to face the front, "it doesn't matter anyway, fortunately. You don't have to do very much, and nothing magic-related. All you need to do is be present, and focus as hard as you can on sending the spirit back where it came from. Just keep thinking, 'Go home' to it. I and a colleague will do the rest." "That's all? That's crazy," she protested. "You know that, right? This whole thing just sounds insane."
"That's a good word for it," Jason agreed, without taking his eyes off the road. "The whole thing's fucking insane, but every bit of it's true. We've seen it."
Carly subsided into silence then, and after a couple of minutes, Jason turned on the car's radio.
"See if you can get the news," he said to Stone. "If something this big is going down in Ojai, they might be talking about it."
Stone fiddled with the tuner until he got a local news channel. They listened for a few moments as the reporter finished a national story. Then the dispassionate voice of the newsman announced, "Switching to local news, additional police officers from the Ventura County Sheriff's Department are being deployed to Ojai following a series of grisly murders occurring within the last 2 hours in the small town. These bring the total over the last 2 weeks to 13. Ojai Police Chief Marilyn Darnell has asked the public to avoid the town at this time. Unless you're a resident or you have urgent business there, you're urged to stay away. Police have their hands full tonight with the murders, which have struck in apparently unrelated locations, including a local concert being held at Libby Park. More news and updates as we receive them. Now to the weather." Stone snapped the radio off and stared at it. "It waited until we were away," he said in a monotone. "What?" Jason asked. "It waited. It knows Edna can't deal with it on her own, which means that with me out of town, there's nobody there who can stop it. It knows we went after Carly. It waited until we left to do this." "We couldn't stay there forever, Al," Jason said. "You know that. If it was gonna happen, it was gonna happen eventually. We'll just have to get there as fast as we can and do what we can to deal with it." He nudged the car a bit faster. "Just watch the road and get ready to take off the spell if you see any cars." Normally, it would have taken them almost 2 hours to get from Santa Maria to Ojai. Between the dearth of traffic on the highway, Jason's reflexes, Stone's spell, and the BMW's comfort at 100-mile-per-hour plus cruising speeds, they managed to cut almost an hour off that time. They only had to slow down when they got off 101 in Ventura, and both Stone and Jason were visibly impatient as they continued at what seemed like a relative standstill toward Oak View and Lopez's house. Carly, exhausted by her evening's ordeal, an incipient hangover, and all the information she'd had to process in a short time, had dozed off around Santa Barbara and was now snoring softly in the back seat. The lights were off in Lopez's house as they pulled up in the driveway. "He must have had to report in already," Jason said, getting out. "Let's see if Edna's here," Stone said. He hurried up to the front door and knocked. "Edna, are you in there?" He began growing concerned when no one answered, but after almost a full minute, a light switched on and the door opened a crack. "That you?" came a familiar voice. "About time." "We got here as fast as we could," Stone protested. "I assume Stan is already gone." "Yeah, about an hour ago. They're calling in all the police they can get their hands on." She pushed the door open further. She was wearing her usual outfit of jeans and native print shirt, with a thin leather jacket over it. "Did you bring Carly?" "She's in the car," Jason said, coming up behind Stone. "We'd better get going." "Did you find anything in the book?" Stone asked. "Please tell me you did." "I did," she said. "Tell you on the way. Let's take Stan's truck, though. He told me to. I've got the keys." "Why?" Jason asked. "In case we need to go anywhere that overpriced land yacht of yours can't manage," she snapped. "Plus, Stan seems to think yours might be recognized. Some people still think you were connected with the murders, and that's not good tonight. Come on, we're wasting time." She closed and locked the door behind her. Stone noticed she was carrying a bag over her shoulder. "Is the book in there?" She nodded. "Be careful driving," she told Jason. "It's a madhouse out there. I've been listening to Stan's police radio. There have been 2 more murders since you talked to him, including another one at the concert downtown. The police are trying to control the situation, but people are scared and they're having a hell of a time. They're worried about a riot." Stone quickly gathered his magical gear, which he'd stowed in the BMW's trunk. Then they pulled it into Stan's garage. Jason woke up Carly, and all of them got in the truck. Jason, who was driving, switched on the police radio as he got moving back toward Ojai. "Holy crap, Al," he said under his breath. "This was a bad scene before. Now it's turning into a nightmare. If people get scared and start trashing the town..." "We'll do what we can, Jason," he said grimly. "Just get us there." The chatter on the radio wasn't encouraging. Apparently it was taking some time to deploy the police from Ventura, so they were still coming in and getting their briefings. Nobody was saying where the murders had taken place, except that there were now at least 3 of them at the concert at the downtown park. The police and other emergency personnel that were already on the scene were trying to disperse the crowd and deal with the bodies. But the people were scared and uncooperative, and some were acting erratically. "Where do you want to start?" Jason asked Stone. "Let's go downtown if we can," he said. "We won't have time to set up more than a rudimentary circle, but with Carly on hand, well, that might be all we need. If it's killing people to make more minions, then I'm hoping if we can get rid of it, the minions will just leave on their own." He twisted in his seat to face Edna, who was in the back. "Do you concur?" "Sounds like it might work. I don't know, though. I've never had to deal with anything but the main guy." Jason interrupted. "Al? Problem." Stone turned back. Up ahead of them, a line of red brake lights loomed in the road. Beyond that, they could make out the flashing blue and reds of a police car. "Bugger," he snapped. "They're blocking the road. Probably don't want any more people than necessary coming in to play tourist." "What do we do?" Stone noticed the roadblock extended out on both sides, which meant nobody was leaving town, and the road going out was clear. "Drive up to them on the other side," he directed. Jason stared at him. "You sure?"
"Wait," Edna said. "Can you turn around?"
There were already cars behind them, but there was no traffic on the other side. Some of the others were already getting the same idea, pulling out and changing direction to head back the way they'd come. "Yeah, but..."
"Do it," she said. "If we go back, we can catch Villanova Road and get in from there."
"Won't they have blocked that too?" Stone asked, as Jason began turning the truck around. "Not likely," Jason said. "They don't have that many cops in Ojai, and the radio said the Ventura guys are just getting their orders. Things are going to be a clusterfuck. They don't have enough men to block all the ways in and out."
"Should we go pick up Suzanne?" Edna asked.
"No time," Stone said. "We've got her book and we've got Carly. I think that's all we need." He turned around to Carly. "Are you all right back there?" "Scared shitless," she said in a shaky voice. "But I'm starting to think you might be telling the truth." "Well, that's something. Don't worry, we'll keep you safe." He hoped he could keep that promise. They drove a short distance back toward Ventura when Edna pointed.
"There. Turn left."
Jason did as instructed. Stone noticed that none of the other cars were doing the same thing. Either they weren't familiar with the local roads, or else the police presence had dissuaded them from trying to get closer to the action. Someone had set up cones across the road to stop anyone from going further, but it was easy to drive around them. Villanova Road was narrow, tree-lined and twisty, but it didn't go on very far. In less than 10 minutes, they'd reached its end and made a right back onto the road that would become Ojai Avenue. As they drove past the junction of Highways 150 and 33, no more flashing lights greeted them. "Good," Jason said. "No more blocks. Like I said, I doubt they have the manpower to block everything off." They soon had another problem, though. Traffic. Ojai Avenue, they discovered, was considerably more choked with vehicles than one would expect on a sleepy late summer Sunday night.
"Left here," Edna ordered. "I can get us there on back roads."
Stone, grateful that they had someone who could navigate the town without having to resort to map reading, nodded. "Tell me what you found in the book," he said, as Jason turned the truck in the direction Edna had indicated. She reached in her bag and pulled it out. A new bookmark poked out of it about halfway through.
"It's not much," she said, "but it looks like a pretty good banishment spell, similar to the summoning spell you found. It's not specific to a particular entity. The magic in here is more your style than mine, though, and my Latin's rusty."
She passed it forward.
"Take a look."
Stone flipped on the dome light, took the book, and opened it to the page Edna had indicated, bowing his head low over the scribblings. "Is that a magic book?" Carly asked from the back seat.
"The real thing," Edna said.
"Oh, wow," she murmured. She was still looking very much like something large and heavy had smacked her hard between the eyes. "I think I need a drink." "Extra-dimensional vengeance spirit first," Stone said without looking up. "Drink after." Following Edna's directions, Jason got the truck the rest of the way downtown until they were one street over from Ojai Avenue, near Libby Park. Sirens sounded in the distance, and even with the truck's windows up, they could hear yells, the occasional crash of glass breaking, and general pandemonium.
"Pull in here,"
Edna ordered, pointing at a narrow drive that looked like it led back behind a small, closed business.
"Can't guarantee the truck'll be safe, but I don't think people will look here."
Jason again did as directed. He grabbed a walkie-talkie, and they piled out of the truck. Stone closed the book, stowed it in his leather bag, and slung the bag over his shoulder.
"Anything?"
Edna asked him. "You were right," he said. "This should do just fine, assuming we can pin it down long enough. Can you get any sense of where it is?" Edna paused a moment, leaning against the back of the truck and closing her eyes.
"It's close," she said. "I'm guessing it's right in the middle of the action, wherever that is."
"Sounds like Libby Park," Jason said. When everybody started to move, he said, "Hold on one sec." "Jason," Stone protested, "we don't have time." "No, listen. This is important." His expression was serious. "We gotta be careful. This isn't just about magic. This is about panicked people, and they can be every bit as dangerous as magic when you get enough of them together. They're like herd animals when they're spooked." "We'll be careful, Jason," Stone said. "Now let's—" "No, I don't think you get it, Al," Jason said, continuing to stand his ground. "It'll be tough for you to shield all of us with all this shit going down. When people get in mobs, they do things they'd never do normally. When you add in people who could be possessed, including cops—" "Point taken," he said. "All right. You're the expert in this situation. Get us as close as you can to the park so we can find out if Many Faces is there. Once we locate him, we'll work out the next stage of the plan." "Okay, got it. Come on." "Don't forget, even if they're possessed, they're still just people. We'll have to be careful. We don't want to kill anyone." "That's the plan," Jason said. "But a lot more people will die if we don't stop this thing, yeah?" Stone and Edna both nodded soberly. "Wait," Carly said. "I'm not gonna kill anybody." "We'll be careful," Stone said. "None of us want to do that. Jason, let's go." "Stay close together," he said, and started off. They crossed the street and moved around the back of a row of small shops that backed up the more picturesque arcade.
"This way,"
Edna said, pointing at an arch to their left.
"We can get through to the other side of the arcade here."
As they headed through the arch and out to Ojai Avenue, they passed several people going the other way, their faces wreathed in fright, bordering on panic. They moved fast, and, aside from jostling them as they went by, paid Stone and the others no attention. Ahead, yells, screams, and the amplified voices of police on bullhorns split what would normally have been a peaceful night. When they reached the arcade, they saw instantly that whatever they wanted to do, it wasn't going to be easy.
The sidewalks and streets near Libby Park across the street teemed with people. There had to be at least 200 or 300 of them milling around, shoving their way past and shrieking in fear. A broken bottle flew past them and crashed into the side of the building in a shower of broken glass. Stone paused a moment to switch to magical senses, and what he saw made him stiffen. Several of the people in the crowd were suffused with the sickish green aura that indicated possession by faces or one of his minions. "Edna?" he said grimly. "I see it," she replied in the same tone. "What?" Carly demanded. "Several of them are possessed already," Stone said. "That's probably why Faces committed all the murders tonight, to get himself more minions." "Are they just killing people indiscriminately?" Jason asked. "I thought they were mostly only killing descendants, unless they needed more forces." "Looks like they need more forces," Stone said. "That means everyone we meet is going to be potentially possessed, and trying to kill others." "Try not to get surrounded," Jason said. "Come on, let's go." He held up the walkie-talkie. "I want to see if I can find Stan." They worked their way around the periphery of the crowd, crossing the street and moving east up Ojai Avenue until the crowd began to thin. Several more improvised missiles sailed past them, including rocks, bottles, and full soda cans. None hit, but one flew uncomfortably close to Edna's head. Behind them, a scream rose up, followed by a collective shriek of fear. Stone whirled just in time to see a figure plummet from the town's iconic post office tower and crash to the street, where it was immediately surrounded by people. Jason had the radio turned on, and a series of ordered but somehow still urgent voices crackled out of its tiny speaker. He listened for a moment, then pointed back toward Libby Park. "Sounds like they've set up a command post in the gazebo in the park. Come on, let's go check in with them and maybe we can find Stan." "Don't we have to find what we're looking for?" Carly asked. She was staying close to Jason and looking terrified. "We will," Stone said. "We've got another friend we want to try to locate, but if we can't do it soon, we'll just have to move on without him." They were about to slip into the park when a voice called, "Hey!" All of them looked up to see 2 men heading toward them. Their expressions were angry, and one of them carried a long, thick tree branch. "Possessed," Stone said, raising his hands to prepare a spell. "Wait," Edna said. "Let me see if I can divert them." She concentrated for a moment, standing still as the 2 men approached. The one with the tree branch drew it back in a mighty wind-up, preparing to charge the group. But then he stopped, branch in mid-swing, and suddenly looked confused. So did his friend. As the others watched, the man dropped the branch, and the 2 of them wandered off into the crowd as if nothing had happened. "Nice job," Stone said. "They're still possessed. What did you do?" "Just gave them a new purpose," she said. "See? It's not all about direct power." Stone glanced sideways at her. "Yes, point taken. Come on." Behind them, someone yelled. Jason spun in time to see another man, this one with a large pocket knife, lunging toward their group. Stone turned a second later to see him grab the man's arm, twist it to make him drop the knife, and fling him into the low wall separating the sidewalk from the park. He snatched up the knife, folded it, and stuck it in his pocket, letting his breath out. "This is fucking insane," he announced to nobody in particular. They could see as soon as they entered the park that the police had indeed set up their command post in a large wooden gazebo that was one of Libby Park's centerpieces. 2 squad cars, lights whirling, were parked between the gazebo and the street, and 3 bright spotlights on stands had been set up next to them, shining harsh illumination over a large area nearby. Several cops were inside the gazebo, a couple talking on police radios. They all wore helmets and what looked like riot gear. "There's Kasna," Stone said, pointing. "Give me a moment. Let's not all go in at once." Jason and Edna, hyper-vigilant, steered Carly over near, but not too close to, the squad cars,
while Stone moved toward the gazebo. When he got about 10 feet away, a voice boomed over a speaker. "Back off, sir!" "Kasna!" Stone yelled. "It's Alistair Stone. I need to talk to you." He didn't stop moving. Once he'd identified himself, he didn't think Kasner would shoot him. The cop had too many real threats to deal with. The other cop, now recognizable as Aguirre, had his gun in one hand and was yelling something into a mic he held in the other, but he didn't seem to be paying any attention to Stone. "Stone, what the hell are you doing here?" Kasner demanded. "Take your little crew and get the hell out of the area. We've got enough problems." "Yes, exactly," Stone said, mounting the gazebo's steps. "We might be able to help you with your problem. Where's Stan Lopez?" "How the hell should I know?" He made a sweeping gesture to encompass the park and the street. "In case you haven't noticed, I'm trying to coordinate this mess so we don't end up with a massacre. Lopez is doing whatever he was told to do." "Look, Lieutenant," Stone said, "I haven't got time to spoon-feed you this time. You've got a full-blown supernatural situation here. Some of these people are possessed, and they're doing their best to kill other people so they can bring over more of the things that are possessing them. If we don't stop this very soon, it will grow exponentially to the point where you'll have to mow down crowds of civilians to have a chance of stemming it. Now, are you going to listen to me or not?" "Stone," Kasner growled, "I'm only going to tell you this one more time, and then I'm going to arrest you and shove your ass in the back of a squad car until we get this under control. I don't have time for your supernatural bullshit right now. Get the hell out of here. Now. Do you understand?" Stone clenched his fists. Normally, it didn't bother him that most mundanes' minds were truly breathtaking in their refusal to accept what was going on right under their noses. It meant that even when he was forced to use magic in front of them, they never believed that was what they'd seen after everything was over. They were masters at coming up with logical explanations for why the skinny guy in the long black coat was flinging lightning bolts out of his hands, or throwing people through the air with a gesture. Right now, though, it was going to get a lot of people killed, and that wasn't something Stone wanted to deal with. "Kasner, you idiot!" he snarled, preparing to turn toward the crowd and do something showy and magical that the man couldn't deny. Until he realized that Aguirre wasn't yelling into his mic anymore. He spun and froze. "Kasner, down!" he yelled, already putting up a shield between Kasner and Aguirre, who was pointing his gun at his boss. Aguirre's eyes glowed red-orange. Chapter 45. The gun went off with a deafening roar. The round bounced off the shield and ricocheted into the night. Aguirre's expression went from enraged to dumbfounded, and he let the gun slip from his nerveless fingers. "Holy shit!" Kasner's gaze cut back and forth between Stone, the glowing shield that was still up, and the confused cop. He drew his own gun and pointed it at Aguirre. "Holy shit, Aguirre, you just tried to shoot me!" "Put the gun down, Lieutenant," Stone ordered, shifting to magical senses and seeing that the green aura had left Aguirre. "He's all right now." He made a show of letting the shield drop as Jason, Edna, and Carly came running over. Despite the potential lethality of the situation he'd just diffused, he had to give Faces credit. He couldn't have asked for a better demonstration that something weird was going on. "Now, do you believe me?" Kasner was staring at Aguirre. "You tried to shoot me!" His gaze switched to Stone. "And you put up a shield to prevent it," Stone said. "Kasner, we don't have time for this. We're looking for someone, and we need to find him first." "Lopez." Kasner's voice sounded strange, stunned and confused, nothing like his normal confident and authoritative tones. "Not Lopez, though we'd like to find him as well. The one who's responsible for this whole mess." Kasner looked at Aguirre again, then at Stone. His expression went through a series of changes that Stone was very familiar with. They were the progression of a mundane who had finally been forced to accept that the supernatural really did exist,
and whose mind was steadfastly trying to shield him from this acceptance. Usually it stopped there. The person simply shut down and began the process of rationalization. This time, though, Stone could tell that after everything Peter Kastner had seen over the last few days, he'd finally seen something that had broken through his self-imposed wall of ignorance. It was not a pleasant sight, nor, did Stone expect, was it a pleasant experience for Kastner. But that didn't matter now. The radio squawked, but both Kastner and the thoroughly flummoxed Aguirre ignored it. "What do you want?" Kastner asked Stone in a quiet monotone. "Call Lopez. Tell him to meet us here if he's close." "And then what?" "Then we try to find the source of all this. Kastner's expression suddenly changed. His mouth worked, and a voice came out, flat, dead, but somehow amused. "I'm not hiding, Mageling." Stone and all the rest of them, including Aguirre, stared at him. "Well," Stone said, "nice of you to show up and talk to us." So much for his theory about Face's inability to possess cops away from its shrine. Maybe it was growing more powerful. Still, though, as long as it was talking, it wasn't out killing anyone else. Small victories. "I have nothing more to say to you," Kastner's body said in the weird voice. "You will die like the rest. All of you will." He turned his head and settled his eerie red-orange gaze on Carly. "Not all of you. Why are you here, little sister of my blood?" Carly was shaking, her eyes huge and terrified. "Me?" She tried to duck behind Jason. "What the hell is going on?" Aguirre demanded, backing away, his voice high and bright with near panic. Everyone ignored him. He of many faces was still watching Carly. "I have no quarrel with you, little sister. Why do you aid these fools?" Carly's voice shook. She seemed to gather a bit of courage from being behind Jason. She swallowed. "You have to stop killing people. Go home. Go away." Kastner/Faces laughed, an unsettling sound like the creak of old hinges. "Oh, little sister, your foolish friends have convinced you that you can command me. None can command me. I will fulfill the purpose for which I was called, and you can do nothing to stop it." "Like hell she can't," Stone said, eyes blazing. "She summoned you. She can send you back." He unzipped his leather bag and pulled out the book. He didn't think they'd be able to do it here. That would have been too much to ask, but he wasn't going to turn down an opportunity to give it a shot. Faces laughed at him. "She has power, but she doesn't know how to use it. She summoned me, true, but she did not give me direction. She is weak. She is nothing like those of her bloodline who called me into being and set my purpose so long ago. She will do nothing to stop me. She did not make me. She cannot unmake me." Stone opened the book to the page where the ritual that Edna had found was printed. Doing this without a circle would be difficult and risky, if it were even possible at all. "Edna?" "Here," Edna said, coming up next to him. "Carly, you too," Stone said. "Al?" Jason called. "What?" Stone sounded impatient. He didn't have time to deal with distractions right now. "They're coming! A bunch of them are coming this way!" "Fuck!" Aguirre said. Behind them, he was finally getting himself back together, and he too had turned toward the park. "What are they?" Stone spared a glance in the same direction. A good half-dozen men and women, including one policewoman awkwardly carrying a gun, were moving in their direction. A quick magical glance told him all he needed to know.
These were Face's minions, and the spirit wasn't taking any chances that he and his group might be able to get their banishing spell off. "Fools," Faces said again. And then the light left Kasner's eyes, and he stood there, swaying and confused. "Fine," he said, reaching for the mic as if nothing had happened. "I'll call Lopez, and then—" The armed group was approaching. The policewoman raised her gun and fired into the gazebo. Everyone hit the deck except Stone and Edna, who both summoned shields, and Kasner, who hadn't clued in yet that he'd just lost a couple of minutes of his life. The bullets bounced harmlessly off the shield. "Hold that shield," Stone told Edna. He let his own drop, shoved the book back in the bag, and spread both hands to point at the oncoming group. A wave of force issued from them, catching the possessed group at around chest level and bowling them over like 10-pins. With his magical sight active, he saw the small, insubstantial forms dart upward from the falling people, and flung a ball of magical energy at the two closest to him. They flared red and flew to pieces. Next to them, another one simply faded out of existence. He glanced sideways at Edna and saw that she had dropped her own shield now that the gumwoman was down, and was pointing her hand in a different direction. "Kasner, call Lopez." Aguirre had recovered enough that he was back on his own radio. "I've got him here. He's at the park on the other side over by Signal." "Tell him to come here," Stone said, without taking his eyes off the group. One glowing-eyed young man wielded a baseball bat near the fountain. He'd already knocked down 2 people and was winding up on a third. Stone sent another bolt of magical energy at him, and he overbalanced backward and landed in the fountain with a splash. Next to him, Edna was using her more subtle magic to diffuse tense situations, sending confused would-be riders wandering off in random directions. "I can't do this for long," she told Stone through gritted teeth. Sweat stood out on her tanned forehead. "I need more preparation these days to be able to do anything big." "We can't keep doing this in any case," Stone said. He wasn't tiring yet, even though combat spells weren't his strongest suit. The practice he'd gotten over the last couple of years and the methods he'd studied meant he had more endurance with them than he used to. Adrenaline was helping. "Every time one of those things kills someone, it brings another minion into the physical world. We'll be overrun." "What else can we do?" Jason demanded. His gaze scanned the crowd, watching for anyone who might be coming closer or aiming a gun at them. Out in the park, the cops were struggling to contain the crowd, but there were so many that it was difficult. As soon as they pinned down 1 or 2, another 5 ran off. Naturally, it was impossible for them to tell which ones were possessed and which were simply drunk and taking advantage of the mob situation to let loose. Stone scanned the area, and with just a quick glance, spotted 2 dead bodies, one nearly decapitated, the other with gaping, bloody slashes in its abdomen. The crowd was giving both of them a wide berth. Fire and emergency personnel were hurrying among the chaos, trying to aid victims who were still alive as the police tried to get the situation under control. "Here comes Lopez," Edna said, pointing. Sure enough, his familiar form was approaching through the crowd toward the command post. He had his nightstick in hand and was clad in uniform, bulletproof vest, and helmet. His face was grim, but he looked relieved when he spotted Stone, Edna, and Jason. "Thank God," he said. "It's been like hell here tonight. It's like the whole town's gone insane." "I think that's pretty much what's happened," Jason said. He ducked as another bottle flew through the air and smashed into the side of one of the police radios. Stone was staring out over the scene, his mind obviously elsewhere. "Al?" Lopez ventured. "I know what we have to do," Stone said, snapping back on. "What?" "We can't fight it here. It's too easy for it to switch from one body to another, like it did with Kasner. That and there's too much chaos here. We'd never be able to get any kind of circle going." "Where then?" Jason asked. But Lopez had already caught on. "At the tree," he stated. And to Stone.
Right?
He nodded. We need to take it to the source. That's where it came into being. That's where we'll have to send it back. Edna, too, nodded.
Yes, she said. It will be strong there, but with Carly along, we should be able to do it, if it doesn't kill us first.
If we get moving, we might be able to get up there before it catches on what we're planning, Stone said. Not likely, but it's got a lot to be dealing with here. It might be distracted. Come on. He turned back to Kasner, who was on the radio again. We're leaving, he said. We'll be in Stan's truck. If you've got any more roadblocks over near Creek Road, tell your men to let us through. Kasner still looked dubious, but a lot less so than before. Where are you going? Best if we don't say. Just tell them to leave us alone. Without waiting for a response, he waved for the others to follow him out of the park. Chapter 46. They got back to the truck without major incident. Twice they had to deal with groups of drunken rioters trying to hassle them, but both times a combination of Stone's and Edna's magic, Jason's muscle, and Lopez's police uniform got them through without any injuries on either side. They didn't encounter any more possessed individuals once they got clear of Ojai Avenue.
I think they're still focusing on killing descendants, Edna said. It's the only explanation I can think of why there isn't more of a bloodbath than there is. They can get their reinforcements while still fulfilling their orders.
Whatever they're doing, we need to get away from it, Jason said. They piled into the truck, shifting around to make room for Lopez, who took the wheel. Look sharp, Stone said from the shotgun seat, as Lopez took off back down the street, away from the arcade. If Faces figures out what we're up to, he's going to try to stop us. All five of them were on edge as the truck headed toward Creek Road. Lopez drove quickly but carefully, scanning the road for anyone who might dart out in front of them. Fortunately, most of the action seemed to be downtown. Lopez left the police radio on, so they were able to keep track of the chatter as more reinforcements from the Ventura Sheriff's Department arrived and were deployed. It sounded like they were beginning to get the panic under control, but there were still dozens of civilians, and the police were confused by the unexplained behavior of some of the crowd. As Stone and the others listened, a report came in of another death, as someone had scaled to the top of Libby Bowl and jumped off head first into the concrete below.
This is unreal, Lopez muttered. This town is never going to be the same after this. And the worst part is that they're not going to know what the hell hit them.
Stone nodded. I don't doubt that as soon as this is over, Kasner will find some way to rationalize what happened. Aguirre didn't really shoot at him. He was shooting at something over his shoulder, something like that. You lot are masters at coming up with convoluted explanations instead of just accepting what is. They paralleled Ojai Avenue until they got out of the downtown area. Then Lopez took the first left and headed south. Stone recognized it as the route he'd taken on his first trip to Creek Road, what seemed like several lifetimes ago.
Jason, Lopez said, dig around back there under the seat. There's a portable light down there. I want this traffic to get the hell out of our way.
Jason found it and passed it forward. Lopez turned it on, lowered the truck's window, and stuck it to the roof.
Might not help, he said, but won't hurt.
It was a good idea. Ojai Avenue, even out this far, was still at a standstill with traffic in both directions. Lopez blasted the horn a few times and the cars shuffled themselves around, barely making room for him to squeeze the big vehicle through. He cruised along half on the road and half off, then turned onto Country Club Drive as soon as he could, still mirroring Stone's route. Fortunately, the traffic seemed confined to the main drag. This road was deserted, and when they reached the intersection with Creek Road, it was as well. Lopez opened up the truck a bit more, and in only a couple of minutes, he turned onto the fire road leading up to the area containing the shrine. I hope you've got some gear in here somewhere, Jason said. How are we going to find the place without light?
Flashlight's in the toolbox,
Lopez said. We can provide light if necessary, Stone said, indicating himself and Edna. But I don't want to use too much magic until we get there. Don't want to give faces anything to notice.
Keep your eyes open, Edna said, looking out the front window. I'd be surprised if it hasn't already noticed.
The truck jounced along the narrow dirt road, the light from its headlights bouncing eerily into the thickly growing trees on either side. Stone shifted to magical senses, on the watch for the glowing forms of Face's minions approaching. Thus far, though, he saw nothing. Maybe not, he said. Do you see anything, Edna?
No, but I don't think it'll show its hand yet, she said. It knows this is going to be the end. It's saving its energy. I can sense the area, though. We're getting close to where we need to stop.
Just let me know, Lopez said. This all looks the same in the dark.
Stone glanced around at the back seat. Carly was huddled in a corner, staring down into her lap. You all right, Carly? No, she said in a small voice. I'm really scared. Those people were killing each other. That guy jumped off the post office tower. She took a deep, shuddering breath. I can't do this. I'm gonna fuck it up, I just know it. Stone was about to answer her when Edna reached out and gripped her shoulder.
Enough of that, she ordered,
her voice full of that same stern but kind tone she'd used on Stone when he was injured. She fixed her gaze on Carly, tilting the other woman's chin up.
You listen to me. Look at me.
Carly's reluctant gaze came up.
Of course you're scared, the older woman said. You'd be an idiot if you weren't. Only idiots would walk into something like this and not feel like they're gonna piss themselves any minute. The trick is that you have to do it anyway.
Carly took another ragged breath. But what if I do screw up? It's not like I don't have a lot of practice screwing things up. What if you depend on me and I can't do it?
Then you can't do it and we aren't any worse off than we started.
She shook her head.
You want to know something?
What?
I'm scared to death I'm not going to be able to do it.
She waved around at the rutted dirt road, the trees and the black, star-dappled sky up above them.
I'm an old woman. I haven't done any serious magic in 20 years. This isn't even the kind of magic I do.
She hooked a thumb at Stone.
He's the one that thinks you deal with problems by kicking their asses. I'm hoping that isn't what we'll have to do, but I'm afraid it is, so I'm here. It's either go up there and give it my best shot or let that thing run around killing people until it decides it's had enough.
Carly looked down into her lap again. I hope you're right. You can do it, Carly, Stone said from the front seat. You and Edna aren't the only ones who are scared. I think it's a safe bet to say all of us are. This doesn't get any easier just because you've done things like it before.
Here, Edna broke in, pointing. This is close. Let's stop here.
Lopez pulled the truck off the road and shut off the engine and the headlights. For a moment, they all sat there, unmoving, each alone with his or her own thoughts. The darkness out here was crushing, almost a physical thing, and the only sounds were crickets and the occasional creak of a tree branch or the rustle of a small animal running through the carpet of dead leaves. Well, Stone said softly after a few seconds, shall we do this? In answer, Lopez opened the truck door, bathing the immediate area in light again. They all got out and stood in the road. Stone held up a glowing hand as Jason and Lopez hunted around in the bed's toolbox for flashlights. They found 3. Lopez and Jason each took one and gave the last one to Carly. She clutched it like an anchor.
No packs this time, Lopez said. Didn't have time to throw them in when I got called in. We'll just have to go with what we have.
He rummaged around and came up with the 2 machetes he and Stone had had on their first trip.
Still got these, though, if they'll do any good.
He handed one to Jason. They set off into the forest. Lopez took point, with Jason trailing behind to watch for anything sneaking up on them. Stone, Edna, and Carly walked in the middle. Stone shifted every few seconds from mundane to magical sight, and noticed that Edna appeared to be doing the same thing. It was a mild night, not quite hot, but pleasantly warm, and the walk wasn't difficult. "Where are they?" Jason asked under his breath. "I can't believe they haven't figured it out yet." Nobody answered. They kept moving, each of them tense, expecting someone or something to come crashing out of the trees at them at any moment. Lopez kept glancing up, and Stone knew why. He was no doubt remembering the thick tree branch that nearly crushed him when they'd first discovered the tablets. Stone himself focused on the spaces between the trees, trying not to think too hard about the fact that more than one bear probably called this forest home. "I feel weird," Carly whispered after they'd been walking for several minutes. "Queasy?" Stone asked. He was beginning to feel that way too, and was just about to ask Edna to do whatever she'd done last time to alleviate it. He couldn't afford to have his concentration compromised by even mild nausea. The various aches and pains from the last few days' leftover injuries were hard enough to work through without adding extras. "No, just weird. I can't explain it, like everything's humming. Kind of like when you hold onto the gas pump hose when it's pumping." Stone glanced at Edna. "She's sensing the ley line already," he murmured.
"Sounds like, or else the energy from the shrine. Makes sense since it's tied to her."
"Is that bad?" Carly asked, sounding fearful. Stone shook his head. "Actually, it might be good. It could mean you're attuned, which is what we wanted. Say something if it gets worse, but I don't think it will. Edna, speaking of bad, could you—" She paused a moment to put her fingers on Stone's forehead.
"Better?"
"Yes. Thank you." They kept moving, and eventually the enormous, twisted oak tree loomed up ahead of them. As soon as Carly saw it, she stopped, staring wide-eyed.
"Carly?"
Edna moved next to her.
"Something wrong?"
She shook her head. "Not wrong," she said slowly. "I feel like I've been here before, but that's crazy. I don't even know where we are anymore." "Not surprised," Stone said. He dropped down near the roots and unzipped his duffel bag. "Let's get this circle up. We won't have time for anything complex, but even a basic protective ward will help if we can manage it before anything shows up. Edna, do you want to help me or watch for anything approaching?"
"I'll watch," she said. "Our circles probably aren't compatible, and I haven't done one in years anyway. You set it up, and I'll see if I can add anything to it."
Stone nodded. "Jason and Stan, stay close to Edna. If anything physical shows up, you'll have to keep her safe. She'll handle the magical threats." Lopez unsnapped the strap holding his gun in its holster and loosened it, and Jason slid his machete out of its sheath. "What about me?" Carly asked. She was looking around, trying to take everything in at once in the shifting beams of the 3 flashlights. "Stay with Edna," Stone told her. "If you sense anything odd or unusual, let her know. You might be more sensitive to it than any of us are." "Everything around here is odd or unusual," she protested. But she did as directed and headed over toward Edna. Stone, holding up a light spell so he could see what he was doing, quickly hunted around in his bag and pulled out the components he would need. He didn't have everything for a perfectly made circle, but that didn't matter, because he didn't have time to make one. Circles weren't about their components anyway, not really. Their effectiveness had more to do with the skill of the mage who cast them than with the materials used. A highly skilled mage could make a circle using only chalk or sand, or even just lines scratched into dirt with a stick, while an inexperienced one could be given access to a stockpile of perfectly prepared components, but wouldn't be able to summon a fraction of the power. Stone hoped he was skilled enough to pull this off, because you couldn't draw a circle with chalk on ground covered in inches of dried leaves and mulch. Ideally, he would have liked to enclose the entire tree, but he he had neither enough components nor enough time to have any chance of doing that. It would have taken hours. Instead, he settled for using his bags of sand to sketch a circle around 10 feet in diameter next to the tree, on the same side as the tablet's alcove. It wouldn't enclose the alcove itself, because there wouldn't have been any way to close it with the roots in the way. Its purpose would have to be, as he'd said, simple protection, something that would, with luck, be able to hold off the worst of Many Faces' assault long enough for him, Edna, and Carly to complete the ritual to send it back. He forced himself to move deliberately, even though his breath was coming faster and sweat ran down his back. He couldn't afford to make a mistake, because something in the back of his mind couldn't stop picturing the massive form of a bear stalking stealthily through the forest, getting ready to leap out when his back was turned. "There's no bear," he told himself, frustrated. "Pull yourself together, they're counting on you." Even so, he couldn't help raising his head. "Anything out there?" "Clear so far," Edna replied. "I don't see anything either," Jason said, sweeping the flashlight's beam out into the trees again. "It's making me nervous." "You and me both," Stone thought, as he continued drawing the circle. He couldn't even use candles out here. Candles and dry ground covered in leaves were rarely a desirable combination under the best of circumstances, and he was all but certain there would be enough chaos flying around when they started the banishment that he couldn't risk something getting knocked over and starting a forest fire. They might still get rid of faces, but burning down half the forest and killing themselves in the process seemed counterproductive to their overall purpose. "Are you sure that bear isn't out there somewhere?" a small voice asked in his mind. He shook his head to clear it, unsure of whether the voice was coming from somewhere else or from his own overworked subconscious. "It nearly killed you," the little voice reminded him. "Do you remember how it felt when those claws ripped into your chest, into your stomach? Do you remember how big its teeth were as they were about to sink into you? Do you remember what its breath smelled like? Do you remember what your blood smelled like? There's a bear out there now. It's close. It's bigger this time. It's coming for you. Edna won't be able to help you."
"Stop it!"
he hissed aloud.
"Was that you, Al? You okay?"
"Fine," he got out between his teeth. He closed his eyes for a moment and then forced himself to continue with the circle, even though he was sure he had heard leaves rustling out beyond the reach of the flashlight beam, rustling as if something heavy was making its careful way through them. "It will kill you. It will rip your skin from your body. It will gut you like the helpless prey you are, and it will kill all your friends." Above him, the tree creaked ominously, almost as if it were groaning. Something cracked. Stone didn't hesitate. Summoning his shield over his head, he leaped to his feet and dived out of the circle toward the clear ground. The limb, at least a foot in diameter and 6 feet long, crashed into the center of the circle. On the other side of the circle, someone cried out in pain and surprise, and one of the flashlights spun to the ground. And then the clearing was full of whirling forms. Chapter 47. Stone rolled back to his feet. "Get over here," he called. "All of you, and don't drop your lights." He hurried back to the circle and snatched up his bag. The branch had destroyed his work. There was no way he'd be able to redo it now, but he wasn't about to let the magic tome containing the banishment ritual go. Jason, apparently the one who dropped his light, cursed and yelped in pain as he darted toward it, just in time for another branch to come crashing down onto his shoulder. It wasn't nearly as big as the one that had landed in the circle, but it was big enough. Carly, meanwhile, was screaming in fright. All around them, whirls of leaves rose up like little tornadoes, circling them as they moved closer to Stone. "Hush!" Edna admonished Carly sharply.
"Jason, you all right?"
Lopez was backing up, keeping his flashlight beam focused on as many of the mini tornadoes as he could.
Might have broken something, came his tight voice through the darkness. Fuck! Get over here! Stone yelled again. Hurry! One of the tornadoes surged forward and tried to rip the bag from his grasp, but he put his arm through the straps and held on with both arms until it subsided, concentrating hard on keeping the shield he'd summoned above himself going. Carly shrieked again as another tornado knocked her off her feet. The things weren't large. Most of them were no more than 5 feet tall, but they whipped the leaves around with a mad intensity far in excess of their dimensions. As the others watched, it lifted her from the ground and began to move away from the circle. No! Edna snarled, pointing her hand at the tornado. It seemed to hesitate for a moment, then let Carly down and joined its fellows. Stone used another spell to levitate the terrified woman and bring her back over to their group.
What do we do now? Lopez demanded. The circle's shot, isn't it?
Yes, Stone confirmed. We'll have to do it without the circle. It will be harder, but we have no choice. From the forest, a low, growling roar sounded. Stone stiffened, staring in the direction it had come from. It's out there. It's coming. It's coming for me.
Al?
Lopez looked away from where he was trying to get a quick examination of Jason's arm.
Hey man, what's wrong?
Carly was having a meltdown. She sank to her knees, shaking and sobbing. I can't do this. Oh, fuck. I can't do this.
Al?
Lopez shook Stone's shoulder hard. Stone didn't move. His gaze was locked on the section of dark forest where he'd heard the growl. It's out there, he whispered, as Edna dropped to her knees and tried to deal with Carly.
What's out there?
Lopez shone the flashlight around in the direction where Stone was looking, but it only picked out more trees. It's coming. Don't you hear it? Stone couldn't believe Lopez couldn't hear it. The rumbling growl rose and fell, as if the bear were prowling back and forth, biding its time.
I don't hear anything except those tornado things. What is it?
The bear. I hear it growling.
There's no bear out there, Edna said. Stone, pull yourself together. If you lose it, we're all dead.
She was still on her knees next to Carly, but she glared up at him with harsh, glittering eyes.
There's no bear out there, and keep that damn shield up.
Stone gathered himself. He didn't believe Lopez, didn't believe Edna. It was out there, and it was coming. But something in Edna's tone got through to him enough that he realized he'd let his concentration on the shield slip. He got it powered back up an instant before something flew through the darkness and hit it hard, making a red, flaring crack before crashing to the leaves.
Holy fuck,
Jason said through his teeth.
That rock's the size of my head.
He was still clutching his left arm, holding the machete with his right hand.
Al, you'd better get to it soon.
Edna stood up and got in Stone's face.
Listen to me, mister. I shape the universe with my will. You damn well better get to it, or we're all screwed. Faces know we can't hold it off forever.
Stone tried to look past her. Edna, she slapped him hard, rocking his head back.
Listen, even if there is a bear, which there isn't, which you'd know if you bothered to check magically, I can deal with bears. I dealt with the last one, remember? Now damn you, live up to your hype and do this!
He glared at her, but her words sunk in.
Right then,
he growled.
Help me hold this shield.
The little voice was still there, still trying to serve up grotesque images of massive, snarling bears, but he forced himself to ignore it. He didn't have time for it. If there was a bear out there, then there was a bear out there. That wasn't his problem right now. He pointed his hand at one of the mini tornadoes and blew it apart with a blast of energy, then raised the book and opened it to the page with the ritual.
What do we do?
Lopez yelled. The rest of the tornadoes were spinning faster now, moving closer, the leaves and twigs and wind providing constant background noise.
"Just don't let anything get too close," Stone said, distracted. "If any of those things get within reach, hit them with your machetes. It should at least drive them back."
He reached down and put a hand on the still kneeling Carly's shoulder.
"Carly, it's time."
She looked up at him with big, haunted, tear-filled eyes.
I can't do it,"
she whispered, voice shaking.
"You can do it," he said firmly. "Come on. Just stand up. All you have to do is concentrate. Tell it to go home. Tell it to go back where it came from. If you need to do it out loud, then do that."
She stumbled to her feet, with Edna helping her up.
"You can do it, Carly,"
the older woman said, gripping her shoulder.
"You can make it all go away."
Stone held up the book and began reading the words of the banishing ritual in a loud, commanding voice that easily carried over the whooshing leaves in the mini tornadoes. He gathered his will, forcing himself to focus on nothing but what he was doing. He couldn't pay attention to the tornadoes, or his friends, or the shield. This whole operation depended on 3 things: his spell, Edna's shield, and Carly's ability to order He of Many Faces to return to its home plane. If any of those 3 things failed, Faces would kill them. He knew it. He'd rarely been more sure of anything in his life. The invocation was not a long one, but he was careful to read each word precisely. It was almost never safe to get even one word of a spell wrong, especially when you were dealing with things this potentially dangerous. At best, and most likely, the spell simply wouldn't work if he misspoke any of the words. However, there were other possibilities, ones he didn't want to think about, because most of them involved horrific and violent deaths for all of them. Avoiding that kind of distraction was one of the things that Mage's masters spent a lot of time drilling into them during their apprenticeships. Unfortunately, Stone had learned those lessons well. He reached the part of the invocation where Carly would have to insert her command to send Faces back. He paused a moment, reaching out to grip her shoulder again.
"Carly, now!"
Nothing happened.
"Carly, do it!"
He turned to face her, finally taking notice of what was going on around him. And he froze. Carly was not standing slumped and dejected in the middle of the group anymore. Instead, she stood tall, shoulders thrown back, an expression of confidence and wonder on her plain features.
"It's so beautiful," she whispered.
Harsh laughter echoed through the clearing. Chapter 48. Stone reacted quickly. He grabbed Carly by her upper arms and spun her to face him.
"Carly, snap out of it!"
She smiled at him.
"Why didn't you tell me?" she murmured. "Why didn't you tell me what I could be?"
The remaining mini-tornadoes sank back into the ground in a hail of spinning leaves.
"What the hell is going on?"
Jason demanded. But Edna was catching on as well. She stared at Carly in horror, but didn't drop the shield she was maintaining. The laughter continued.
"Mageling, did you truly think that it would be so easy to rid yourself of me before I've completed my purpose?"
Something slammed into the side of Edna's shield.
"Al! Damn it, what's happening?"
Jason yelled. Edna answered, her tone grim.
"Faces is trying to get into her head."
Carly, meanwhile, was holding her hands up and looking at them as if she'd never seen them before. Moving as though in a daze, she pointed one at a small nearby tree and closed her eyes for a second. Energy shot from her hand and hit the tree with a sound like thunder. It swayed, though it did not fall. When her eyes opened again, they were shining with amazement.
"That's what magic is like," she said in wonder.
That's what I can do? Why didn't you tell me? Carly, Stone said urgently. Faces is lying to you. That power isn't yours, it's his. He's infusing you with it somehow. She concentrated for a moment, then her expression clouded. She frowned. You're jealous, she stated. You're just jealous because I've got more power than you do now. You were never going to show me how to use this, were you? Oh, holy crap, Lopez said under his breath as he realized what was happening. He raised his hand, clearly preparing to slap Carly. Al, should I? No! Stone snapped, holding up his own hand to block Lopez's. If it doesn't work, she could kill you. She doesn't know how to handle that kind of power. The laughter came again. She will learn. Something else slammed into the shield, and another hefty tree branch came crashing down atop it. I can't hold this forever, Edna said, strain in her voice. Stone gripped Carly's arms again. Carly, listen to me. He's not going to let you keep that power. He lies. Now come on. Do what you came here for. Order him to go back where he came from. Do that and this will all be over. No one else has to die. He could hear the shake in his own voice. Even as he said the words, he knew that they were having little effect on Carly. Her face was not twisted or evil or vengeful. She simply looked like someone who had been given an amazing new toy. I told you that you were a fool, Mageling. No one else has to die? How did you plan to banish me without death? I was born in death. Stone started to reply, but then stopped. He knew Face's voice was only in his mind, that the others couldn't hear it. And it was only now that he realized Faces was right. He had been a fool. He'd forgotten the most important component of the ritual. Bloody hell, he said aloud. What? Jason called. Al, what's going on? What's up with Carly? The laughter again. Now you see, don't you? You can't send me back. You don't have the stomach for it. None of you do. Something, some kind of force exploded inside the shield. The sound was deafening, the unseen force blowing them outward, all but Carly, like they'd been at ground zero of a bomb detonation. Not quite a bomb, though, or all of them would have been blown to pieces, since neither Stone nor Edna had anticipated the blast. Instead, they were blown around as if by a huge gust of wind, propelled into various trees. Stone managed to get his shield up before he hit, which probably saved his life. Around him, he could hear the thuds and grunts of his friends' similar impacts. One of the flashlights dropped to the ground. Stan? Jason? Edna! Stone called, scrambling to his feet and summoning a light spell to illuminate the area. Here, came Edna's voice from his right. She sounded pained, but still strong. I'm mostly okay, Jason rasped. He was struggling up, clutching his injured arm. He picked up his machete from where it had landed near him. Lopez? No response. From the center of where the circle had been, Carly was watching them with interest. But the faintest bit of uncertainty flashed across her face. I didn't do that, she said. That wasn't me. What was the bloody hell for? Edna asked Stone as she came up next to him. She moved slowly, never taking her eyes off Carly. Faces, Stone said. It's right. I forgot something. How is it right? Jason demanded. He was shining his flashlight around, trying to spot Lopez. Stone's voice sounded beaten. We can't banish it. What do you mean we can't banish it? Jason glared at him. You mean because it's got Carly? No, because it took a sacrifice to summon it, Edna said, getting a look at Stone's expression and putting two and two together. Right? Stone nodded wearily. It took a sacrifice to summon it, and it will take one to get rid of it, even with Carly's help. He half expected faces to chime in about then, but it was strangely silent. Oddly, so was Carly. Her face had lost some of its enraptured wonder, and now looked like she was wrestling with some kind of dilemma. Maybe the two of them were chatting. Stone wasn't sure. He shifted to magical senses again and blew away another of Face's minions that was preparing to take another pass at them. "You mean we gotta kill somebody?" Jason stared. "We can't get rid of it without doing that?" "I don't know if it will take a death, but that's what it took to bring it here in the first place." He bowed his head. He was out of ideas. If he was right, and he was certain he was, then either he or one of his friends would have to die to send Faces back. They could try using blood, but because it had taken not just blood but the energy of death to bring it across from whatever plane it had come from, he doubted that anything less than that, even when directed by one bound by blood with its original summoners, would provide sufficient power to send it back. The energies of birth and death were some of the most powerful forces known to magic. They could provide the kind of energy that could sustain massively powerful workings. And when a mage was sacrificed... Stone's mind flashed back to several years ago, when his own apprentice had nearly died in the same sort of sacrifice, used to power another summoning ritual. The destruction when it had failed had been incredible. "Al?" Jason grabbed his shoulder. "What do we do?" "Look at Carly," Edna murmured. Stone's gaze came up and locked on Carly. She still stood in the middle of what had been the circle, and she still had an expression of stubborn confusion on her face. "No," she said loudly, shaking her head. "I won't do that." Stone took a step forward. "What does it want you to do, Carly?" he called. "Kill us?" She focused on him, but didn't answer. Not right away. Nearly a minute passed, during which she appeared to be grappling with some difficult inner struggle. Her body shook, sweat breaking out on her forehead. "It says you can't send it back. It says someone would have to die for that. Is that right? Does somebody have to die?" "Carly," Stone said, taking another step toward her. "Even if it's true, we still need you. We can't send it back without you. You know it has to go back. Think of all the people who have died. Think of Karen, Carly, your friend. This thing killed your friend. It's lying to you about the power. It isn't going to let you keep it." "No!" she cried. She lashed out again, but it was obvious she wasn't aiming at anyone. You're jealous." She didn't sound so sure this time, though. "Why isn't it attacking us?" Jason whispered. "I think it's focusing on her," Edna replied in the same tone. "It's giving her its power, but that means it doesn't have much left to use on its own." "Carly, you know I'm right," Stone said, forcing himself to keep his voice even, calm, sane. "You know I'm right, don't you? We can't let this thing stay here. Think of how many more people it will kill. Men, women, children, people whose only crime is their bloodline." "But..." She hesitated. "Somebody has to die. Are you going to kill somebody? Is one of you going to die?" "If that's what it takes," he said softly. "If you'll help us, then yes." She swallowed. "Really? Who? Which one of you is going to die?" "I am." The words came from three of them at once: Jason, Edna, and Stone. They looked at each other. Something passed between them, and they turned as one back to Carly. "We're ready, Carly. If that's what it takes. If you'll help us." Stone took a step forward. "Do it. You said you didn't want to mess this one up. You won't. You know you can do it. Do the right thing, Carly Rosales. End this thing you started." Carly stared at him for a long moment. She swallowed again, appeared to be listening to something, and shook her head hard, like she was trying to clear away gnats. Then she took a deep breath. "I've been a screw-up all my life," she said. "Maybe now, at least, I can do something right." She pointed her hand at Stone. He stiffened, squaring his shoulders and waiting for the blow. It never came. Instead, he heard Jason yelp. For a moment he thought she had hit his friend instead, but then something sailed past his head so fast he couldn't even tell what it was. "What the—" Jason started. "Carly, no!" Stone cried, surging forward. Carly still stood where she had been, but obviously wouldn't be for long. She swayed, her hands going to her chest, where Jason's machete had hit her so hard its blade had passed through her body and out the other side. Blood welled up around the wound. As Stone ran to her, her knees buckled and she collapsed in slow motion to the leaf-carpeted ground. He dropped down next to her, grabbing her shoulders. "Carly! Not gonna be a screw-up again," she whispered. Blood bubbled up around her lips. Stone, shifting to magical senses, could see her radiating power like a small sun. Carly took a deep, shuddering breath, coughed more blood, and then yelled, "Go home! Go home now!" Stone, still seeing the world magically, saw the power begin to coalesce. He heard a shriek that would have split the whole clearing if it had been physical, and saw something try to rush toward Carly. He raised his head and screamed out the final words of the spell that would banish the spirit. Later, he wouldn't quite be able to reconstruct what happened next. The power of his words joined with the vast glowing pulse that was Carly, forming into some sort of mystical battering ram that shot out like a cannonball, cleaved the dark energy in two, and slammed into the enormous tree under which he of many faces' shrine had resided for hundreds of years. The tree rumbled ominously as a glowing rift appeared in front of it. The dark energy, which had flowed back together into one piece again, was sucked inexorably toward the rift. Many faces screamed as it disappeared inside, the psychic feedback from its cry nearly deafening Stone. It fought, flinging tree branches, leaves, anything it could reach, but it had no aim. The rift flared bright, then began to shrink. Stone looked down at Carly. Her eyes were closed. Her chest, with the wicked hilt of the machete protruding from it, was still. She was smiling. The tree rumbled again. The glowing rift was getting smaller, collapsing inward on itself. Stone leaped to his feet, snatching up the magic book, and ran toward Jason and Edna. They had located Lopez, lying up against another tree. He was unconscious. "Come on!" he cried. "We have to go!" But even as he said it, he knew they weren't going to make it. He grabbed Edna's shoulder and shoved her down next to the tree where Lopez lay. "No, never mind. Edna, we have to put up a shield. That thing's going to blow any second." Already he was forming his own, and already he was afraid it wouldn't be enough. He was sure that when things went up, they would go up big. Edna gritted her teeth, sweat pouring from her brow. "I'll try," she said. "Almost out of power, though." She raised her own shield, but almost immediately it sputtered and died. She looked every bit her age at that moment, and then some. Deep, furrowed lines stood out on her ashen gray face. "Sorry." Stone didn't answer. He closed his eyes, breathing hard, and focused everything he had on keeping them protected. "Get in close," he said. "I don't know if it's got enough power." He felt Jason pull him in on one side, Edna on the other, and they all huddled in a protective ball over Lopez's unconscious body. "Oh," Jason rasped. "Not now, Jason." Stone's voice shook with effort. He could feel the magic building. They might have run, but he knew there was no way they'd have gotten far enough, not having to carry Lopez, not tired as they were. They would have to make their stand here, and that was the best they could do. "Al, take my power." Stone stared. "No, Jason, I can't." "I can't count on you. I can't split my concentration on a gamble. If you don't come through, we're all dead for sure." "Al!" Jason's voice was harsh, but strong. "Do it, damn it! If you trust me, do it!" For only a second, Stone wavered. Then he clamped his hand on Jason's shoulder and called for power as he'd done many times before. For only a second more, he felt hesitation. It's not going to work. He can't. But then it was there, flowing in, filling him with energy, lighting up his body with more power than he'd used in months. And it wanted out. Stone yelled something inarticulate and triumphant, flinging his hands to the sky. The shield flared brighter, forming a radiant, glowing white dome over them all. The rift collapsed. The tree exploded. Everything was white. And then it was black. Chapter 49. 2 days later. "So it's over," Peter Kasner said. Stone nodded. "You aren't going to give me the details, are you? Do you want to hear them?" Long pause. "Do I need to?" "I doubt it'll do any good. No one will believe them." "No, probably not." Kasner shifted in his chair, glancing out his office window. "I suppose you want to know why I asked you to come down here. I hope it wasn't to arrest me again." Kasner made a sound that might have been meant as a laugh, but it came out more like a cynical snort. "Somehow, Dr. Stone, I doubt I could keep you on ice if I tried. But no." "Why then?" "I'm not sure," Kasner said, not meeting Stone's eyes. "Maybe just because I wanted somebody to tell me it really happened." "How many people died over the past few days, Lieutenant?" Stone asked softly. Kasner paused for a long moment. 32 total. That's assuming we found them all. Does that count Carly Rosales? Who's that? The woman who was with us when we came to the park. She's dead? Kasner jotted something on his pad. How? Where is she? You won't find her body. Vaporized, I expect. I can show you where if you like, but there's nothing left to find. Just a crater. Kasner considered. So, whatever happened to end this, it happened there? Stone nodded. But we won't find anything we can make sense of. No, not likely. He paused. We might run into a bit of trouble from the police in Santa Maria, since they saw us with her the night she died. If you could deal with that situation, I'd appreciate it. If they ask, I'll tell them that you had nothing to do with her disappearance. Now it was Stone's turn for a mirthless laugh. We had everything to do with her disappearance. But I want you to know something, Lieutenant. What's that? Carly Rosales died a heroine. She's the one who ended this. We just made it possible for her to do it. If there's some way she could be memorialized... Kasner looked like this was the last place he wanted to be right now, or the last thing he wanted to be thinking about. But he nodded. I'll see what I can do. Thank you, Lieutenant. Stone rose. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have a bus to meet. As he turned to leave, Kasner spoke. Dr. Stone? Stone stopped without turning back. Yes? Kasner didn't respond for several seconds. You know, I still want to figure out how to explain this all away. To pretend it didn't happen the way it did, to make some kind of sense out of it. Truth is, as time goes by, I probably will do that. But right now I want to say thanks. Because right now I still believe it happened. And that maybe if you hadn't come down here looking for your friend, it would still be happening. And none of us could have done a fucking thing about it. Stone shrugged. He'd have found a way, Lieutenant. He wouldn't have had a choice.
Maybe. But even so, thanks.
Stone nodded and left the office. Chapter 50. Verity Thayer's eyes grew wide as she listened to the news report on the radio from the back seat of Stone's BMW. The newscaster was talking about the aftermath and the cleanup efforts still going on downtown after what was being referred to as the Ojai Valley Massacre. "Holy shit," she breathed. "You weren't kidding. This was huge." "You're lucky you missed it," Stone said. "But I'd be lying if I said I hadn't wished you were there." They were driving back to Lopez's house from the bus station in Ventura, where Verity had arrived earlier after returning home from her retreat and getting Stone's phone message the previous night. "Yeah, I might have been able to help." She looked at Jason, who was in the shotgun seat. "Nice cast, by the way. You gonna let me sign it?" He glared at her, but it didn't have much fire behind it. "Yeah, you can sign it, if you wait on me back at Stan's. I'm an invalid now, you know." She snorted. "Yeah, some invalid. I'll cook for you, but no way am I giving you sponge baths." Her expression grew more serious. "You guys all could have been killed. How's Stan doing?" "He's all right," Stone said. "Quite a few bumps and bruises, some fractured ribs and a concussion. He's on medical leave for a few days, but he'll be fine." "He was damn lucky," Jason said. "If he hadn't been fast enough to deflect himself a little when he got tossed into that tree, he'd be dead." Verity sighed. "Well, since I missed all the excitement, I guess the least I can do is stick around for a few days and help you guys out till Stan's up and around, especially since Dr. Stone's gonna have to go back home for his classes soon. I already cleared it with Marta at the restaurant." "Well," Jason said, "I'm not gonna say no to some of your cooking, given that between Stan, Al, and me, we might be able to boil water, and that's if Stan's doing the cooking." They reached Lopez's house and headed inside, Verity carrying her bag. Stone took her aside as Jason went on ahead. "Verity, there's someone else here, someone I'd like you to meet." She looked puzzled. Sure. Who?" "Another practitioner we met down here. She's got a very different approach to mine. I want to see how the two of you get on. Talk with her for a while and let me know what you think." Verity still looked confused, but she'd been studying under Stone long enough to know not to ask too many questions until she'd done what he asked. She nodded and went on inside. Stone paused inside the door. He'd been thinking about this for a while now, in the back of his mind, and after all of them had recovered as much as they were going to from the events of the last few days, he'd found some time last night to discuss it with Edna. She'd been hesitant at first, protesting that she was too old and out of practice to have anything of value to offer. But Stone had asked her to consider the possibility, and she'd agreed to at least talk with Verity. It might not work out. There were many ways it could go wrong. Verity might not like Edna, or vice versa, though he suspected the older woman's irascible kindness and Verity's quick-witted cynicism would quickly find common ground. In a way, Stone felt as if he was stepping away from a responsibility, but he also felt like he wasn't doing Verity any favors if he didn't give her access to resources that were more in line with her talents. His apprentice was capable with everything he'd given her, though she didn't have the patience for the bits that involved a large amount of detailed study. What she excelled at, though, was healing magic, both physical and mental. He'd noticed it from the beginning of her time studying with him, and had done his best to incorporate it into her training. She had taken to it like she was born for it, while he, who had never spent much time on anything beyond a few simple healing spells, had improved in teaching her, but struggled with the sort of empathic connection needed to truly master it. He smiled a bit, wryly. Edna was probably right. He was too self-centered and arrogant to be more than passably good at other-centered magic like healing. He was a scholar and an innovator. Verity had the latter, but balked at the former. She would probably flourish under Edna's more organic, less book-focused tutelage, if the old woman would agree to take her on. It might be good for Edna, too. Mages tended to live a fair bit longer than mundanes, if their work didn't kill them, which meant that Edna, despite her protests about being old, probably wasn't much more than middle-aged for a magical practitioner. Stone believed the power she'd commanded when she was younger would come back to her in spades if she had to focus it to train someone else. He sighed again and reminded himself that he wasn't passing Verity off to a new master, but simply offering her the equivalent of a visiting semester, where she could learn from another teacher with different skills. And if she didn't want to do it, that was fine too. He was just glad that things had worked out so he could make the offer. Chapter 51. It was late the next afternoon when Jason knocked on the door of Stone's bedroom. "Al, got a minute?" "Come on in," Stone said, turning away from his packing. He planned to leave the next morning, which would give him a few days to rest at home before starting his new quarter at Stanford, and wanted to get the packing done before all of them went out for one final dinner together that evening. Jason came in and sat down in the chair by the window without saying anything. "How's the arm?" Stone asked. "Doesn't hurt much. Shouldn't have to wear this thing for long. It's not a bad break. What can I do for you?" Jason hesitated, looking like he wasn't sure how to say what he had come to say. Finally, he started. "I talked to Vi this afternoon." "Yes?" "She and Edna are getting along great. She told me you want her to come down here and study with her for a while." "Yes." "And she says she's gonna do it." "Yes," Stone said again. Jason took a breath. "I think it's a good idea," he said. "I guess she's gonna live with Edna out there at her place by the hot springs. I think she might be happy to come back down here for a while. I think she's missed it." Stone sat down on the edge of the bed and fixed Jason with a probing gaze. "Jason, you didn't come here to talk about Verity, did you?" "No." "What, then?" "I've been thinking a lot over the last few days," he said after a pause. "About life, what I want to do with myself. That whole thing with Faces kidnapping me spooked me, but it also got me thinking. I don't want to go through life being a battery. That's not what I'm about. I need to be doing things, not just, making it easier for other people to do them." He looked down into his lap. "Does that make any sense?" "Of course it does. It can't have been easy for you, spending so much time with Verity and me. I understand that now. I guess I didn't really see it before, but your outburst in the car the other night didn't go unheard." He paused. "So, what do you want to do?" "I've been talking to Stan. I can't really go back to the academy. I think that ship has sailed, and it doesn't make sense to try to make it work, but there is something else I can do." "What's that?" "I can get my PI license and become a private investigator." Stone raised an eyebrow. "You mean following cheating spouses around and investigating insurance claims?" "That's some of it," he admitted. "But there's a lot more than that. I can get my firearm carry permit, maybe set up my own little business." He sighed. "Al, all my life I've dreamed of being a cop like my dad. I never even considered that it wouldn't work out for me. I can't go through life being an assistant manager at a restaurant, or a gas pump for a guy who can throw lightning bolts with his brain." Jason held up his hands. "No, that didn't come out right. I didn't mean it that way. It felt good to be able to help out. I think that's why I got it back there at the end, because I really did want to help. I wasn't conflicted about it anymore. And I don't want to stop doing it forever. But I need to get my head on straight and figure out what I want to do. Kind of like V does, Stone nodded. "So, how are you going to do this? When will you start?"
That's the hard part. That's why I was talking to Stan. It takes classes and also a lot of hours of working under a licensed PI or the equivalent. My time at the academy will count towards it, but Stan said he can talk to some friends and see about putting in a good word. I see, Stone said softly. So what you're telling me is that you've decided to remain here? Yeah, at least for a while. Stan said I could stay at his place for not too much rent since he's got the extra bedrooms. The apartment up north is month to month, so I wouldn't lose too much there. And Marta, I think she'll understand. I think she's been expecting me to do something like this for a long time. He picked up a magazine from a nearby table and leafed through it. Having V down here was kind of the final thing that made me decide to go for it. That way I can kind of look out for her too, you know? And she you, Stone said, with a small, faraway smile. Jason, what can I say? I wish you the best of luck, of course I do. I hope you'll make it up to the Bay Area every now and then. Both of you, in fact. Jason grinned. Hey, you're not getting rid of us that easily, Al. Besides, once I get my license and V finishes training with Edna, what's to say I can't come back up there and start my agency? And if I get any cases that seem like they're on your side of the street, maybe we can get together and play Ghostbusters again. I'll hold you to that, Stone said. Count on it. He paused, then looked hard at Stone. You take care of yourself, Al. You're not going to have us around to look after you and remind you to take time for boring stuff like food and sleep. Stone raised an eyebrow. I managed before I met you, Jason. I think I'll be all right. Chapter 52. The Ojai Cemetery was small, rustic, and very beautiful. Rather than the typical design of a vast lawn and ordered rows of headstones, its haphazard randomness reminded Stone a bit of an English garden. Dotted by old trees, bounded by a low rock wall, and bisected by a single-lane road, it was nearly deserted at this hour of the morning. Stone didn't hurry as he walked through, glancing at the headstones here and there as he went. Many of them were old, at least by American standards. Stone, who'd grown up in and around London, had his own ideas about what constituted old. Some no more than planks of wood with inscriptions so faint as to be illegible. A few of them sported flowers, some faded and brittle, some so fresh they must have been placed within the last day or two. There were also several fresh graves, their mounded piles of dirt and lack of headstones paying silent testament to the horrors that had visited this small, peaceful town over the last few days. Stone headed toward one of these, his hair and his black overcoat whipping gently in the late summer breeze. He'd made a point of reading the local papers when they came out, but there was no official explanation for what had happened. The press, both local and wider, treated the incidents as some sort of aberration, something in the water perhaps, or in the air, or maybe some kind of bizarre sickness that had flashed through the town and left murder in its wake. None of the explanations made any sense, and Stone didn't think they fooled anyone. Even Kasner had been quoted in a couple places as being mystified about what had caused the horrors, though he did say he was confident that they were over now, and that the citizens of the town could rest easy. Nobody believed that either, even though it was true. Stone supposed it would take a lot of time before people around here went back to leaving their doors unlocked and passing strangers on the street without suspicion. There was no mention in any of the newspapers about the crater in the forest off a remote fire road a few miles from Creek Road. Stone wondered how long it would take anyone to even find it, or if the ley line in the area would return to its normal, healthy state now that the tablets had been vaporized along with the tree. Along with Carly. The grave he was looking for was on the far side of the cemetery, near the back. Like the other new ones, it had no headstone,
but he had checked with the authorities and had been given the location. So many people had died that they were backed up on setting up niceties like headstones. They didn't even have room for all the bodies. The families of many of the victims would have to settle for final resting places in other nearby cities. Stone raised the large bouquet of flowers, brightly colored in reds, oranges, and yellows, and placed it on the grave. Others were already there, a fading wreath that read, "Beloved Daughter," another smaller one that included a photograph enclosed in plastic to keep it safe from the elements. He crouched down, looking into the merry brown eyes of a woman he'd only had the chance to know a couple days, and thought about what might have been. "Goodbye, Lindsay," he said softly, and rose again. "I feel terrible that I ever suspected you of anything," said a gentle voice behind him. He turned to see Suzanne Washburn standing there, dressed as usual in a bohemian chic ensemble topped with a colorful headscarf. Her eyes were subdued, her face aged 5 years since he had last seen her only a short time ago. "I didn't expect to see you here," he said. "In truth, I didn't expect to see anyone this early." "I came to visit Karen," she said, nodding at another nearby unmarked grave, awash in a riot of colorful arrangements. "It's really a shame that it's taking them so long to get the markers up. They've been a bit busy." For a while she only stared at her feet, but then her eyes came up to meet his. "You stopped it, didn't you?" He nodded. "It's over. I didn't do it alone, though. Mostly you can thank your friend Carly." "Carly," she whispered. "She's gone, isn't she?" He didn't reply. He didn't have to. "I hope she found some peace," she said at last. "I always liked Carly, but I always felt like there were things going on in her life that the rest of us would never understand." "I think that's true of all of us," Stone said. "I guess it is at that," she agreed. She paused, looking out over the cemetery. A white hearse was coming in, followed by a half-dozen cars. She watched them silently for several moments, then turned back to him. "I don't want to intrude, Dr. Stone. I'll let you go. I just wanted to—" She spread her hands as if to say, "I don't know what I wanted." He thought he knew what she meant, even if she didn't. "I understand. Thank you, Mrs. Washburn." He paused for several moments, taking in the area as if he were committing it to memory. Then he nodded farewell to her and started back toward the small parking area where he'd left the BMW, all packed up and ready to go. He'd already said his goodbyes that morning to Lopez, Jason, Edna, and Verity. Jason and Verity would be returning to the Bay Area in the next few days to finish their affairs and pack their stuff, but this morning had been no less of a farewell. He took a last look at Lindsay's grave and thought about Carly Rodriguez. He thought about what Suzanne had just said, and the last expression on Carly's face. All was not yet well in this small town, but he thought it was, at least, in the process of getting there. And that would have to be enough for now. This has been Blood and Stone, the Alistair Stone Chronicles Volume 6, written by R.L. King, narrated by Will M. Watt. Copyright 2016 by R.L. King. Production copyright 2017 by R.L. King. The music is Interloper by Kevin MacLeod at Incompetech.com. Licensed under a Creative Commons by Attribution 3.0 license. creativecommons.org/licenses/by/3.0.
Audible hopes you have enjoyed this program.